Against the backdrop of the dark night sky, illuminated by the moon, a powerful cultivator flew. Year after year, there was a rise in influential cultivators, and their number was growing. Everyone noticed only the strongest, who defeated the most powerful monsters without mercy. Strong, brave, and skilled people like this muscular warrior have always been put at the forefront. True, no one noticed Dark Raven, the truly strongest master and our main hero. The action took place in this lovely place called the Ancient Face Cleansing Sect. Dark Raven stood silently at the entrance to the sect, confident and reserved, making him look intimidating. At the top of the entrance, there is a sign with the name of this place. It is unknown what this place means to the hero. A blond man in bright clothes called out from behind Raven. He was bold with our hero. As it turned out, he was one of Raven's 3 students and was glad to see him. The protagonist didn't say a word. He threw the snake stick, but it stopped in front of Carl's face. The snake stick trembled before the old student's face, and then he began to remember the carefree days. The stick reminded Carl of how Raven had been the one the 3 of them used until the peak of their skill. Dark Crow once founded this sect and taught Carl Ancient Chicken and Ancient Devil. He beat them with this snake stick, and even that pain made Carl happy and still makes him happy. Carl's sweet words drove Dark Raven crazy, and he pretended to be indifferent. The light-haired guy yelled at his mentor a little, but he noticed that Raven was moving away from him. Carl stopped him because he knows that Raven will live longer than him and he needs one favor from him. Ancient Carl asks him to watch over this face-clearing sect when he dies. The Raven did not listen to the young man at all. On the contrary, he turned around and showed his indifference. Carl kept telling him that he did not want power over the sect, but wanted to give them security. The master didn't care about his students' requests, which made him very angry. The Raven flew away without saying a word, and our story returned to the present time. At the present time, Carl was very young, small, and naive, not even close to the power that he would have in the future. Young Carl ran into the elder's main hall, hurrying to tell about his trouble. An agitated Carl told of a young man at the gate who had burst into their sect without an invitation. The boy was so scared that he shouted out the elder's name and said that the stranger wanted to become a disciple of their sect. This elder's name was Christopher. He is considered a great warrior and is very famous for this. The elder's assistant, Kyle, said that the young man could not kill all the guards at the gate. They should have driven him away. The boy answered Kyle that the wanderer had an ancient token of their sect, which is in the picture, and he passed with it. Christopher immediately ordered that this impudent fellow be let in here. Apparently, he was a very important guest. But this boy didn't need anyone to call him. He came here himself. And here he is. Our main character, Black Raven, has arrived with a report to this sect. He entered the building very proudly and introduced himself to the elder as if he were their new chief disciple. Kyle greeted Raven rudely and told him he better not make them uncomfortable. Raven said that he was the heir of Emperor Alexander and that in this sect he could ask them for any request. This token confirms that he can ask them for whatever he wants. The old man asked him how he was going to prove to them that the token was not a fake. Raven roughly threw the ancient token at the elder for confirmation. Later, the young man added that he got it from a master who is a pimp they can ask him. Meanwhile, Carl began to scold and teach Raven that throwing a token like that was rude and that it was generally not allowed to do that. Kyle and Christopher looked at all the symbols on the token for a long time and came to the conclusion that it was genuine. The assistant is not sure he can help them, as their contract with the Empire will soon end. In the end, everything leads to the fact that they will hardly be able to take this boy in. None of them know who this boy is or where he even came from, so how can they trust him? Christopher, however, believes that this is a great chance for them if Raven turns out to be a talented student. This is exactly what he's going to test with the help of a rare artifact, the Mirror of Truth. Show them who is standing in front of them. Identify all the strengths and weaknesses of his body. Kyle looked in the Mirror of Truth, and it was clear that the truth did not make him very happy. On the contrary, he was angry. The mirror showed that Raven's body was at level 0, meaning he was an ordinary person, just a mortal. He was very angry because this boy was claiming to be the main disciple, but he himself was simply useless. Christopher, with a look of chagrin, said that he could not accept him as a student. Carl tried to calm the young man down, but it was clear from Raven that he was determined and would still become their student. Then he came closer and pointed out to them that they were treating important guests very badly. Raven read them the ancient rule for the clan's disciples, that they must always engage in self-improvement. Christopher asked him suspiciously where he knew this ancient information. The boy laughed in his face and said that he read this rule on a stone tablet at the entrance to the sect. And the funniest thing is that the elder knows about this rule, but he himself breaks it. The old man realized that he had underestimated the boy. He was smart and was able to quickly remember this rule. The master said that even in defiance of the rule, he could not take him as a student since he was weak. The assistant argued with the elder about his decision, which made Christopher even angrier. The protagonist laughed at them, as their argument reveals a lot about the teachings of the sect. The young man's words angered Christopher so much that he imagined himself destroying him with his technique. If it weren't for this ancient teaching, the old man would have killed him long ago and scattered him in pieces somewhere in the mountains. On this day, the sect was full of guests, and suddenly an influential man with a blue beard arrived. He didn't expect that this ancient clan would be so lively today. The chief guard of the 9 demonic gates clan arrived with his disciple as per the emperor's instructions. Charles greeted them. Raven paid no attention, and Christopher asked whether they had come by order of Emperor Leo. The man introduced himself as Brad and came here to talk about the lovely daughter of Emperor Leo, a very talented craftswoman. They are planning to marry the leader of their ancient face-clearing clan and the emperor's daughter. Their family should not lose such talent, because if they do, their marriage will not take place, and it will be an eternal shame for everyone. Kyle immediately realized that they simply didn't want this marriage to happen. Raven laughed loudly at Brad as he suggested they save their clan by marrying the leader of an ancient sect. It turns out that their emperor will give up his rule to their leader of some small sect. This is very funny. The disciple of this sect took offense at the young man's words and said that he would kill him for insulting his clan once again. The Raven continued to insult the student. All the insults can be seen in the picture. The young man's audacity forced Brad to use the ice spike technique to kill Raven. The ice bayonets flew straight at the boy and directly threatened his life. Raven looked at the bayonets, but he could do nothing more because he had no abilities. A couple of small pins created a powerful explosion with a large release of energy. Kyle joked with the boy, as if he knew that they would save him along with Christopher. Brad threatened him that he would become an enemy of the Empire for protecting this boy, but the old man did not back down. The Empire's student was very angry for this scoundrel and was sure that he would definitely get into trouble later. Later, he began to flatter and lick the ass of his master Brad. The young master challenged the protagonist to a duel, but he didn't even dare refuse, even though he could have. Kyle didn't notice it right away, but it turned out that Raven was a very brave boy. Christopher, holding the boys by the shoulders, indicated to Brad that he should give them time to prepare for the duel. The atmosphere has changed. The old man is very serious. Now Raven has no chance to refuse the duel. The boy, as always, was confident in himself and said that this is what he needed. Then they went to the ancient face cleansing sect's armory, because Raven had no weapons at all. Carl and Raven have been looking at weapons for an hour now, but he can't find anything for himself. The armory contained many rare weapons that our ancestors had used in battle, which were found after long expeditions. Raven saw nothing of value, only trash. But Carl considered these weapons valuable. Christopher actually felt sorry for the young man. Otherwise, he could have given him nothing at all. There were so many weapons that to Raven everything looked like ordinary trash. Finally, he found something. Carl was so happy for him, like a child. Our hero is just a stupid fool. There are so many weapons here, and his gaze fell on a stinking stick. Carl saw it and said that Raven was just an idiot for choosing an ordinary stick to light a fire in the fireplace. The duel was about to begin, and the referee would be this fat master named Big Man. The Big Man first introduced the newcomer from the 9 Demon Gates clan, Cain. On the other side of the field stood a stranger herding sheep named Dark Raven. Brad wished for Cain to show him how the enemies of their empire suffered. Christopher watched Raven, and Brad's behavior seemed strange for the old man. The Big Man spread his arms out to the side and announced the start of the battle while the participants stood apart. Cain disappeared from sight. His silhouette vanished, as if he had never been in the arena. The Raven didn't even notice how he was attacked, and only a small scratch remained on his neck. Kyle, Christopher, and Carl watched the battle and noticed how fast the new guy was. Cain attacked with super fast attacks, so they couldn't even be seen. The worst thing is that Cain never missed the Raven and all his blows hit their target. The others watched the battle with fear for Raven's life, but nothing could be stopped now. Cain's face was filled with rage. He was just getting the hang of it, so they wouldn't be finished anytime soon. Brad's demon disciple didn't give the protagonist a chance to escape or dodge. The picture shows how many injuries the boy receives and how he can't do anything yet. Master Big Man loudly dictates what is happening in the arena and says that things are bad for Raven. It's immediately obvious how difficult this battle is for Raven, and Cain talks about the big difference in their strength. The demon decides that he will not torture him as Brad ordered, but will simply kill him. Dark Raven didn't answer him. He only made quiet inhalations and exhalations. This terrible rage filled Cain and he released it, directing it at the Raven. The enemy's blade was aimed at the chest, where the vital organs were located. The battle only became more brutal. Cain was able to pierce Raven and he did not resist. And so he asks, after being hit in the heart, whether the crow felt better. The protagonist bowed his knees, and it felt like victory was already in Cain's hands. Suddenly, he raises his drooping head and fixes his gaze on him. It was very painful for the Raven to endure these blows. Each blow from the demon caused terrible pain. An incredibly terrifying aura from the dark bird appeared as the Raven raised its head. Cain didn't believe that the enemy boy would survive after this. He couldn't miss, and he wasn't immortal. Fear forced the newcomer to retreat, apparently. This terrible aura frightened him greatly. The Dark Master laughed at him as this child laughed now. The swordsman was sure that now he would definitely kill him and not give him a chance to survive. The battle took a different course. Cain's speed began to give way to Raven's. 5 minutes ago, the main character was missing every blow, but now Cain can't do anything. No one understands what happened, because he cannot draw his own strength from thin air. Again, he laughs in the enemy's face and says what a loser he is and what a piece of trash he is. Brad was afraid for his own student and for his life, because Raven repelled all his attacks. Carl realized that his friend was simply hiding his abilities, but Christopher denied it. The elder thought and realized that this boy was simply analyzing Cain's fighting style. He took all the blows to learn them and then dodged them all quite cleverly. No matter how smart Raven is, he has no chance of winning because he is a useless weakling. The flames of rage burst forth and Cain's body burst into flames. Now he is confident that he will incinerate his enemy in agony, so that even in hell he will be left with burns. It immediately became clear that Raven doesn't know how to fight, but teasing and provoking is his calling. Cain again pointed out to him that he was a weakling with no abilities and that he should not become arrogant. Raven saw what he needed. This battle began to arouse at least some interest in him. The snake stick looked very unreliable in his hands, as if it would break at any moment. Since Cain became serious in this battle, it means that Raven will also take the fight seriously. The elder's assistant asked why Carl sent Raven into battle with some stick. There were a lot of cool weapons in the armory, but this idiot chose some stick. Cain suddenly adopted a new fighting stance that we hadn't seen before. Brad also pointed this out. The main thing was that Raven simply couldn't dodge the attack. The swordsman has become even more dangerous now. Even with his new powers, Raven cannot see how he moves. The student was seriously scared and opened his mouth wide, but the assistant was not surprised at all. Cain was so fast that he ended up above the hero's head, which he did not expect at all. Now no one will believe that Raven can win the duel, because death came for him from the heavens. A couple more seconds and the main character will lose his head, lose his life, and his lifeless body will fall to the arena floor. But be that as it may, contrary to all expectations, some incredible instincts forced him to move. His body limply moved away from the attack. Cain's blade cut through the air, but did not hit the enemy. The Raven spun around at great speed, and now he could punish even the gods with this stick. Brad's face accurately conveyed his emotions. He had never met warriors of such level and such strength. The others were both surprised and pleased that Raven was able to hit the rookie demon in the ass with that stick. With one blow, the Dark Master was able to defeat the arrogant disciple from the 9 Demon Gates clan. The Raven hit the man's more vital organs than his heart, so he won instantly. The judge instantly declared Cain's defeat in this duel. Brad ran out to his own student, as he was afraid for his health and life. Unfortunately, the blow to Cain's dignity turned out to be fatal. I certainly wouldn't want to die like that. Brad's face turned pale as he noticed his boy begin to dissipate, just like how people die in this world. The man cursed Raven loudly because he had killed the great emperor's disciple, and the hero laughed at them. The red-haired boy has been standing there for 5 minutes and can't believe that this loser won. Kyle smiled and rejoiced at Raven's victory, even though he had no chance at all. Old man Christopher pretended to be smart, as if he couldn't figure out what other secrets Dark Raven was hiding. Raven told Brad that he couldn't blame him since Cain wanted him dead. You could tell from Brad's expression how dissatisfied and angry he was with Raven. The man didn't want this impudent trash Raven to disgrace the name of their clan. Brad's paw turned icy out of anger, and he decided to kill the impudent boy. The duel judge stood up for the boy, his speed surpassing that of modern fighter jets. The big guy managed to stop Brad's icy paw with a large solar shield. The strong solar shield prevented the ice technique from killing Dark Raven and repelled Brad's attack. The worst thing was yet to come for Brad. A wrinkled hand, cloaked in living energy, appeared above his face. 3 masters surrounded the unarmed warrior who was kneeling before them. Christopher honored the rules dictated by his ancestors, but Brad tried to break them, so he must be punished. The Ice Warrior then angrily asked Dark Raven which family he belonged to. Then he introduced himself to him as the head disciple of the Facial Cleansing Academy. Grandfather Christopher was terribly angry because Raven lied to everyone's face. Brad was very cunning and figured out how to turn the situation to his advantage so that the wedding would not take place. He told Raven to come to their empire to pass the test for the Emperor's daughter. The Ice Warrior told him to come to the gates of the 9 holy demons for a test. And once again, we are returned to the times when the Dark Raven had great popularity and incredible power. Then the demonic chicken, Raven, and Carl discussed how they would build an academy where they worship hell. Carl said that the name was not suitable, since the 9 holy demon gate sect was something else. The chicken was confident in himself. He didn't just build this academy for someone else to give it a name. The final opinion is still with Raven, and therefore he decides whether this is a good name. Master Raven simply grunted his agreement. Carl was always indignant and said what a stupid idea Chicken had, but he was always positive. The chicken brought with him a lot of books and methods with techniques from hell itself. He thinks that these books will help him improve in all directions. Master Raven also became interested in these books and manuals. These books seemed like a wonderful idea to him. With them, the Academy students would be able to absorb knowledge much faster. Carl, Chicken, and Raven discussed for a long time which technique would work well with each other. Brother Raven thinks how surprised Carl would be to see his academy in the future now. He notices how the sect and the academy have strayed from the true path. But he made a promise to Carl in the past that he would protect their academies. In the middle of the night, a man in a cloak approached the statue where the Raven sat. It was Christopher who scolded him for sitting on the statue of his great ancestors. The old man wants to have a discussion since they have already come to a common decision. He looked menacingly at Raven. The new student immediately understood that he needed to go to the main hall. Even if Christopher's face was very frightening, Raven liked the fact that they decided to discuss this with him. From the moment the protagonist is accepted as a head disciple, he has many restrictions. In the main hall, the clan elders told him that he must obey their rules and must not bring shame on their sect. He will also have to wear the uncomfortable traditional costume of their facial cleansing sect. The old man understands that it will be difficult for them to get along with him since he is already creating problems for them. After defeating the demon disciple, he will be hunted by more powerful and dangerous demons. The old man wants to say by this that the boy is now in great danger. Raven doesn't understand what he has to fear if he is their best student. These words angered the old man. Christopher's head was burning brightly with anger, and Kyle told him not to be so cocky. Then Dark Raven thought about what techniques he could learn to win the test. These techniques must also be combined with the snake stick he used to defeat Cain. He then thought for a long time about the useful technique hidden in the Demon Empire. He pointed with his finger at the combat equipment he would like to receive. It would definitely help him. Kyle asked how a normal mortal technique, fate calculation, would help him. This technique is a perfect match for his weapon at the moment. Old Christopher remained silent, as he had nothing to say. But then Charles was ordered to bring a sword from the armory. Raven agreed to take the sword, but it was already late and time to go to bed. The boy said that they were leaving, and Carl began to teach him manners and rules of conduct. Kyle asked Brother Christopher with suspicion why he agreed to every whim of this boy. Christopher answered him that the Raven turns any evil into good luck. Perhaps a miracle will happen now and this boy will win the test in the Demon Empire. Meanwhile, it was pitch dark outside. Carl and Raven were looking for the best student's room. The best student's room was very spacious, with a bed, a mirror, a bathroom, and a lot of free space. Raven sat on the bed and read a book with techniques with great interest. Carl was happy for his new friend, as he was able to become their main student so quickly. Raven asked Carl what he thought about the technique of calculating fate. Red asked him if he had managed to learn this technique to ask him about it. The Raven immediately stood up happily and said that he wanted to practice his new skill with him. His friend turned pale at his suggestion, because it was the middle of the night outside and they were going to train. As we learned, nothing will stop Verona, and now they are already outside under the moon. The hero assumed a fighting stance and warned his comrade to be prepared for serious training. He thought that just studying would be boring for them, so he came up with something more interesting. Carl didn't immediately understand what his best student wanted to tell him when he spoke about this. Raven proposes a 10-round fight using only the technique of calculating fate. They are going to play a game of submission to each other for a month. Carl accepted the challenge of a fierce battle with the new student without hesitation. Then he immediately realized that he should expect a very weak level of training from Raven. Carl was faced with a completely unprepared warrior with the most unprofessional level. Round after round, the boy took the redhead's blows and could do nothing about it. The red brother believes that Raven wants to win, but he is unlikely to have enough self-confidence. By the 9th round, the battle had reached its highest level of brutality. There was one last round left, the 10th. Raven was in terrible condition, and Carl was in excellent condition. Red was already ready to take victory into his own hands, delivering the winning blow. An incredibly furious expression is depicted on Carl. And again, at the very last moment, Raven smiled and thanked for the advice. The white stripe on the painting showed the trajectory of Dark Raven's strike. From the very beginning, we believed that Carl would win, but at the last moment, Raven caught his comrade. Thanks to this battle, Raven fully mastered the technique of calculating fate. The red-haired comrade froze when he realized that he had lost, his face completely conveying his surprise. The hero immediately remembered the argument, and now Carl obeys him for the entire month. For now, the redhead can rest, but then he will figure out what to do with him. Previously, he knew that his sect would slowly die out since there was no one else to help them. But in this mortal child, he saw hope in reviving the clan back to the highest level. He immediately shouted out the name of Raven with gigantic hope for a better future for their sect. At that time, he did not understand at all why this fool was screaming in the middle of the night. Carl said that Raven would revive their dying clan, and Raven saw someone familiar in the background. He looked back and noticed the familiar silhouette of his old friend, whom he had promised to protect this place. Here is the empire of the gates of the 9 holy demons, where Raven must pass the test. One of the elders and Brad were discussing how it happened that this child was dead. In the picture, he is terribly darkened. Brad explains in the background that he never expected such an outcome of events. Father Cain developed a terrible hatred for Raven, who dared to kill his bright star. The master repeated to Cain's father that his son was freed from torment and that he should not lose heart because of this. This man's words will never bring peace to a parent who has lost their child. This man's tears were flowing like a river. He didn't know where to turn because he was overwhelmed with emotions. The master continued to speak inappropriate words about self-improvement without saying words of encouragement. This made Father Cain even more angry. As he left the room, he repeated Raven's name several times. On the verge of negative emotions, a terrible demon of hatred enters the Dark Soldier. The battle arena was too lively in the morning, with many people from the sect gathered there. Christopher said that this test was very important, so Raven should not disgrace himself. The boy immediately said that he was confident in his abilities and that no one should worry about him. Senior Big Guy is the leader of this expedition, so a great deal of responsibility falls on him. Carl and Big Guy accompany Raven to make sure nothing happens to him on the road. And so our Gandalf pointed his hand towards the demonic empire and told them to go on their way. The three entered the gates with great confidence, and no one hesitated in their decision to let the Raven go for a test. Only Carl was worried that Raven would behave disrespectfully towards his rivals. The boy told him that there was no need to worry so early, they hadn't even seen their greeting yet. A statue with a crystal appeared above their heads and simply hung there. When he appeared, even the elders Doroviak could not contain his emotions and was surprised by something. No one came to greet them in the entire empire, which is why their surprise was so strong. A dark silhouette appeared in the middle of the eerily empty arena, which the Big Guy was able to spot. It was that same Guardian Thompson from the 9 Demon Gate clan. The master scolds Thompson for being late and for his inappropriate attitude towards their sect. The guard replied rudely that their leader was not present here, so they had no choice. The Big Guy was only angered by his answer, and tension filled the air. This tension was resolved by Raven, who told the master to calm down, because all evil comes back like a boomerang. Thompson's dark aura weighs on our heroes like water at the bottom of the ocean. Thompson was very happy to see the famous Raven, so he offered to show himself to their leader. He then removed his own pressure on them and said that he would direct them to their quarters. The boy told him not to worry. They would find a place for themselves and said goodbye to Thompson. Later, he ran in the other direction and called everyone to follow him to look around. Thompson's whole demeanor showed how dissatisfied he was and how he thought that Raven wouldn't leave here alive with this behavior. After some time, they arrived at the main arena of this clan and looked at it with fiery eyes. The fighting arena was of astonishing proportions, surrounded by giant statues of various animals. These stone idols stood in a circle in this arena and showed the greatness of the ruling family. Even the big guy was surprised by the scale, even though he had come here before. Suddenly, Raven approached his red-haired friend to suggest something dangerous. The most interesting thing for Raven was to climb to the very top of this statue. Carl's mouth dropped open when Raven suggested this to him. Just look at his face. Of course, Carl tried to calm the boy down, but he was too unapproachable for him. The Raven reminded him that he had to obey him for the entire month. Carl fell to his knees out of desperation so that he wouldn't be forced to do some kind of crap. The fat man stood behind the student and told him to leave Carl alone. He still won't be able to convince the boy. Raven himself told him so. Then the big man took the best student by the cloak and said that the best students deserve the best. After these beautiful words, he threw the boy into the air, an action he found to his liking. Just a moment and the hero finds himself at the very top. The master's strength still amazes. Here he is already on the statue and will soon begin to look at the views from above. The boy noted that Storoviak's skill was at its best, so he threw him all the way here. The master explained his behavior by saying that they were not treated as guests, so they would not be polite either. Students of the demonic academy noticed the man on the statue and called the guards. The big guy and Carl realized that they had made a serious mistake. People began to threaten the main character, and he, to spite them, called them a pack of dogs. Raven felt the aura of death and destruction, which is why his calm look changed so much. At the height of the bird's flight, a senior student of the academy appeared with a dagger who wanted Raven dead. You may have recognized him. He is the father of the Kane Academy student who died at the hands of the Raven. The Raven laughed at him and called him a flying dog that had flown out of the flock. A golden light began to form between them, similar to Master Zdoroviak's technique. And once again, a large solar shield saves Raven from 100% death. A large surge of energy appeared at the height. Father Kane's attack was quite strong. Having landed successfully, he asked how he dared to interfere with the neutralization of the intruder. The boy noted that he was having even more fun with his teacher. Raven was no longer averse to getting into a fight with this academy student. Carl began to cry loudly because it was so difficult for them to get along with people because of their best student. Clint reminded Raven that he had recently killed his son Kane and that he was going to avenge him. The guy is going not only to take revenge, but also to make the child suffer. The boy didn't even recognize him as anyone, and he didn't understand why they disliked him so much either. Clint told who told him about his son's death and knows that our hero killed him. Raven finally recognized his opponent's father, but nothing about Clint made him afraid. Only 3 loud apologies on his knees will help Raven, after which he will die quickly and without pain. After these words, Clint began to smile widely, like a demon with a dark aura. Masters Thompson and Brad returned and told Clint not to create conflict with the top student of the Facial Cleansing Academy. Moreover, Raven is to blame for that conflict with Kane, since he provoked the fight. Thompson then noted that he knew about Raven's weakness. He was an ordinary mortal with no skills. They became even more angry because their classmate was able to be killed by an ordinary mortal. Then he confidently replied that their friend had disgraced himself in battle with a helpless mortal. He also happily accepted Clint's challenge to fight him in this arena. Only in this arena will they fight together not for life, but to the death. This is the 4th time Clint has mentioned his son's death, and Raven says that at their academy, all they know is talk. The lively crowd unanimously wished the young father luck in avenging their friend and his son. Thompson has been wanting to get rid of one troublemaker in the arena ever since they met. The worst thing for Raven is that Teacher Biggie cannot intervene in the fight. Carl is confident that Raven will win any battle, even if the enemy is many times stronger than him. True, now Clint is much stronger than his son Kane, and our hero will have to try hard. Now it is clear that Raven has become more professional than before, but he still has many weaknesses. One of these weaknesses was his left shoulder, which Clint immediately tried to injure. A successful hit to the left shoulder delighted the stands as much as a big jackpot delights inveterate gamblers. The master and Carl were worried about their comrade, although they believed that he was ready for anything. Then the boy remembered their conversation during training with Raven of the fate calculation technique. It was created by Emperor Charlemagne himself, the namesake of our red-haired boy. The same emperor perfected this technique, so it is incomparable in everything. Carl began to remember why this technique was originally invented, and now he remembered. This ancient technique remained the great emperor's unpredictable strong attack. The attack is so effective that it can kill any enemy with one blow. It's a shame that everyone forgets the secrets of the ancient academies they study in, which is why their facial cleansing academy is dying. A barrage of powerful attacks from our protagonist should knock Clint off his feet. In the picture, we see something terrible. Cutting attacks passed through his body. Even with a wounded shoulder, Raven defeated his opponent and proved his superiority over all the students of the Demonic Academy. Thompson and Brad were somehow scared of this boy now. He really is strong. The students were stupefied. They didn't know where to go and couldn't say a word. The Raven was more terrible than ever. No one had ever seen him so furious. Thompson was just as scary, his rage unleashing a lot of energy that made the hair on his strange hairstyle flutter. The allies began to sense something dangerous in the air. Was Thompson really going to kill Raven? Thompson did not believe that any mortal dared to kill his student and therefore was very angry. The Ice Demon's anger was beyond words. He was ready to kill Raven, but the big man stopped him. Brad and Thompson were told they had no right to violate their own rules of engagement. The elder replied that he knew the rules well and always observed them. It is true that every master will fear for his student when he creates such big problems for them. A crowd of people, one after another, wanted to fight him to prove their strength. At the most unexpected moment, the weather worsened and a thundercloud appeared in the sky above the academy. A face appeared on the thundercloud, and the elders immediately recognized their chief master of the Demon Academy. Thompson and Brad greeted the academy's Grand Master. The other students also knelt down to greet the ruler. The Grand Master said that Clint himself was to blame for his death due to his negligence, and Raven must heal his wounds and complete the test in order to get out of here, since he is not welcome here. The boy answered him that he did not want to stay there for long, so he was waiting for his test. Brad saw a great opportunity to kill Raven if he didn't want to rest, and his first test will be a hike through the Forest of Chaos, where inexplicable things happen. This forest was created by ancient sages to educate the student and make him stronger. The whole difficulty lies in 14 stone slabs, each of which increases the level of difficulty of the test. The forest is overflowing with demons, and they appear as soon as he steps onto a new slab. It is encouraging that all demons are illusions and no one receives physical harm. Brad warned Raven that if he didn't leave in time when he felt weak in the forest, he would be possessed by a demon. They also really don't want the head disciple of the Facial Cleansing Academy to be disgraced. The main character waved his hand pathetically at them and told them to quickly start the test and compete with someone. Thompson's wild look said it all. There was no point in competing with him. He would lose anyway. Well, since Raven was so eager for competition, the elder was not against playing a game. The boy smiled cheekily when he realized that Thompson had started taking him seriously. The man told the protagonist that he would regret acting so arrogantly. Then one bald student with a red stone on his forehead said that last time Thompson reached the 5th slab. This time Thompson doesn't look as confident as before. The feeling is completely different. The boys began to think that this time he would reach the 8th plate and defeat the Raven. He is already on the 5th step and nothing can stop him. Here is already the 6th step. Something truly scary appeared. Even his steps became less confident. This is what Thompson felt when hundreds of demons tested him inside the Forest of Chaos. It was already the 6th step, and he felt simply terrible. The enemies simply wouldn't let him pass. Gritting his teeth, he thinks that the 6th plate is his limit, which he cannot overcome yet. The elder is not one of those people who give up so easily when the rotten hands of corpses crawl out from under the ground. Here appeared the annoying ghosts with a blue aura. They were going to kill the already weak Thompson. Thompson used his powers to kill every single skeletal ghost, causing their skulls to burst into flames. So he took the step to the 7th step, but this is only half of the whole test. All his friends and students are rejoicing because their older brother has achieved incredible success, even with such hard work. The Raven saw everything and knew his main mistake. The forest was testing his spiritual mastery, but he got through it all with brute force. As the protagonist said, he will encounter negative energy in the form of a hand that will drive him away from here. An unknown force pushed him so hard that he flew out of the forest at high speed. Thompson's body fell to the rough ground, leaving all onlookers in shock. Elder Thompson, with his strange hairstyle, says that he underestimated the power of this forest, which is why he didn't even reach the 8th slab. Everyone, except Raven's comrades, encouraged him with warm words, as if he had tried hard. Brad added with a smile that Thompson would definitely become the chief elder sooner or later. For such kind flattery, Thompson thanked Master Brad with a face full of hope. Suddenly, a little Raven came up and also encouraged him, saying that he had tried hard. Although for Thompson's age, the 7th stage of the Chaos Forest is quite a weak level. One day, toward the end of his life, Thompson will be able to traverse this forest of losers. Thompson's face completely conveyed his dejected state after the boy's words. Brad defended his comrade, reminding Raven that they had been waiting a long time for our hero to show himself, and would probably wait a long time. The raven always said some kind of barbed words, so in his past life he was deprived of a voice. Brad was tired of listening to the impudent boy talk and told him to get to work. Dark Raven says that he deliberately gave Thompson a chance to prove himself so that he would not fall into despair after he passed the test completely. The guy with the weird haircut stood up and started threatening the boy, and Brad stopped him. He said that Raven was just a mortal asshole who was incapable of anything, so he made a bet with him that if he failed the test, he would kneel. And if he does manage to pass the test, Thompson will kneel before him. Thompson can't wait for his opponent to lose and kneel before him. He began to enter the forest, and a dark aura enveloped him from all sides. But Raven did not feel this pressure. Many people from the Demonic Academy began to gather for this event. They have been waiting for a long time, and so some have gone to get snacks or just to eat. When everyone returned, Raven stood in the same place and did not move. The students began shouting at him to move at least one step and not stand there and waste their time. Carl noticed that a lot of people started to gather, and because of them it became so noisy, and this was so annoying. His serious gaze turned towards the path with slabs where Raven stood. Carl didn't see anything strange in his stupor, although he didn't know if he would be able to cross even one slab. His condition showed that he seemed to be in a deep sleep and was concentrating on the upcoming battle. Suddenly, the demons with eyes showed their power and surrounded the hero from all sides. Raven's piercing gaze did something completely different from what Thompson did when he went through with brute force. He showed his skill and destroyed every demon, and they could not do anything to him. The bald man with the stone in his forehead and the long-eared Cheburashka noticed that their opponent had started to move. The boy Cheburashka thought that Raven was frozen on that step forever. The freaks thought that the guy was just fighting to the end because he was afraid of losing the bet. Brad said that everything was not at all as the freaks thought. He felt something different. In fact, Raven seems a little too relaxed for a challenge of this level. And now he's already on the third slab and he's moving forward without stopping for a second. Wow, fire, he thought, from the very depths of hell. Very original. The fourth slab tried to stop him with demonic chains. These chains also couldn't hold him back. Then on the fifth one, demonic beams of energy began. Here is the sixth step. He did not feel a single attack on himself. It was as if they passed him by. Finally, ghosts with skulls and unbridled magical power appeared. The general's spirit and the raven's creepy face must drive the ghosts back to their hell. The ghost's eyes began to fall out of their sockets, and again he goes through everything without brute force. It can't be, Raven's comrades think. Will he really pass by so easily? The protagonist turned around to tell him that he was making too much noise. The students of the Demon Academy caught Raven cheating due to the ease of his passage. The demons put spokes in his wheels to get him kicked out. Otherwise, Thompson would have to fulfill the terms of the bet. Suddenly, their shouts and cries were stopped by Brad, as they were preventing him from observing the boy. He knows well that the Forest of Chaos tests the mastery of the spirit, not brute force, and no one has ever managed to cheat here before. It only looks like he is cheating, but in reality, he simply has the impressive energy of his spirit mastery. Brad is sure that it is impossible to pass this test at such a young age, otherwise he will die. After the 7th level, a strange and powerful Buddha power began to appear. The entire dark forest was covered in light for Raven, as if the sun itself had become his enemy. But in fact, it was a statue of an old golden Buddha with a thick mustache and a long black beard. The statue offered the boy a small figure representing power. Among the assortment of Buddha statues was a majestic army, which signified strength. A choice was also offered with beauty and love. With them, Raven will be met and loved only by true beauties, as in the picture. Well, the most valuable and most important thing that stands above every ruler and sovereign is money and wealth. This whole choice of 4 wishes was so tempting that even the apathetic Raven became interested. True, this was an excellent trap of the great Buddha, who was waiting for the enemy to lose his vigilance. A powerful and large-scale attack from a golden sword landed right on Raven's head. Something went wrong. The old man's face conveyed that his enemy had not only suffered, but had not received any damage at all. He stood right under the majestic golden sword and didn't even get a scratch. Then he began to laugh loudly at him, as if not a hair would fall from his head if he hit so weakly. And again he uttered just one word, which caused Buddha to simply disappear from the face of the earth. That's it. Not a single enemy remained. He passed the 14th slab and passed the test of the spirit. Now he even became a little bored, he says, after he dispelled the great Buddha. Just look at Thompson's face as he stares into space for what feels like 5 minutes now. The big guy was surprised that Raven passed by so easily and stood in a stupor for a whole hour. He replied that he had checked them out and was teasing them, so he stood with his eyes closed on the first slab. He then reminded Thompson to keep the bet in mind and to do some preparation before the wish was granted. The demon became even more angry, the veins on his neck and face bulging with anger. Only now did Dark Raven realize who he was arguing with, because they and this family of demons don't know how to keep promises. This test proved once again that Thompson is just a jerk who doesn't even keep his promises. Brad suggested moving on to the next test, which would prove his true strength. This time, the ice demon will show them where the crayfish spend the winter, and now Raven will have to duel any opponent. Then he told him that he had already killed 2 of his students. Now they would test him until all the others died, he asked. Thompson shouted that he would now fight him to defend his honor. The Raven asked a bold and at the same time rude question. Do you also want to die without honor and dignity? Now Thompson looks like a real demon who will dishonor his opponent. The Raven told him that Thompson would not be able to lose a second time because he would die. The master approached Brad to ask him for permission to fight, but if he lost, he would greatly disgrace the demon clan. Something inside made Brad give the junior elder permission to fight. Now Thompson was more serious than ever, because he had previously underestimated his own enemy. Brad will be the referee for the fight. Thompson stands on the left with a large sword, and Raven stands on the right. He is much smaller than his opponent. The demon, raising his sword, told him to draw his blade or knife from its sheath. Raven asked him, Dude, do you really think you're worthy of me getting my knife out? For such a weak opponent as Thompson, this fireplace stick will be enough for the main character. With the same stick, he killed their student Kane a couple of days ago, hitting him in the balls. Shit, man, you've got to be kidding me, Thompson asks. How are you going to win with a regular fireplace stick? Brad remembered this unusual stick. In the last match, he killed Kane with it. Something is definitely wrong with this stick, Brad thought. And with the help of the divine eye technique, he will look at all the power. Even after examining it, Brad didn't notice anything about it. It was just an ordinary broken stick. Thompson understands that no matter how strange his opponent may act, he must be serious in this fight. He immediately ran towards him to carry out his attack on the little Raven. Using the lightning demonic step technique, he teleports behind Raven. No one would ever have noticed how quickly Thompson was behind him. With a simple broken fireplace stick, he stopped Thompson's attack. Anyone in Raven's place would have been a corpse by now, but he somehow managed to see the attack and escape. Thompson's face conveyed the exact phrase, God, how is this even possible? The boy showed him now what a big difference in strength there was between them. Thompson felt humiliated once again, as if he had been dipped into a vat of shit. After defending Raven, his hands shook like the red knees of a first-year student during a test with a teacher. Once again, Thompson confidently approaches an opponent he knows nothing about and thinks he will win. Only the boy's stick always stops his giant sword. Raven has proven time and again that a bad dancer will dance poorly even in expensive shoes. Still, Thompson is unlikely to win this way, otherwise he will need to come up with something. Raven proves to us all that he will be stronger than any opponent in a duel. This masterpiece of an attack threw back the already weakened Thompson, as he had no strength left. The freaks didn't understand how their strongest brother couldn't defeat an ordinary mortal without abilities. Thompson was on edge. His strength was leaving him. He had spent too much energy on all these attacks. Brad himself already thinks that Thompson is simply a nobody, since he is a disgrace to their clan. The ice demon told him to get up from his knees and show his true strength. Carl asked the master why Thompson had attacked so boldly first and then simply retreated. The big guy told him that this was his genius. Thompson wanted to know how Raven was able to anticipate all of his attacks and not miss a single one. Little Raven told him that he had better give up if he didn't know the secret of this stick. Once upon a time, in this forest of chaos, there lived a terribly powerful snake. Anyone who made their way into its lair faced death. One day, someone more adapted appeared in the forest and cleared the forest of such a dangerous creature. It was a magical living tree of terror that pierced the serpent. The whole secret of his strength was in the branches, and it was from this branch that his stick was made. The same stick was used by the great master Raven, as it could predict the enemy's weak points. With this stick, he raised 3 great emperors, on the lands where all the current people and demons live. Even Emperor Charlemagne could not overcome Master Raven with this stick. After this story about the snake stick, Raven offered Thompson to surrender or face death. Something inexplicable began to happen to Thompson. His skin turned green. "You're a son of a bitch," Thompson says. Now he's about to show his true form. Thompson's father was a golden-striped demon snake, and so he could metamorphose into this creature. Raven has been mocking him for a long time. Now it's his turn in this form to show who the loser is. Little Raven hadn't seen such a graceful transformation in a long time, so much so that all his actions were blocked. Carl also realized that the boy was in great danger because the demonic snake could freeze the opponent's movements. The big guy also thinks that Raven should be careful against Thompson in his demon snake form. After the metamorphosis, Thompson gains several new skills and doubles his own strength. The protagonist laughed at him when he became so confident after the metamorphosis. The Raven spoke confidently and boldly, but in reality he was paralyzed by the snake's ability. Thompson could clearly see how his opponent was trembling and thought that he was afraid of him. The hero's comrades were terrified when the ferocious demon rushed to attack. The freaks shouted at their guard to bite the young impudent fellow alive. Once again, we were presented with the image of the demonic snake being pierced by the legendary staff of Master Raven. This time he even felt sorry for Thompson. Since he couldn't do anything, this stick controlled him. No matter how sorry he felt for the demonic serpent, death could not be undone. The Raven reminded the judge that it was time to announce the winner of this fair duel. Brad felt like he would have to answer for his student's loss to Emperor Leo, and the opposing Raven team rejoiced at his victory. No one could have expected anything from him. Brad, meanwhile, began to remember the conversation with the Dark Emperor Leo, he said. Lev promised that if Brad made his clan a source of ridicule, he would live out his last days in hellish torment. The condition of his ruler frightens even me very much. It's scary to even imagine what a tyrant he is. The ice demon cannot allow this mortal to marry the Emperor's daughter. And once again, Brad's strength will come into play, with which he will kill Raven and not allow their clan to be disgraced. He has no choice but to take his life, because a marriage between their talented daughter and a mortal would be an eternal shame for their clan. While Raven is not expecting anything and wants to clean his stick, he will kill him. The big guy and Carl don't even expect that they too will have to be killed along with Raven. Brad can only save himself by killing Raven, Big Guy, and Carl. The ice spike technique was ideal for stealth assassination, especially when no evidence needed to be left behind. Brad can be understood because either he will kill them or his ruler will kill him. The ice spike is especially powerful because Brad can fire it from his finger like a gun. The sharp spike should, in theory, pierce right through Raven's chest and no one will be able to stop it. At the most unexpected moment, when even Raven's allies were in disarray, someone stopped the ice spike with a boulder. Even the ice killer couldn't understand what happened here. Where could this stupid stone have come from? What kind of asshole did this dirty trick? Raven's face showed his rage. This was the second time Brad had tried to kill him in the back. Brad even screwed up here. Now his death will be inevitable, and he himself understands it. The guardian of the sky, in the form of a statue, threw this stone when Brad threw the ice spike. Apparently, even the ancestors themselves are tired of watching this fraud go unpunished. The comrades did not know that these statues of legendary ancestors could move. The freaks from the Demon Academy shook under the wrath from the heavens. The fat man looked at the statue of his own ancestor and felt ashamed of his own behavior. The Academy's ancestor himself decided to punish them for their inappropriate behavior. The students of the Demon Academy began to greet their heavenly ancestor, who, together with the other ancestors, built everything here. When Brad saw the guardian of the skies fighting at Raven's side, his mouth dropped. The statue knelt before the young master, and Brad was already in complete despair. The protagonist never pities anyone. In a cold voice, he told the statue to get rid of the enemy. The statue immediately understood its master's order and looked at its opponent. At that moment, the ice demon's mind disappeared and he began to laugh like a madman. Before his closing eyes, he could see the statue of his ancestor and the one who would kill him. Death was before his eyes. Brad's whole life had to pass before his eyes. Then the statue simply swatted the guardian of the 9 gates like a mosquito that had drunk blood. The freaks began to understand that things were bad and that the ancestor could no longer be controlled. The statue is controlled by the Raven, who forces him to get rid of them all. Young Raven ran up to his comrades and said that he had instilled in all his students this fear of disrespect for the rules of their ancestors. The big guy and Carl didn't understand what their friend had done, why after his words the statue began to attack the allies. It all happened when Raven climbed up that statue to fool around. They spoke to each other in the ancient secret language of their ancestors. After a few words, the ancient guardian recognized the legendary Master Raven, and the legendary monster that had stood in this arena for duels and training for centuries awoke. Then Raven said that if you know the secret language and are familiar with the masters, you can awaken them. Carl then realized that their ancestors are always with them, live in their hearts, and should never be forgotten. The students of the demonic academy did not respect their ancestors and their rules, so this was an excuse to get rid of them. A dark silhouette of a powerful master emerged from the storm cloud to stop the statue. The golden chain summoned by the dark master flew towards the ancient ancestor. The master in the golden cloak fell down and bound the heavenly guard with golden chains. From the hand of this monster, it is clear that this is one of the demons of this academy, and he is very powerful in strength. This golden-robed demon is the only one here who could stop this giant statue by force. The big guy and Carl lost their spirit when they saw that strong demon. A true expert has arrived to console the ancient builder of this academy. The demon emperor himself asked from the heavens for Raven to calm the statue while the unknown master held it. Young Raven told the emperor to show his face first and then demand something from them. The demon from heaven suggested that they meet for a cup of tea and he would calm the ancestor down. These conditions completely satisfied our main hero. Now he will spare their academy. Raven's friend didn't expect at all that his new friend would spare the demon emperor himself. Half an hour passed. Raven calmed the statues in an ancient lost language, and Emperor Leo invited them to his home. So the young and talented Raven and the great Emperor Leo met. From Raven's side, Leo looked very big. He noticed that the young master knew the ancient language of the ancestral statues. The protagonist realized that the emperor had become kind to him because he knew these ancient languages. Something in his interlocutor's words seemed terribly funny to Lev, so he began to laugh loudly. The emperor liked that the young Raven grasped everything on the fly, and he really liked it. Leo was very interested in such a student and asked if he knew all 4 lost ancestral languages. The Raven pulled the cup of tea to his face and replied, "Of course, I know all the languages of antiquity." Leo offered him to become the head student of the demonic academy if he told him all the secrets of these languages. While drinking tea, he muttered that he had no intention of leaving his own facial cleansing sect. As much as Raven didn't want to go to his academy, he really liked the tea. Since Raven refused him, he reminded him that their sect had marriage contracts between the main talents of the clans. Leo looked towards the exit and called his daughter Lily, who was to marry Raven. The emperor told this beauty to come in and meet her fiancé first. It was immediately clear from Lilia's face that she was very unhappy with this wedding. And then they decided to show us her story, her character and her disposition. The events are transferred to the embankment of the empire. Lilia's friend remarked on the beauty of the embankment and the view on it, and the beauty agreed with her, but said that she would get tired of it eventually anyway. The friend said that no one would ever get tired of Lilia's beauty and started laughing. The girl said that Her Majesty would be happy when she found a worthy man. Lily laughed at her subordinate's suggestion because she was still so stupid. In fact, a man worthy of Lilia's hand and heart has not yet been born on Earth. But all her plans were thwarted by our hero, who is not particularly handsome or skilled. And now she stands behind the door to the room where her hated future husband is. Leo tells his daughter to come into the room to meet her future man. This beauty's face clearly shows how unhappy she is that her man is some kind of small, ugly child. The emperor did not know that Lily did not want to enter the room, so he told her not to be shy and to come in. She realized that no matter how much she didn't want to go inside, she had to do it. From early childhood, her father took her into his family and raised her with all his love. Therefore, she resolutely entered the room, since she could not repay her father in any other way except by marrying Raven. For this reason, she must fulfill her duty to her master, who gave her everything she has. When she opened the door, all the discontent disappeared from her face, as if it had never been there. The girl took a deep breath and then exhaled to the side to prepare for the greeting. The Raven examined her with his eyes and said nothing to her yet. She seems to be very nice to our protagonist and is happy to greet the young master, and to Verona she seems like a nice girl. She didn't like the boy's reaction. It was immediately clear from her inner thoughts. Lily thought she could manipulate him like a doll to punish him for his impudence to become her husband. The emperor decided to start a conversation and agree on teaching ancient languages, but Raven interrupted him. Regarding the engagement, he suggested simply forgetting about it, since he did not want to live together with this beauty. This shocked Leo and Lily, because for what purpose did he come here and defeat so many enemies? The father began to wonder what goals the young master was pursuing, since he did not want riches or marriage with his beautiful daughter. Lev asked him not to joke like that, because now was perhaps the most important moment in his life. After all, Lilia is a very talented and beautiful girl, and with her, a wonderful, prosperous future awaits him. The princess couldn't even imagine who would marry this dwarf except her. Raven decided to stop them. because they didn't understand him at all, and the problem wasn't theirs at all. The main problem is that Lily simply doesn't interest His Majesty Master Raven. When Lily heard that the main character was not interested in her, she became incredibly angry. Her face didn't fully convey the anger and shock she was actually feeling. The girl simply had nothing to say in response to the impudent boy, because she had never been rejected before. Lev said that there was no need to rush, especially with such important decisions, since they still needed to be discussed with his clan. Raven replied that he himself did not want to marry his daughter, so talking to his clan would not help. Once their conversation was over, it was time to say goodbye, and the young master was about to leave. A large and terrifying aura rose around Raven as he stood up from his seat. These are the exact emotions the heroes experienced at the end of the conversation. Leo doesn't understand what he wants. Raven laughs at them, and Lily is in a bad mood. But they showed each other such kind emotions, as if all their thoughts were straightforward. Before leaving, he remembered that he had to teach Mr. Lev the secret languages of the ancient statues. Leo had almost forgotten. If Raven hadn't reminded him, he would have left without leaving anything. In exchange for knowledge, Raven wants to forget about the engagement, but wants to take Lily into his clan. Lily will work as a servant in the Raven clan if she joins his clan. Then, when Raven offered Lily to become his servant, she bore these words with great difficulty. Carl and the big guy asked why he had abandoned the wedding and was offering the talented beauty to become their servant. Raven assures them that he can save their face-cleansing sect from extinction without becoming Leo's son-in-law. Moreover, this girl will become their student in a couple of days, and this is much more important than some wedding. Those two didn't expect to hear this at all, which can be seen from their grimaces. Raven really likes to surprise them, so he lied about Lily becoming their apprentice in the clan, and they didn't even understand anything. At that time, the red-haired friend did not know that they would have to tell their elder Christopher that the wedding would not take place. The main character said that they could always come up with something, so they shouldn't be afraid. And now, in just a moment, they stand before the elders in the main hall. Kyle met Raven negatively, angrily calling out Raven's name in fragments. He immediately shouted loudly that he was a secret spy of the Nine-Gate Demon clan. Master Raven didn't understand at all what Kyle wanted to achieve from him with such loud shouts instead of a greeting. Carl has a working head. He immediately realized that Master Kyle was unhappy with Raven's appearance. The comrade realized that he needed to clean his dirty traditional cloak, which Christopher had given him before leaving for the competition. And with the final movement, Carl cleans and dries the traditional costume of Master Raven. The young master didn't even expect that his suit would be cleaned so quickly. And now, once again, Kyle accuses the newcomer of being a spy from the demon clan. Then he became curious as to why the elder suspected him of being a spy. Kyle suspects him of being too strange and sudden in his appearance. The story about the ancient token doesn't sound true since he got it from some pimp, and this thing is very expensive, and the only rich clan nearby is the demon clan. Without any abilities and being an ordinary mortal, he defeated such powerful masters. Carl added that he also lost to Raven, but Kyle didn't care at all, as he believed that he was right. Then he learned that he knew 4 ancient languages of the statues, but he had nothing in common with his ancestors. Based on these 3 points, Kyle came to several conclusions that identified him as a spy. Therefore, all the elders think that Raven's soul has been taken over by the demon Emperor Lion. Kyle's words created a very tense atmosphere that put pressure on Raven and his friends. With his answer, the Raven sarcastically hints to the elder that with such an imagination he should write fairy tales. And even if he was a spy, then why would a large empire lose 3 strong warriors for the sake of 1 small sect? Kyle became even more furious. Christopher calmed him down, because there were much more interesting questions. The old man was more interested in asking another question than deciding who was a spy and who was a comrade. Then Christopher asked why Raven had refused the engagement. Was it because she was not beautiful enough for him? He replied that their small clan should not rely on others to achieve its former greatness. Raven explained to them that after meeting with Emperor Leo, it became clear how perceptive he was, and that he would not cause problems by breaking off the engagement. And he already has his own plan on how to get their face-cleansing sects off their knees and back on their feet. Then the sect leader answered him that it was easier said than done. Still, Raven passed the test, and so earned a gift from the boss in the form of a pair of techniques from the treasury. Master Bigman told Carl to take the boy to the treasury and told him to say goodbye. Kyle was dissatisfied with the outcome of this conversation, and it will definitely create a lot of problems in the future. Here is the legendary statue of the Great Master Dark Raven, who was our main character in a past life. It is here that the treasury of their ancient clan is located. Here, Raven can choose one thing. Carl said, walking up the stairs, that there are even divine weapons from the heavens themselves. Little Raven stopped, causing Carl to turn around and see what had happened. He wondered if he could talk to this statue and control it in any way. After Carl's question, Raven felt the aura of the legendary master in the background. Young Raven saw the silhouettes of his students, with whom he built this clan in his past life. Images from a past life began to pop up in my head as Carl told his students about the Raven. This man learned that Lord Dark Raven helped them build this legendary clan. They decided that building a statue of the legendary master here would be a great idea and named it Heavenly Crow Peak. They thought it would be very good if masters from all over the world came here and paid tribute to the great master. They then jumped into Darkbird's arms so that he could teach them new techniques. Then he simply brushed them aside with a snakewood stick. When the memories stopped, the young Raven smiled widely and pretended not to know this Dark Raven. Suddenly, an unknown man appeared behind the statue, sitting and giving no sign. He was absolutely silent. His hair and beard covered his face, and his clothes looked shabby. The Raven asked his friend why he was covered in chains and did not respond to them or their words. Carl himself does not know who he is, but according to him, he has been sitting here for a long time and the elders do not know him. Rumor has it that this guy was some kind of genius of their sect, but for his crimes he was chained here to protect the statue. Carl hinted ambiguously to Raven that he should be careful not to end up in that bearded man's place. They had just arrived at the gate to the treasury of their face-cleansing sect. From a bird's-eye view, it looked quite large, especially for such a small academy. There were 3 buildings in total, a library, an armory, and a treasury, each signed on a blue plaque. The conversations between Carl and Raven attracted a lot of outside attention from the best students. Carl told him to be quiet, as their caustic conversations were attracting a lot of unnecessary attention, which Raven didn't care about. The main character wanted to visit the library as soon as possible, and he ran to it with great eagerness. He was surprised at how many people there were, and for some reason everyone immediately started looking at the two of them. These 2 students immediately recognized Raven out of envy, as he became the top student on the very first day. They quietly whispered about him, saying that he had a mortal body and no abilities. Others discussed the rumors Kyle had spread about Raven being a spy for the Demon Clan. These quiet conversations behind his back embarrassed Carl, as they were discussing his friend. Raven knows that if something is said behind his back, he's always one step ahead of these losers. Approaching the shelves with manuals, he began to look for some valuable equipment just for himself. Carl never saw the point in visiting the library, as he saw nothing special there. Only Raven's crow eyes always noticed everything that was most valuable, so he found a good heavenly sword technique. 3 pairs of legs followed the newcomer to this academy to create problems. Behind Raven stood the trio, John in the middle, Ken on the left, and Falcon on the right. The Raven noticed the 3, but clearly did not want to start a conversation with them. John then greeted him and said that it would not be easy for him in their sect, since he was not welcome there. These 3 know that he became the top student of their academy through dirty tricks. In such an ancient clan, they really don't like such slippery guys, so they advise you to get lost. The Raven simply stared at the chief and looked into his eyes for a long time. Completely indifferent, without saying a word, he turns his head towards the books. Because of these 3 bastards, he forgot what he was looking for, and this ignoring drove John crazy. Carl's outstretched hand appeared before him, ordering him to stop his provocations. Firstly, John is picking on a newbie, and secondly, he is provoking the main disciple of their clan, so he should apologize, since the rules apply to everyone. John was apparently very angry, as he even called the harmless Carl Raven's cur. Fire John was so furious that he was about to drag Carla in because he was in his way. The impudent man had no intention of letting him go. On the contrary, he provoked him into a fight. Then Carl told him that he was saving John's life. Otherwise, he would die in the battle with the Raven. These words made him angry, so he was going to hit him with all his might. The snake stick blocked the hand of the impudent John, and now Raven himself got involved in the dispute. The protagonist clearly showed him that the library was not the place to start a fight. It would be better to go outside, and there he would show John where the crayfish spend the winter. John made him a condition that if he lost, he would leave the clan forever. Carl said they would show them that they were wheelchair users compared to them. And then Raven said that his friend was very strong, so he would fight with them. John said that Raven would have to keep his word and would not be able to back down. Only Raven doesn't know why Carl is so afraid, because he is trained by Master Big Guy himself. The whole problem is that Big Man is a Buddhist, and their training is mostly filled with constant rest, so Carl's skill has not improved at all. Raven, as usual, was confident in himself and knew that with him, Carl would never lose. Carl and John stood opposite each other, their blades drawn. Tiger Cub immediately offered to surrender to Carl, but his opponent doesn't even think about giving up. Raven supported his friend while his classmates were talking about him behind his back. While Raven gives Carl advice, this Tiger Cub is not his enemy, but little Lucy. "Great, so what should he do now?" Carl asks his partner. The Raven shouts to him to fight as he wants and as his soul tells him. And at such moments, Carl understands that in this cruel world he is always alone, because even his own friend has abandoned him now. Jonathan will not spare his opponent. He is already attacking and asking where his opponent is looking. Charles learned another lesson. The enemy will never wait. He attacks at the most convenient moment. And as soon as Carl was distracted for a couple of seconds, John took the form of a fiery tiger and rushed towards him like a steam locomotive. Once again, two opposites collide. Fire and water, the furious and calm elements. The water blade is able to withstand the blow for a couple more seconds, but the pressure is too strong for it. Carl notices that it is too difficult for him to withstand the blow. He is already losing too much strength on it. We need to come up with something urgently, otherwise after a couple of such blows, Carl will run out of strength. John's attack knocked Carl back so hard that it's scary to even imagine what would have happened to him if he hadn't reacted. It dawns on him that such a defense will be useless. Something truly effective is needed. The best defense is a good offense, thought Carl, and decided to attack his enemy immediately. Ken noted that Carl had a strong fighting spirit, and Sokol replied that there was no point in it. There is little point in fighting spirit, as the difference in their strength is so great that it is like the Mariana Trench. Any attempt to attack John would go exactly like this, with a strong counterattack causing Carl to fly back. The fall was damn painful, and Raven was already feeling ashamed of his friend. He tells him to stop using his sword like that and come up with something new. And the Raven whispered something unknown in his ear so that the enemy would not hear his secret advice. Jonathan laughs at them, because one loser teaches another loser something. The Tiger Cub is already tired of waiting for these doves. He wants a bloody battle. Raven gave one more piece of advice to ensure that his friend would definitely defeat this local loser. Then Carl asked him how long he had kept him waiting. John replied that he didn't care as long as they finished flirting. The battle began. Carl charged his blade with blue water energy. Jonathan saw his enemy use a new ability. Water in the form of small drops filled the entire arena. The opponent did not expect that in such a short period of time, Raven would teach Carl something. Even if he was surprised by the new maneuver, he did not stop being insolent and rude to them. Raven explained to him that his water sword technique would never work because it was too weak. This technique works great for washing, but Carl didn't come here to wash, so the skill won't work here. Carl didn't understand whether it was a compliment about washing or not. Raven replied that his washing skills were amazing. But in battle, the washing skill won't help him at all, so he needs to use something really worthwhile. The master explains to him that he needs to erase his opponent, just as he did with the dirty spots on his clothes. Meanwhile, John had already concentrated his power into the blade and was delivering the final attack. The idea behind the technique was to soak all of his clothes in water and make him wet, so he could detect his movements even with his eyes closed. Carl already felt on a subconscious level when and at what speed the attack would be carried out on him. This technique worked successfully and our boy was able to dodge the terrible attack. John clearly didn't expect such a reversal of forces against him, and yet a liquid blade was already rushing towards him. Unfortunately, John managed to calculate this multi-move and dodge it. Although Carl had thought of this, he knew that John would dodge this attack, so he prepared a new one. Using the bent water sword technique, he made the blade liquid but still solid. Now he points the liquid sword towards the twisted John. The opponent was unable to avoid this blow. The large area of the blow allowed it to inflict monstrous damage. Carl sent John flying so far that he dropped his great sword. Brother Carl achieved a crushing victory over his opponent with one successful strike. John lay on the ground like a vegetable, unconscious. We hope this incident will be a lesson for him. Now Carl believed the words of Raven. With him, he really won without losing face. Ken and Falcon ran after their brother to help him get to a quieter place. Falcon noticed that his clothes were perfectly clean, as if they had just been washed or taken to a tailor shop. Jonathan's bros told Carl that today wasn't over yet and they would still cause him trouble. Carl just turned around to say how cool he was in this fight, but he saw a stack of books and his mood changed. Raven noted that Carl had done a good job, but now he would have to help carry these books home. In the end, They arrived with these books only in the evening when a flaming sunset appeared in the sky. Carl said he was only allowed to take one thing, and Raven said that was all there was to it, and that was one thing. The red-haired friend does not understand the value of these techniques because they are the most ordinary. Raven said that all these books of techniques are combined into one massive teaching of facial cleansing. Carl realized that there was no point in arguing with this psycho, and he was also tired and going home. The Raven supported him and told him to go and rest quickly. Today had been a hard day. Carl was very glad that this day was over and he would soon be in his bed. Master Raven closed the gates, but something strange was in his soul. Why did he really need so many books with techniques? Then he turned his terrible gaze upon them and repeated that they were all a collection of one teaching. He then set fire to the paper using the bright flame of a candle. Finally, he threw the burning piece of paper into the stack of books. But what would it bring him? The fire burned too hot, as if these books were originally intended to be burned. It was clear from his face that he was performing some secret and ancient ritual that no one knew about. Oh gods, a symbol appeared at the sight of the fire. All these techniques hid behind them the legendary scripture that he hid in a past life. In the past, a couple of 100 years ago, Emperor Charlemagne studied one of 13 such scriptures. A bright portal appeared in front of the main character, as if into another dimension. Bright yellow lightning struck the little master and he was transported to another place. The house was gone. The sky was covered with blood-red clouds. It stood on a giant heart with blood flowing around it. Even he didn't know what awaited him here, but a big heart was already beating under his feet. It knocked more and more often. Raven became very scared, because even in his past life he had never encountered anything like this. Then a high tsunami of blood, taller than a multi-story building, rolled onto the heart. The crow was simply washed away. The heart was completely covered in a wave of blood and disappeared there. It was incredibly painful to experience a wave of blood directly on my own heart. Raven realized that he was now protecting his heart, and he needed to come up with something, otherwise he would die. He told himself that he was prepared for the truly terrifying ordeal that awaited him. But the sea was very calm. There were no more such big waves. The dead silence was even more frightening, because you never know what danger awaits you. Suddenly, a great pressure rolled in. Something incredibly dangerous was already behind him. He asked, "This test is not over. Is it true or not?" Suddenly, waves of blood 3 times larger than the previous ones rolled in again. There was nothing left to do but accept all the damage and come to terms with defeat. The Raven said just one word, and it immediately became clear that he had no chance. Meanwhile, the next day had already arrived and began with training in the combat arena. Carl trained and conquered new heights while a dark silhouette looked at him. An unknown enemy attacked Carl with ghostly daggers covered in blue flame. The attack was designed to kill the boy with 100% certainty. The guy didn't immediately understand who dared to attack him while he was carrying out the orders of the senior masters. The insolent man turned out to be the academy's senior student, Steve, who found out that Carl had beaten his friend Jonathan. With his cunning eyes and wide smile, he did not inspire confidence, but he wanted to chat with Carl. The younger one respectfully asked the older one not to create obstacles for him, since he had a task from the master. Steve remembered that he beat up his younger brother, so he wants to avenge him. Someone came to stop Steve and told him that Carl had a mission and he couldn't be distracted. It was the senior student Fang, known for his starry eyes. He said that if there were any complaints about Carl, it was better to express them to him. Steve continued to act inappropriately and was cheeky towards Fang for defending this scumbag. He had nothing to say in response, since his main task was to avoid conflict. Steve wanted conflict, so he pointed the ghost dagger straight at Fang's throat. The older brother didn't like that Fang was using his power and getting in his way. Although the difference between them wasn't that great, Fang told him to stay away from him and his friend, or he would get into trouble. Someone called out to the intruder from behind. The voice was similar to Raven's, but somehow more tired. Raven said that he was the one he was looking for, and that he must kneel before the head student of the academy. The Raven's voice was tired for a reason. The test had taken a heavy toll on him, as evidenced by the blood on it. Fang showed respect to Raven, and Carl didn't understand why all his clothes were covered in blood. Steve told him that he couldn't act so proud when he was just trash. But if the opponent wants to fight, they can cross swords right now. Raven asked Carl to wash his clothes, and Steve got mad because no one listened to him. Now that Raven has cleaned himself up, he can go into battle with this impudent Steve right now. This asshole's veins in his neck were swollen with anger, like hemorrhoids in esports players. Steve immediately told him that he would not feel sorry for him, even if he was an ordinary mortal. The most interesting thing is that he also has the technique of metamorphosis. This time, he is a golden-winged, scaly snake. He uses this winged serpent form to wipe him off the face of the earth. Carl and Fang can't believe that this bastard would go so far just to defeat him. The crow is no longer surprised by a simple metamorphosis into some animal. The battle began. Steve made a maneuvering dash towards Raven, pointing a ghostly dagger at him. But Raven doesn't seem to be trying to retreat or escape the attack. He noticed that he was attacking him just perfectly and swung his fist, preparing to strike. A monstrous energy was released after the meeting of Steve's blade and Raven's red demonic fist. Unarmed, young Master Raven destroyed the phantom dagger in Steve's hands. The opponent couldn't understand how it happened that he stopped his attack in the form of a winged snake with his fist. Carl tried to find out from his friend what he had practiced the previous night to learn this. At that time, Steve didn't understand where he got such abilities from, if John and his friends said that he was an ordinary mortal. But he doesn't see anything ordinary here. The transformation of his hand is very frightening. Raven's hand was covered with the energy of an immortal demon. This is the legendary blood testing technique. At the same time, in Kyle's estate, they were discussing their main disciple Raven and why he had collected 108 martial techniques. A scout came to Kyle. He asked what she knew about Raven and what treasure he took from the treasury. Scout Layla shared that the new guy took 108 manuals with combat techniques from a library that no one needed. Over a cup of tea, Kyle was interested in discussing what he was going to do with so many techniques. Among other things, Layla said that Raven took 2 defensive techniques. The second technique is considered one of their clan's secret imperial techniques, which is cut down to a weak version. Kyle became curious because Raven had just arrived, had no abilities, and had already made so much noise. He wants to guess what our hero's motives are, why he would use a weakened technique that no one is taught. The scout agreed with Mr. Kyle. She too became interested in this guy's motives. Layla, however, guessed, as did Kyle, that Raven simply knew that with the help of the cut-down technique, he could reach the Emperor-level technique. Kyle clearly noticed that this Raven was not so stupid, and his fears that he was a spy began to intensify. This Emperor-level technique is quite basic, and its principles are too simple, but for some reason no one in their clan has achieved it. However, Kyle told Layla that she should keep an eye on Raven, but not forget about her own self-improvement. Simply put, that arrogant boy should not get under her feet. We also learned that Steve was set on Raven and Carl by our scout Layla, and now they are fighting because of her. The elder sent her so that she wouldn't miss this fight and prevent Steve from killing the boy. Only Steve didn't think that he would win this battle, because for the first time he saw the technique of transformation into an immortal demon. Everything is not going according to Layla and Kyle's plan, and the advantage is on Raven's side. Raven's red aura shows how much he has grown in power in the last 24 hours. But for now, he can only bring his hand into this state. Raven's friend doesn't know what he did to his hand, but Fang guessed that it was an immortal demon body technique. This technique allows you to introduce the energy of heaven and chaos, which hardens the body like a cold shower. Raven understands that he has only just begun to study this technique and has not made much progress, so he is only able to defend himself. Now it dawned on Steve that he couldn't fight like that. He needed to show his full potential. He threw the broken dagger aside as it was useless. He lengthened the entire dagger with lightning, and it took the form of a sword. With such a long weapon, Steve will definitely be able to reach his opponent. Steve was calm, since the Raven transformation does not help him soar in the sky, but Steve's wings allow him to do so. The advantage with the wings was immediately lost when Raven suddenly disappeared from sight. With lightning speed, the hero moved behind the enemy. It's strange how he was able to rise to such a height. His jump is not yet capable of such a thing. Raven's attack was unexpected, but did no harm as he missed. This mistake will cost him dearly, but it's okay. The boy still needs to get used to his new skills. Raven was born to amaze the poor students of this academy and show them where they belong. In response, he simply asked what was surprising about his masterful ability to fly. His friends were also amazed by his masterful flying skills. They hadn't seen such action for a long time. Unfortunately, Steve has realized for the second time that his enemy is not as simple as he was told. With his sword, he tries to cut the Raven's wings. However, they are not made of solid matter, but rather a mixture of life and chaos energy. This attempt to wound him in the wings turned out to be a fatal mistake for which he will pay. Here comes the retribution for the mistake. A red demonic fist flies straight into the opponent's face. Because Raven was inexperienced in combat, the blow was very slow and even a baby would have dodged it. Steve knows how to fight. Defense is always followed by a powerful counterattack. A strike from a lightning sword is not enough to cut through a strong demonic hand. Steve, in his peak form, is unable to penetrate his arm, as he strikes it as if it were a turtle shell. He is also very worried about how he can break through his defense, since it exceeds his striking power. Now the jokes are over, Steve's energy is running out and the fight can't be dragged out, so he extends the sword's hilt with lightning. Now, from one dagger, he made a whole ghostly halberd of lightning. Spinning it over his head, Steve asks if our hero can withstand the impact. Raven initially underestimated the enemy. He didn't know that Steve had so many skills and abilities up his sleeve. With the halberd, Steve moved even faster in his winged golden serpent form. Raven's eyes conveyed all his shock over this opponent, because he had never seen such speed in this academy. Steve's devastating attack was like lightning in power and speed. It was not easy for the crow to take this lightning strike, so he lost all his demonic power. The energy of heaven and chaos began to dissipate. The defense weakened, which meant he would soon lose. For the first time, we see him losing blood in a duel. He feels that the demon's body is missing. Steve is already very close. The final attack will happen in a couple of moments. Carl and Fang are terrified. The snake stick began to behave strangely and move on its own, as if it was trying to save him from death. The hand itself reached for the stick and struck Steve at the head, but he missed with his halberd. The magic wand saved Raven with its magical power in a battle whose outcome was obvious. Even Master Raven didn't know what happened to him in the snake stick. He had to apologize for the unfair advantage, even though Steve hadn't heard him for a long time. Carl and Fang helped their friend up while Layla watched the whole process. She couldn't put into words the shock she felt. The information about him didn't say anything about such skills. The scout was amazed by the demon form that Raven showed. It could not be achieved using techniques from the library, and also flight techniques that weren't mentioned in Kyle's report. She began to wonder which of the 108 techniques could give him such power. And then her master came. Kyle said that she guessed correctly. It really was the secret technique of the great emperor who ruled their clan. The elder said that this was a secret technique, the 6th version of Bruce Lee. After seeing this, Kyle called security to detain the suspected spy. He gave the guards a clear order to detain the accused spy, Mr. Dark Raven. 10 strong guards surrounded the boy and began to chain him up. Carl asked his friend what he had managed to do, and Fang explained to everyone that Steve had started the battle and Raven wasn't to blame. At first, the hero remained silent, but later asked how the person who gave the order for the arrest would explain what was happening to them. Kyle directly accused the head disciple of conspiring with the Demon Empire and stealing their clan's secret imperial technique. By evening, Raven was brought into the main hall for a meeting of the clan's chief elders. Christopher greeted the criminal and told him that with his appearance at the academy, the peaceful days had ended. The protagonist asked the elder not to listen to Kyle's nonsense and not to believe him. Christopher had never met such impudent boors who communicated with elders in this way. The big man and the grandfather looked at the student with a little distrust. Kyle didn't like that Raven called his accusations just nonsense, and he began to list that the boy was a spy, a thief, and that he was in cahoots with the demon emperor, Leo. The young master told him that he needed evidence to accuse him like that, but for now he was hearing unfounded facts. Kyle immediately remembered that Raven used a technique called Bruce Lee's 6th variation. This technique is an emperor-level secret, but Raven stole it and was going to give it to the demon clan. Before this, Raven told them that the demon emperor didn't need their clan, but Kyle didn't care. Leo used techniques to hide Raven's power and create this whole show while the protagonist steals their martial arts. To hide the evidence, he burned all the books in his chambers, which also seemed strange to them. Kyle was completely confident in his words. He had been holding a grudge against Raven for a long time, and now he managed to punish him. Only he had probably never seen such an indifferent face during a trial as Raven's. After a second of silence, he laughed very loudly, because all the elder's evidence was simply hilarious. The Raven told him that Kyle had a very rich imagination, and in court against him, the hero wouldn't even need a lawyer to win. The young talent explained that he had grasped the essence of the demon's body by practicing a truncated version, which is why he was a genius. Kyle realized that he had nothing more to add. All his accusations were unfounded, so he had no advantage. Christopher had no choice but to order the guards to release the boy. He was sure that the bastard was right, since Kyle didn't have facts, which meant they couldn't keep him. Then Raven told him not to be sad. Next time he would find better evidence than this. He also offers Kyle a bet, which he doesn't agree to, but Christopher wanted to listen to him. Raven said that they should give him 3 students to train, and then they would fight with Kyle's best students. When Kyle heard that if his enemy won, he would have to acknowledge his genius, he couldn't respond. The second elder laughed, as he knew that this spy would take the elite warriors from the demon clan to win. Little Raven replied that he would take the weakest students from the academy from the second-class group. Christopher had nothing to add. The conditions at Veron were incredible. It would be very difficult to win. Kyle realized that with these conditions, the other elders would approve his challenge. Elder Frank added that it would be impossible for the second-class students of their academy to defeat Kyle's students. But Hank liked these conditions, and what bad could happen if stupid students became stronger? The big guy was for Raven and wouldn't mind having a fair debate, especially since he knows Raven's abilities and talents. By winning, he will prove to them that among the second-rate students there are incredible and talented masters. And after victory, they will have to abolish the system of division into second-class and first-class classes. Kyle didn't see what was wrong with shoving students without abilities into a class of weaklings. He reminded them of the rule that at the academy every student has equal rights to education, and no one has the right to divide them into classes. The old man took a deep breath and said that the wealth of their sect should not be given to weaklings. Otherwise, they would lose all their resources. It is for this very reason that he argues with them, to destroy the barrier between the weak and the strong. Never before had this old man thought that some young man would teach him about life. Still, he has no objections, so he asks Kyle if he agrees to a bet. He agrees to the bet, but after his defeat, he will have to accept that he is a spy without evidence. Then the boy answered the elder that after losing, Kyle could do whatever he wanted with him. Sometime later that same day, they arrived at the training center for second-class students. Carl explained to him that it was not too late to apologize to the elders and just talk. Coach Mike turned around to say that there was practice and they had no right to be there. Raven always thought that Carl's teacher was Big Man, but it turned out to be Old Mike. It is known throughout the academy that Mike is Kyle's favorite dog. From a group of weak students, Mike selects people with abilities and recommends them to Kyle. The main character told him about the argument and that he should give him his students to study and let him retire. The young talent made him understand that it would be better not to disturb Elder Mike and to go on a well-deserved vacation. The Raven struck the old man on the shoulder with incredible force, thereby putting pressure on him. The tap on the shoulder was too incredible. The power was more than 1,000 atmospheres, like at the bottom of the ocean. Elder Mike had never encountered a force so powerful that it would bring him to his knees. Kyle's dog began to cry and ask for help so that Raven would let him go quickly. The second-rate academics didn't know who this guy was. Only our friend Fang told them that he was their main student. This cheeky, slightly arrogant, and talented handsome guy will replace their teacher Mike during training. Raven also introduced himself to all the students, saying that he would change everything here. First, he asked if these students wanted to do real, proper training. The hero knows very well that this dog Mike could not teach them anything, and he is going to change that. In a month, he plans to change them for the better and thereby destroy the barrier between the second-rate and the ordinary. The talented orator raised his finger and asked who was ready to become his disciples. Raven was absolutely confident in his words, because he had previously raised 3 great emperors, the strongest emperors of the continent. Our friend Fang responded to Raven's call. Everyone else was silent. This attitude does not suit him. Finally, someone started to have questions and someone raised their hand. It was a sweet girl. Her name was Lara, and she wanted to know how the new trainer was going to make them stronger than elite warriors. Before answering, he said that he loves children who ask questions. And then he showed them that he would show them where the crayfish spend the winter, and then they would understand the essence of real training. Carl warned that their older brother was a very strict teacher. Raven didn't like that he was chatting here and also sent him to line up with the students. Carl certainly didn't expect to find himself with students without talent. A few hours later, we see a flaming, beautiful sunset. By the evening, when the sun was setting, the training was over. Raven said that teaching was also difficult. But studying is even harder, especially with him, which is evident from the exhausted bodies of the trainees. The red-haired friend asked to call the medics as their faces were beaten. The older brother said that he had already called them and they were standing behind him. Those 2 guys in medical clothes said that they could leave everything to them. The medics lifted Lara, but no surgery or treatment was required. She only had a couple of cuts and bruises. Carl was also told that the pain in his body would disappear tomorrow and he would be able to go into battle again. Raven heard the medics and said that tomorrow they would also begin a new training session. This month, their training plan will look like this: practice in the afternoon and treatment in the evening. If they want to prevent this from happening again, they will have to become stronger. Lara despaired at the fact that she still had to train with this monster for another month. And our little Fang with a big bump missed his mom and dad after practice. The next beautiful day arrived at the academy, and we were moved to the house of Elder Christopher. The new chapter of this amazing story is simply called The Secret. The Elder's peace was interrupted by a knock on the door. The stranger introduced himself. It turned out to be Raven. He came here to ask the first Elder a couple of questions. This question concerns the second Elder, namely his relationship with Raven. Christopher asked him what exactly bothered him about Kyle's work. He wonders why Kyle was on his side when he first showed up, but is now trying to put him behind bars. The old man decided to joke about the boy and said that the boy was a genius and he thought he had figured it out. Christopher languidly told him that Kyle had once been the leader of the clan, but had done a lot of bad things in that position. So Christopher had to put him in his place and take the place of the head of the face-cleansing sect. After the defeat, Kyle calmed down, but his pride did not go away, so he puts all his efforts into training his elite fighters. Raven was on Christopher's wavelength and understood that Kyle wanted to put his strongest student in the leadership position. This is exactly what the brilliant and talented scout Layla is. Because of this, Kyle was kind to Raven until he became the head disciple. Now he needs to kill the hero to put Layla in his place. Kyle believed that Raven would not return alive after the demon test, but things turned out differently. Now everything became clear to him. He said goodbye to the old man and said that he needed to teach his young talents. The old man stopped him at the entrance and said that the evidence that he was a spy was quite true, and if it turns out that Raven has betrayed their clan, then Christopher will kill him himself. "Relax, old man," the boy told him. "This sect doesn't belong only to him, it's a home for all of us." Understanding Kyle's motives, he went to the students to teach them something new. The Raven noticed that a lot of people had left him and asked what had happened. Carl explained that the others were too sick to withstand his training. He didn't care. He thought a lot more people would leave. Fang shouted out from the crowd with a motivational statement that he would never back down to become stronger. He was literally burning with the desire to become the strongest, so he would not allow himself to whine like a dog. Lara had a different position. She is here until she understands that Raven comes here just to beat them. This girl is very smart. Because she understood the essence of training, Raven wants to teach them endurance through pain and weakness. Raven continues to consider her a child and asked her name as he liked her intelligence. Then Carl said that he didn't see anything special in his training, he just does it because it's for their benefit. Here, Raven himself understood the essence of his training. He is not fighting with Kyle for victory, but is caring about these students. The others supported him and also understood that Raven had much more benefit from training than Mike. They are ready to go with him even to the mountains, since he is the only one who cared about them. These words flattered him greatly. It reminded him of his past life as the legendary Dark Crow. He told them that with such aspiration they would achieve great things in their craft and become a support for the clan. Well, they should have started practicing mass beatings of students. Today, they will split into teams of 3 and attack him, and then he will identify their weak points. The first trio will be the genius girl Lara, the motivated Fang, and her best friend Carl. They all attacked him with gigantic eagerness, as if he were their main target. He uses his keen, raven-like gaze to anticipate attacks. Carl's attack was slow because the water whip is designed for counterattacks, and he hits from the front. Fang was also wrong. With his long spear, he needs to use a technique more useful than this. The technique of the mountain conqueror's spear would be suitable for him, but for now, he is only hesitating uselessly. Lara also has a lot of mistakes that she makes when attacking. With her weapon, she should hit the enemy's blind spots, but for now, her outcome looks like this. In just 5 seconds, he defeated 3 students and was already standing on his feet. On the contrary, these 3 lay at his feet and said that everything was going the same as yesterday. Then Raven noticed that someone was peeping behind the rock, but told the next students to prepare for battle. Behind that rock stood Mike and Layla, watching Raven train. It was he who forced that half of the students to run away yesterday, and the rest, in his opinion, Raven managed to brainwash. Layla was also worried about the battle that would happen in a month and watched the training with Mike. She thought that the master would look for better training ideas, not just real fights. The lustful dog Mike said that she was absolutely right and that Raven would not be able to teach anyone like that. Layla realized there was nothing interesting here, so she just left. She also said that her 2 younger brothers, who were equal in skill to her, would soon arrive and then victory would be guaranteed. And so again, only under the blazing sunset, our hero finishes his training. The others left, but these 3 remained and asked why Raven made them stay. He told them that no additional training awaited them, except for these 3 ancient scriptures. He spent the whole of last night studying them and realized that they were a personal fit for them. So to speak, each skill is tailored specifically to their qualities and strength. Carl asked him that they would have to forget everything they had learned and learn something new, and it turned out to be true. Fang is a very fair guy. He must invest all his aspect of justice into new abilities. Lara is very smart, and she should use her high intelligence aspects to study techniques that use knowledge and logic. He only told Carl to try harder and didn't praise him in any way, so he was unhappy. Then he said that if nothing unexpected happened, they would be the ones to fight against the 3 strongest. And in the same way, 7 days of training passed. The students again watched as Carl, Fang, and Lara fought. After a week, these 3 had already learned to hold their own against Master Raven for some time. Even he himself noticed that their skills had improved, which wasn't as bad as he had imagined. The coach didn't overdo it with the punches. He hits with the same force as a week ago. And this time, Fang was able to withstand the blow. He became much more resilient and durable. Carl decided that this was the best time to counterattack and prepared the water sword technique. Lara decided to combine techniques with Carl and combined her dragon whip. The 2 launched a combined attack while Raven was unable to respond. The blow didn't do much damage, but this time they could at least attack. The attack is strong enough to send Raven, even with his impenetrable defense, sliding backwards. It was just incredible. The students made amazing progress. The others rejoiced for the 3 of them, as with their strength they managed to force the elder brother to retreat. Then he told them that if they trained using his method, they would achieve the same results. Lara was very happy, as the number of returning students was constantly growing. But suddenly someone decided to interfere with them in the middle of an important training session. It was the old, stooped dog Mike, who ordered everyone not to move and to stand still. Master Raven immediately realized that Kyle had sent him to arrest him for some ridiculous reason. Mike the dog told the intern to surround the 4 of them. The old man accuses Raven of teaching his students demonic techniques. Teaching such techniques is considered a cruel crime in their clan and is severely punished. Raven again hears another piece of nonsense that just can't seem to end. Fang began to defend Raven, since he was not guilty of anything and did not teach them demonic techniques. Mike shouted and called them idiots who don't understand or know anything because they are all stupid. There was no way those 3 could have become that strong with just the normal techniques in their library. Carl stood up for him, saying that the senior student was only teaching them the basic techniques of his clan. True, Raven slightly improved these techniques to achieve a result close to the original. But in fact, he did not want to make the original, since the blood test was too harsh. It was not for nothing that Emperor Charlemagne hid them in his past life. It is true that now the heirs of this knowledge have become very weak and mediocre, as evidenced by Mike's strength and behavior. He realized that they didn't want to listen to him, so he ordered that impudent guy behind him to come out and talk to him around that corner. Raven immediately understood who this arrogant old man was talking to, and stepped out of the crowd to show what kind of tough training he was doing. He asked him if he had been too brazen to read him some rules and lectures while on vacation. Who is he to teach him if not a single student at the academy respects him, but on the contrary considers him an impudent dog? A boy named Dark Raven asked the elder who he thought he was. Elder Mike couldn't imagine how this boy could put so much pressure on him and seem so scary. The short guy asked old Mike if he really thought he could stop him. The grandfather ran into the bushes to 2 influential masters who came with him. Mike hid behind them and allowed them to be detained, as they were strong and were great protectors of the clan. Joe and Wolverine didn't understand why their elder Kyle would contact and argue with this frightening boy. Raven wasn't surprised by anything, since this wasn't the first time that elder brother Mike had brought warriors with him. Wolverine immediately noticed the boy's aggressive aura, and John noted that Kyle had not lied to them. They absolutely had to stop him, and after these words, they launched beams of dark energy. But the energy was directed at the allies and enveloped them from head to toe. This technique turned out to be a joint one and was called spiritual shackles that bound Raven. And again, he is not even surprised, since this is the most banal trick of this clan when detaining violators. The students began to worry about the coach, but he told them to stand still and not move. He can easily handle this triviality on his own, since he knows how it works. Mike laughed out loud, because he understood that the shackles were very strong. Even Elder Christopher would have a hard time in them. The boy then asked Joe and Wolverine why they were detaining talented artists without evidence. Or perhaps their capture squad no longer requires evidence, justice having ended when the great Dark Raven died. These 2 explained to him that it would be better to detain him in advance, and then they would find something on him. Their squad is created just for people like him, because he uses demonic techniques, which means he is a demon. Anyone who practices demonic techniques is stepping onto a dark path themselves. These words greatly angered the protagonist. Red energy of rage began to be released from his body, and the shackles began to disappear slightly. And finally, he came out, his loud, villainous laughter heard by everyone around. Wolverine and Joe can't believe their eyes, because he was able to break their shackles only with his own strength. Now they have angered him enough that he thought of sparing them, but now he thinks only of their death. Dark Raven has revealed his true nature, and now they have no choice but to kill him on the spot. For them, this will be simply the most terrible attempt to attack our boy head-on. With his stick, he throws them aside as if they weigh nothing. 3 more guards attack from behind, but Raven senses their presence perfectly well. Their attempts seemed useless to him, because he felt their every move. In fact, I feel very sorry for them, because they are being beaten because of a stupid elder who values the position of clan leader. The rest of the squad's guards are gone. Now it's Wolverine and Joe's turn to accept their death. He already tells them directly that their death awaits them in this courtyard, and Raven is the one who will lead them to it. Joe and Wolverine infuse their swords with ghost energy to empower them. They didn't even think about dying today at the hands of some boy who thought he was the smartest. The Raven brazenly told them that they were very obedient guys. It was a shame to even kill such people. In this battle, he will show others what he has achieved as a result of grueling training of his body. Joe and Wolverine combined to land damage directly on him, but he managed to get his hands out of the way. The demonic protection saved him, because it served him like a turtle's shell. Those same energy wings appeared behind his back again, and he said that they would not have such a chance to attack again. Fang, Lara, and Carl noticed that he was using a technique that he had not used in the battle with them. A powerful burst of aura sent the opponents crashing to the ground, while Raven himself took to the air to gain an advantage. Joe fell to the ground very painfully and definitely broke a couple of bones, but he can still move. Wolverine fell in the same way, but the damage was more severe, so it will be more difficult for him to move. The most terrible thing was that he had already seen this demonic creature flying towards him. This form reminded him of the Emperor's secret technique, but it had more chaotic energy. The legendary Dark Raven fought in exactly the same uniform in the past, and Wolverine remembered him well. This incarnation of Dark Raven, or Son of Satan, ended Wolverine's life with his fist. A gruesome image of the murdered Wolverine, his entire bloody face smeared across the ground. Joe was terrified by the guy's brutality. No one had warned him that he was so terrible in battle. The leader of the squad decided to avenge his brother and attacked Raven first. Unfortunately, his speed was not enough. The boy saw all his movements. One pinpoint punch to the face did enough damage to knock out the opponent. Behind their backs, Mike imagines himself in Joe and Wolverine's place, receiving his share of punches to the face. The prodigal son tells the bald old man not to worry. It's his turn to answer for his business. Mike ran away from there with tears in his eyes, asking Elder Kyle for help. But he needs to ask Raven for salvation, not Kyle, so that he will show mercy to him. Mike paid for his long tongue and nose. Raven pierced his chest and cruelly pulled out his heart. His face at that moment conveyed all the horror and despair. His pupils rolled back, and while he was alive and saw the hand sticking out of his chest, he was overcome with goosebumps. Old Man Mike's dead body fell to the ground like a bag of trash. Nevertheless, the cries for help were answered by the highest elders, who wanted to find out what was going on here. Both elders caught the boy red-handed. Now he has nowhere to go, Kyle thinks. He said from the very beginning that he could not be left alive, since he was a cruel killer from another clan. Only such a terrible person could commit such a terrible crime as to kill 2 law enforcement officers. And also the wise elder Mike, who before his death was so scared, as if he had met Satan himself. Kyle lectured him about fairness, but he was actually happy with the turn of events. The elders only need to put a little pressure on him to put him behind bars for life or kill him. Kyle was holding Raven in his arms right now, saying that behind his clan's prison would be the perfect place for him. Christopher began to ask why Raven killed the warriors who had already lost their strength, and even if they were the ones who provoked the fight, was it worth going so far as to kill them? Kyle was very unhappy with the old man's words, because he said that his comrades provoked the conflict. He insisted to the old man that he had killed the leaders of an entire squad and the elder, to which Christopher replied that they got what they deserved. Christopher hasn't received any reports from Joe and Wolverine for about a year now. Who is controlling their activities then? Why didn't the elder issue an order? Why are they detaining the student? Then the chief asked him an awkward question. Could Joe and Wolverine act in any way without his orders? Raven admitted in his head that Mike had been able to provoke him, and Kyle had wanted to turn this fight against him. But it hadn't worked. Kyle's plan didn't work because Christopher was too aware of the cunning wolf's motives. Therefore, even if Raven kills 3 slackers, Christopher will be on his side, since it is more beneficial for their clan. Christopher immediately asked him to report on everything that had happened here. Kyle told the whole situation in such a beautiful language that even Christopher had nothing to say. Raven's friends began to think that their older brother would be in big trouble, but he was able to avoid trouble. Only now Carl understands that the protagonist knows about the consequences of his actions. Kyle asked the chief elder to give the boy some kind of reprimand. Still, to kill the elder and the squad leaders, you have to be a terrible psychopath, and that is not permissible for the main disciple. Young Raven explains to him that Kyle's tongue is too slippery. Even he himself cannot pull the wool over people's eyes so beautifully. Christopher listened to both masters' positions, and Kyle's words seemed reasonable. A scream was heard behind them, interrupting their conversation about Raven's punishment. The messenger shouted to everyone that Princess Lily from the clan of the 9 holy demons had arrived. And then he added that she wanted to see the Dark Raven's chief disciple. Christopher doesn't understand what's going on here because their marriage is dissolved. Why should she show up here? The crowd of minor disciples noted that their elder brother was very popular not only in his own sect, but even in others. He thought that she had arrived at the perfect time to stop talk that could harm the entire clan. Princess Lily called him, and so he ran from the scene of the crime. Kyle is very unhappy with the outcome of this conversation because he thought his enemy would end up behind bars. Meanwhile, traces of instant movement appeared on the main arena. The beautiful Princess Lily, daughter of the demon emperor Leo the Great, has arrived in all her glory. She had to apologize for arriving at their place unannounced and so suddenly. Still, she is very pleased that she is being greeted by the entire sect elders. It is a great honor for her. Christopher was grateful that Lev's daughter herself was asking for forgiveness for her uninvited visit after the breakup of the marriage. But it is still not clear to the old man what made her come here to their main disciple, Raven. Lily began to remember a recent conversation with her father about how she should transfer to the facial cleansing clan. Then she did not understand why her loving father was forcing her to go to this arrogant boy, Raven. Leo has good reasons for this, so they have no other choice. It was still not clear to her what reasons her father had, who had money and power. But he could not live without that boy. So much so that he was even willing to give his daughter to him as a servant. The lion noticed that Raven's power was not yet great, but his knowledge already surpassed that of all living beings. It's just that, as an experienced ruler, he knows that he can be their key to incredible greatness. Lilia is very nervous about this, because no one has ever forced her to do physical labor before. She was sad that some boy had known her father for a couple of days, but had become more important than his only daughter. Here he made a cute face and said that his beloved Lily was jealous of her father for another guy. One way or another, in the way his clan passed the tests, Raven showed an unrealistic result. His methods are too current, as if this boy was reborn from some ancient, powerful master. It was only with this knowledge that he passed the test and defeated the 2 elders, even though he was mortal. Lily finally begins to realize that with the protagonist's knowledge, their clan will reach unprecedented greatness. Therefore, Leo sincerely asks his stepdaughter to fulfill one of his requests, simply go to the Raven clan. Now that she knew the reasons, she was ready to fulfill her duty to her father. And here she is, on the orders of her father, forced to work as a broom for Master Raven. Lilia told how her father saw in Varan a talent that was unlike others and sent her to study with him. With all her heart and eloquence, she respects her older brother and asks to be accepted into their team. The elders didn't expect to hear this about any disciple in the clan, and especially not about Raven. Okay, it was all about our unrivaled and talented student. Then he approached her to give her permission or refuse to join his team. He liked her speech so much that he accepted her as a follower, and she graciously thanked him for the opportunity. The princess deeply regrets that she did not kill the Raven at their first meeting. Suddenly, Kyle raised his hand and stopped their conversation to say something important. Lily found out what crime Raven had committed today and was advised to move away from him. She became curious, because she didn't know what problems her master had here. The boy patted her on the back and said that she was not a princess but his servant. Because she is his servant, she has nothing to do with today's events, so they should be forgotten. He pointed out to Kyle that the strongest would win their dispute and he would become king. The man agreed with him that the dispute would decide who was right and who was wrong. By evening, the problem was solved. The sky was covered in darkness. Only the dim light of the stars penetrated our vision. The only thing that was not calm was Kyle's house. who was disappointed in Christopher and Lilia for being on Raven's side. By that time, Lara's two brothers arrived at the clan, and together with her, they tried to calm the master. The girl doesn't understand what's wrong if they win the argument because the advantage is on their side. Together, these three cunning bastards can definitely defeat Raven's three disciples. From the very beginning, we knew that Kyle would create a lot of problems for the hero, and that's what happened. Having such power, he abuses it, as if everything in this clan is subject to him. And the time has come to repay his champions with these elixirs with unknown contents. On the lawn, Raven promised his students to show them a new student on their team. All the boys in the group noticed how beautiful their new student, named Lilia, was. Everyone was shouting in surprise that Princess Lilia herself, the daughter of the demon emperor, had come to be their student. It was clear from her that she didn't like the way they looked at her, like she was some strange animal. She didn't notice anything special about Raven's students and how he was going to win. These weaklings have no chance of winning against Kayla's elite warriors, and that plays into her hands. Looking at them, she realized that she had arrived in time to teach them a lesson. He agreed. She could really help him with one matter that he couldn't entrust to anyone else. The girls and boys were very happy, as they would be taught by the well-known Princess Lily. But Raven took out a broom, gave it to her, and said that he loved it when it was spotlessly clean. He couldn't force others to do it, so he entrusted it to her. Her eyes froze in place from such impudence, because he actually called her here to be a servant. He even waved at her brazenly so that she wouldn't be lazy and would work efficiently. Emotionally, Lilia felt exactly this, but she could not give herself away, otherwise she would fail her father's mission. But how she wanted to kill that arrogant boy then. Then she calmly swept the yard of leaves and various dirt and dust. He really liked how she was angry, but didn't show her true emotions. The master told them that the first to fight would be these three, Lara, Carl, and Fang. Lily was curious to see what kind of power these kids had, but she didn't expect much. This is what their aura looks like after a couple of weeks of training under Raven's leadership. She was a little shocked by their aura. The princess didn't know where they got it from, so huge and voluminous. They performed very well in battle. It didn't even look like they were the strength of second-rate warriors from a dying sect. The three of them launched powerful combined attacks that were already difficult to contain. The teacher noticed that they were unusually energetic today and asked why this was so. Fong responded to him by attacking that they had a new beautiful guest and they needed to show her their full potential. Raven has been telling them more than once to stop paying attention to this girl. In his opinion, she was a princess in the past. Now she is just his servant. Lily doesn't like it when he calls her a servant because it gets on her nerves. She is still very surprised by the progress his students have made and how he fights. He doesn't seem to use any skills, but he manages to defend himself from his opponents. It feels as if the stick itself is fighting for him and controlling him. Now she sees the same thing that her father saw. His fighting style is different from everyone she has met before, and she sees that Raven is more than just an arrogant boy. This time their fight is over, they tried hard, but the next three are also waiting. And Lily did not stop watching, as she was going to reveal all the secrets of this boy. A month later, the day came when Kyle's elite fighters would meet Raven's second-class students. Lara, Fang, Carl, Lily, and Raven were already standing in the battle arena, waiting to prepare for the battle. Layla, brothers Sean, and Nikolai stood before Kyle, confident of their victory. Judge Christopher stood between them to announce that the day of battle had arrived. Christopher hopes that this duel will resolve their conflict in any outcome and they will become friends within the clan. Now he decided to move on to the rules of the fight, which cannot be broken. Firstly, there will be 3 duels in pairs. The people in the pairs will be determined by lot. Victory is considered when the loser surrenders, which must also be confirmed by the fighter's mentor. In the second case, the winner will be the one who sends the opponent out of the arena. And in the last case, the winner is the one who puts the opponent on the ground unconscious. It is worth remembering that they are brothers of the same clan and must do as little harm to each other as possible. Those cunning bastards notice that the rules don't prohibit killing your opponent, so they'll definitely take advantage of that. Nikolai immediately said that he would kill one of them to make things easier for Mr. Kyle. Sean confirmed that there will be no mercy for the opponents, because they are weaklings of no use to anyone. Fang, like everyone else, noticed how Kyle and his elite fighters exuded an aura of death. The Raven told them that they were going to kill them from the start, so they should be careful. Our hero was not against the students killing someone, but Lara did not want to do it. The first gong has sounded, the real judge should appear soon. And here's our judge. Everyone saw him for the first time, and his name was Kurt the White-Haired. Whoever the judge was, Everyone was rooting for the older brother Raven and his comrades. Kyle's students, on the other hand, shouted for the elite fighters to humiliate and destroy the Ravens. Kurt announced the first 2 fighters from both teams to enter the fighting arena. The first to enter the arena was Lara from the second-class group. Her weapon will be a whip. The second to be announced was Sean from Kyle's elite squad. He is armed with a long spear. Kurt Whitehair asked in advance if the fighters were ready and spread his arms out to the sides. Sean confidently told Lara that she had better surrender now, otherwise her death would be terrible. She told the blonde boy not to be afraid for her, but rather to worry about his life. Kurt waved his hand and told them to stop talking and start fighting. The battle began. The fighters assumed a fighting stance and Lara immediately prepared to attack. The whip, imbued with life energy, was stronger, faster, and struck more painfully. The girl missed, and so Sean made fun of her, since with such blows she looked like a dummy or a punching bag. Suddenly, with her hand, she began to control the movement of the whip straight towards the spearman's back. The blonde froze in mid-air. He realized that the girl had learned to control the whip using life energy. He won't have time to dodge the whip since he didn't expect such skills from her. The dragon whip took on the form of the same name and shot fire from its mouth. Now Sean looks more like a fighting dummy or a punching bag, Lara said. With just one attack, she knocked him down. Raven had correctly bet on her intelligence. The judge was stunned. He didn't expect that a second-rate fighter would be able to stab an elite soldier in the back. Kurt shouted loudly that the first blow had been struck by Raven's student Lara, and she had crushed the enemy. John and the others also lost their fighting spirit, as their brother fell from one attack. Just a shame. Lara's friends were very happy for their friend and wished them their most sincere wishes. Her attack failed to kill Sean, so she became disappointed in herself. She had no idea that her opponent would be so strong in the back area. The girl underestimated him just as he underestimated her, so she didn't win one battle with one attack. He smiled and arrogantly asked her if he was so stupid as to simply expose himself to attack. At that moment, he managed to put an energy barrier on his back, which saved him. Lara humiliated him for the fact that he, as a soldier of an elite squad, was in a more disadvantageous position than she was. Only Sean doesn't think this attack will be enough to defeat him. He knows her tricks and will not allow that mistake to happen again. As they say, now it's his turn to inflict damage that she can hardly withstand. Lara and her dragon whip weren't just going to absorb all the damage. She was going to defend herself to the fullest. The best she could come up with was to attack head-on with a 5-headed dragon attack. He understands very well how difficult it is to create a dragon and how much energy she spends on it. Therefore, if the dragons are neutralized, she will not be able to defend herself in any way. The plan worked perfectly. The gap in her self-defense becoming apparent at the worst possible moment. The spear is already right in front of her face, and she hardly understands what to do in such a situation. Why did she begin to redirect the energy in the whip, and the rope began to wrap around the handle? Still, she managed to take the powerful blow of the spear and stay alive. The spearman thought he had already won, but no way. Raven laughed back at him. Lara shows the results of battles against the snake staff. Thus, she can fight not only in ranged combat. She wrapped the whip handle with rope and made a sword with which she could fight in close combat. Sean certainly didn't expect this from an ordinary second-rate fighter of their clan. Lara is really smart, and her combat intelligence is off the charts. That's why she wins. She compensated for her deficiency and did what was most convenient for her. Now she can fight him in close combat, and Sean will have to get used to her fighting style again. Against the backdrop of the battle, Lilia wanted to say something to Raven about that spearman guy. It seemed to her that Sean was not fighting at full strength, and this was very strange, because their goal was simply to kill her. Then she thought that Sean was a fake fighter sent by Raven to make it easier for Lara to defeat him. Meanwhile, the girl continued to deliver pinpoint blows to Sean's body. Layla didn't understand what her brother was doing outside the clan if he couldn't defeat a second-class girl. The elder is confident that everything will be fine. Now Sean is holding back his powers because that's what needs to be done. The elixir of madness they gave him should work in 5 minutes and give him a boost in strength. But for now, the potions have a negative effect on his blood. Nikolai didn't think they could have handled it without the elixir of madness. But Kyle has his own plans for this battle. He decided to play it safe, since their opponents had taken the demonic path, making it dangerous to fight them. It was just about time that Sean's skin would turn red and he would become insanely strong. Lara was wrong to irritate him by saying that he turned out to be weak, although he was so proud at the beginning. Carl was too kind to every opponent, so he was ashamed of her words. Meanwhile, Sean's power grew and he began to transform into a madman. The spearman went completely mad. calling her a bitch and saying that he would kill her any minute. Sean's aura flared up like a forest fire from a small campfire on a hot summer day. She continued to laugh at him, pretending to anger the little one, since everything she said was true. But she was no longer in the mood for laughing when her opponent disappeared from sight, as if he had never been in that place in the arena. She realized that things were very bad. Sean had become even stronger. Lilia's fears were confirmed. His spear was at her face. Sean himself began to move like lightning. His silhouette was not visible at all as he moved. She somehow managed to avoid the attack, but he still managed to wound her in the arm. Sooner or later, this bleeding wound will make itself known and bring many problems. His skill instantly increased when he stopped holding himself back due to the elixir of madness. The battle is no longer a joke. Now everything is serious. Sean will not waste his strength in vain. And again, he disappeared, and he can appear from above, on the right, on the left, or behind, anywhere. This time, Sean attacks from above, but Lara, on the verge, manages to sense his presence. She already understands that she wasted her time on jokes. Now she will have to come up with something. The enemy had no intention of stopping. The new force did not allow him to sit still. Now he simply wants her to die as soon as possible, before the elixir wears off. And again, she manages to get away, throwing the whip straight at him after parrying for a counterattack. Lara turned the sword into a whip again and hit Sean right in the face as he lost his guard. She hit him hard enough that his red head spun. Both opponents met with blows in the air and fell to the arena floor. It's very painful to get hit, especially when no one could afford it before. He himself already says that he lets his guard down at the wrong time and gets what he deserves. She has to pray to the gods that Sean doesn't get any faster right now, otherwise she's on the edge of catching up to him. Bastard Kyle began to think that he was already going to lose, although he already had many advantages. Lily says that the enemy has some other aces up his sleeve, so for the girl's sake, the battle must be stopped. Raven doesn't think so. He hasn't yet seen Lara use the most deadly technique he taught her. Lara was thinking exactly the same thing, as she had no choice but to try this deadly technique. She remembered their personal conversation with the master, and how he told her that her whip was not suitable for her as a weapon. She couldn't understand why the whip didn't suit her, and he told her that she was too impatient. To use a whip, you need to be calm and restrained, but Lara constantly rushes forward and shows her weaknesses. She understands everything he tells her, so she uses her rope sword for defense and her whip for attack. But Raven thinks that she should change her attack style, but then she will have to forget her entire path as a fighter with a whip. Raven pointed to Fang and that the answer was right before her eyes. She would not have to turn from her path. She just needs to choose a weapon that suits her personality, or more precisely, combine the piercing damage of a spear and the adaptation of a whip. In this way, she will create her own deadly technique that even the most terrible enemy will not be able to resist. Raven explained to her perfectly what to do with her current weapon, and then she figured it out on her own. When the girl remembered everything, she decided that she could continue the fight. Shona was suddenly surprised by something in her behavior again. She just knows how to properly adapt to the enemy through her intelligence. The whip's rope began to gather into a long handle, a technique unlike anything else. Sean's friends also didn't understand what this second-rate girl was doing, and Raven realized that the most interesting part had just begun, and that a real show was about to begin. This spear looks incredibly intimidating. It shows how versatile she can fight. Judge Kurt was surprised by what he saw, his mouth wide open and drawing everyone's attention to it. Now Lara has transformed her whip into a spear, and the opponents will fight eye to eye with identical weapons. She ordered her enemy to stop talking and start fighting like a man. Sean doesn't need any persuasion to launch a lightning attack. Both sides did not understand who would win now, since they were equal in strength. The element of the thundercloud and the fire dragon met in this wonderful one-on-one duel. The opponents were approximately equal in strength. Now it remained to compare their combat intelligence. Nikolai could not understand how this girl was able to chase after his brother, although she had not been able to do so before. Layla was well aware of everything. The whole point was that Lara had distributed the energy within herself. Previously, she put all her energy into the whip, and because of this, her defense was monstrously weak. Now she channeled her energy into keeping up with Sean. Nikolai only now realized that their opponents had prepared quite seriously. They clearly underestimated this girl's potential, and now they regret it. Lara's energy isn't endless anyway, says Layla, and sooner or later it will run out. Perhaps Sean also realizes that Lara's energy is running low and he will soon end the fight. That's exactly what he was thinking, that he would put in a little effort and win easily. These eyes completely convey fear and despair, especially when your strength is running out and your opponent is so wild. The lightning spear pierced her body cleanly, hitting her vital organs. The girl spat out a couple of clots of blood right onto the floor of the fighting arena. Sean began to enjoy the fight as the scales tipped in his favor. But for some reason, Lara's smile completely destroys the belief in her defeat. Sean doesn't understand why his enemy is smiling so widely even though she has such a serious wound. As it turned out, this was exactly what she was waiting for him to attack her, and she wrapped his spear with her whip. She had no intention of fighting with spears from the very beginning, but rather wanted to provoke him into stronger attacks. And with one easy movement of his hands, the spear slips from his fingers. He doesn't understand what he should do. He needs to become faster to get the weapon back. But how? The spear leaves him just as the hope of victory fades away. Now Sean will definitely not see victory. The dragon whip is already aimed in his direction. The rope wrapped around the handsome blonde's red throat and began to squeeze. Then he flew to the ground by the inertia of the whip, and his neck began to be squeezed more and more. Nikolai began to worry about his younger brother's loss. Lara's friends were very happy for the girl. As she showed her full strength, she began to tie his hands and neck with rope to immobilize her dangerous opponent. All she had to do was force the choking Sean to surrender, but he could only lose over his dead body. She tried to persuade him to stop and disperse peacefully without unnecessary deaths. But he did not want to give up, and the air was running out. No one would ever want to kill their opponent so brutally. Sean was in a really bad way. A couple more seconds and the rope would tighten around his throat and break his neck. A loud crunch sounded throughout the arena, stopping all noise and leaving a deathly silence for 5 seconds. Kurt announced the winner while Lara sat in panicked shock on the corpse she had strangled. The judge announced the winner while relatives mourned their deceased family member. Now she will forever be traumatized by the fact that she killed a brother from her clan. Raven had never seen a winner feel worse than the loser after a fight. The master doesn't know how to calm little girls down at all, so he asks Mrs. Lilia to do it for him. The girl followed Raven's order and hugged Lara tightly, saying that now she could rest. And then she started to say harshly that she tried very hard, especially if it was her first kill. The break between fights ended and a guard struck a gong near the arena. Kurt loudly announced the start of a new duel. According to the results of the draw, Fang and Nikolai would fight. "Now it's our strong man's turn," Carl encouraged him, calling him Big Brother. He promised his comrades that he would win no matter what, so they didn't have to worry. Kyle said that Nikolai should not worry about his brother's death and should calmly fight the enemy. This bastard doesn't regret Sean's death because he died a miserable death as a fucking weakling. And so they stand opposite each other. Kurt between them asks if they are ready or not. Nikolai stood in a fighting stance and warmed his body with the energy of the red sun. Fang was not inferior to him in strength and also warmed his body with the mountain energy of life. A loud blow on the gong sounded, signaling the start of the duel. Nikolai, like his younger brother, attacks first and, as usual, head-on. Fang has no trouble taking his not very serious blow, but he still won't last long. As expected, he couldn't withstand Nikolai's attack and the enemy was able to hit him. Still, even this scoundrel noticed how strong the body of this strong man was, so he continued to test his strength with new attacks. Under this barrage of attacks, Fang looked even more stern than in his normal everyday state. Under pressure from Nikolai, Click also tried to make powerful blows at him with a spear. The enemy is too cunning and fast to be defeated so easily. As soon as he avoided the damage, the swordsman prepared a new blow with great fury. Fang was still able to withstand his next pressure, but with what zeal! Nikolai only had to drop to the ground and immediately ran to attack the enemy head-on. The Fang was too big and clumsy, and the small and agile Nikolai took advantage of this. His friends supported him and encouraged him to win and avenge Sean. The mountain spearman had a hard time keeping up with this goblin, but he was simply waiting for the right moment. The red-haired comrade was afraid that Fang would have a hard time fighting Nikolai, but Raven didn't think so. His determined gaze shows that he is simply an impenetrable wall and is wearing down the agile enemy. Kyle noticed how Sean's death affected Nikolai. He became insane because he immediately took the elixir. Nikolai suddenly accelerated himself to such a speed that he began to spin a fiery tornado. He was going to blow him away with a fire tornado and chop him into pieces like a worm. The strong man stood confidently and did not move from his place, no matter how powerful the techniques his opponent used. Because he knows that not one fire tornado, not one element can break a mountain. Nikolai still had enough strength to blow him to the side and to the edge of the arena. But Fang managed to stop his body with a spear and was on the verge of defeat. Fang began to feel terrible, and Nikolai saw this clearly, so he felt that his victory was near. But Nikolai himself doesn't want to win by throwing Fang out of the arena. He wants to win by killing him. Either way, it wasn't easy for him to fight against the older brother of Kyle's family. But this bastard didn't want Fang to finish his battle now. His emotions were mixed. His body was in a lot of pain. He was covered in small wounds. The organs inside are damaged, so it is difficult for him to breathe, which is why he is panicking. The fucking bastard, seeing that his opponent is in bad shape, prepares his strongest attack and calls him a punching bag. His fire tornado element has become stronger as his killing intent grows stronger with each passing second. The fire tornado took the form of a red, fiery, furious tiger. Fang looked like he was about to fall, so his hopes for victory were fading every second. His comrades shouted at him that he should not endure all the blows to his forehead any longer. Now he has to dodge. He's not as strong as a mountain to withstand all attacks. And then he remembered how his friends from the second-class group always called him for help when they were beaten by the elite fighters. Sometimes his friends didn't even call him for help, but he always came running to help because he was looking for justice. He always left beaten up, but asked how he and his friends were different from the elite, that they dared to behave like that. John and Steve explained to him that even though he was the older brother of his friends, he was just a nobody. After each such fight, he would come to Coach Mike to ask him to teach him new techniques. But that drunken bastard only laughed in Fang's face as he knelt. He explained his behavior by saying that he was supposedly afraid of harming them since their power was very limited. If Mike starts teaching them elite techniques, they might hurt themselves. Every time he knelt before old Mike and didn't get what he wanted. After all, Fang has been here since he was 6 years old and has only learned one thing, to bow at the feet of elite students. But at one point it ended, a bright light appeared in his path, and then he raised his head, and finally, with his bright eyes full of dreams, he saw where he should go. With that bright light, he saw Master Raven, who considered the system of dividing into elite and second class to be some kind of madness. Then Fang saw the same sparkle in his eyes and the belief that one day this unjust system would be destroyed. And now his hope has awakened again. The Raven has awakened in him an unprecedented energy of justice. This energy played in his eyes and shimmered with different colors. As his memories faded, 2 fire tigers flew in front of his face. They crushed the poor warrior who only wanted justice without a chance. Steve and John were very happy about their brother Nikolai's victory and thought that their score was even. Lily, Lara, and Carl realized that their soldier of justice had died, but Raven did not believe it. Something went wrong. The fog was dissipating faster than usual. A strong aura was blowing it away. The red-faced man realized that his attack had not been successful. His opponent was still alive. Oh my God, he still stands on his feet like an impregnable wall, like a mountain range. Raven was right when he didn't believe in his death. Now his friends had the same hope. Then he threw down the bracelet that held his thick, dark hair in a bun. Before this damn handsome guy said that victory in this battle would be on his side. He always thought that he had to kneel because he was born weak, but he was wrong. Fang simply convinced himself that he could not and never could defend the honor of second-class students. Nikolai doesn't understand what kind of nonsense this weirdo with long hair is talking about. Then the mountain titan with a spear soared into the sky and said that, on the instructions of Master Raven, he would destroy the system of division into classes. And he will bring his clan back to its former greatness through the honor and justice he has strived for all his life. This incredibly beautiful speech irritated Nikolai, since not a single second-rate student posed a threat to him. Carl doesn't understand what his older brother Fang is doing, why his nose is bleeding. Lily recognized this as an ability to draw energy from her health and ruin her life. He has used up all his energy reserves. Now he draws strength from his life to maintain his fighting spirit. The princess couldn't believe that Raven had taught him this, but he hadn't taught him this. Then Lara asked why Fang always tries to sacrifice himself and his health. Raven understood that Fang was sacrificing himself because he knew that there was something more precious than his life. In Carl's opinion, the thing that Fang values is his justice. Only Raven thought that Fang had some kind of ambition, which is not true. The red-haired friend says that he is not like Raven. Only honor and justice are more important to him than his life, and not any ambitions. For the sake of his own honor and justice, Fang burns his life and deals fatal blows to Nikolai. Oh shit, Nikolai thinks. How can he apply such pressure if he is so weak and heavy? But he continued to hit and hit. He didn't want to finish the fight yet. Nikolai's fire tornado element became weaker than Fang's mountainous massive element. He began to retreat further and further, which his sister Layla saw. She started shouting loudly for him to stop missing attacks, as he would soon lose. Nikolai mentally wanted to shut her up and tell her to go out and test his blows in battle, because Fang hit like a black horse. Layla called him an idiot and said that he was already at the edge of the arena and that he would soon fall. His legs are in the same place where Fang's were a couple of minutes ago, when he endured all of Nikolai's blows. Damn it, he didn't even think that he would be driven to this. How did he even end up here? Fang told him not to leave the arena, but to fight honestly like him. The mountain spearman wanted his opponent to use all his strength. Nikolai understood that without this he would not win, and he released all his energy to achieve the task. Ken noted that at this moment, Kyle's aura was significantly smaller than Nikolai's. Fang offered him to put their lives on the line to resolve their differences once and for all. He released the same powerful energy, the outline of which resembled a rock turtle. Right now, the winner and loser of this fight will be determined. Fang's face conveyed all the madness he had accumulated over a lifetime of humiliation. Nikolai also felt angry that he was being defeated by some trash. Two mythical beasts, two different elements met in battle, and the difference in strength of one of them will decide the outcome of the battle. A powerful explosion rose above the arena, and in a moment we will see the winner under the clouds of dust. Kurt was choking in a cloud of dust and trying to make out both participants. These two scumbags did not feel Nikolai's vital energy, which was very strong before the explosion. The other fighters also did not know who won this brutal battle. They couldn't see anything in the big cloud of dust. They had to wait for at least silhouettes to appear. Finally, they began to see something. Kurt wanted to stop them so that no one would kill each other. But from the clearing cloud of dust, I saw how they pierced each other in vital organs. Nikolai's sword passed right through his body. There was little time left before Fang's death. Fang also managed to pierce him in the stomach. The organs of both turned to mush from the terrible aura. Our long-haired spearman looked at the floor. There was no sparkle of life in his eyes. Nikolai's black eyes became even darker. Apparently, this was the end of their fight. Both participants in the duel lost consciousness and were unable to fight further. In this battle, both sides neither lost nor became winners. The next battle will decide everything. The medics quickly came running to the main character of this episode to save him. Carl was very worried that their older brother would survive. Otherwise, who would defend their honor? The princess stopped the medics and pulled a strange bottle out of her pocket. She asked the medics to take this medicine so that they could give it to Fang after they healed the external wounds. With this potion, she guarantees that she will save his life, which is precious to this clan. Raven said that he was now in her debt for this service. But the princess explained to him that she was doing this not for him, but for Fang. Even among all the warriors in Lilia's clan, there are rarely those like Fang, and he has earned her respect more so far. Doctors told Kyle that his son Nikolai could still live. They had a chance to save him. Then this bastard ordered to save his son and throw him out of the clan like trash. Layla felt very uncomfortable hearing these words about her brother, even if it was true. The doctors realized that it was better not to anger this vile elder, who did not care about the life of his own son. He also told them that his son was real trash, whose place was in the landfill. Layla told her father not to worry because he would definitely be able to win. Then they would be equal. She used her terrifying aura to show the terrible pain that the next opponent would experience. This eerie aura scared even the birds in the tree with its stench. Layla used the death aura to attract Carl's attention and make her tremble. He immediately understood who was feeling such anger that he wanted to kill their entire team. Shit, Carl thinks. Her aura alone is enough to make him feel the shivers in his body. His fear was understandable, as Layla is Kyle's strongest and most ruthless student. The Raven came up and asked if he was afraid. If he was afraid, then he could surrender. He explains that even if he gives up or loses, nothing bad will happen. But Carl still wanted to fight like his friends, on equal terms with them. Raven insisted that Lara and Fang had tried hard enough to win. The master's words made Carl think, but he was not going to back down. His body continued to tremble with fear, but the core inside him did not allow him to retreat. He finally overcame his trembling, because protecting the honor of his friends was more important than his life. Now he is fully prepared to fight this monster girl. Raven noted that Carl had a great attitude and that he had overcome his fear. The guard struck the gong and the referee was ready to announce the next participants in the duel. Kurt loudly called for the two participants of the final battle, Water Serpent Carl and Dark Assassin Layla, to come out. In this fight, Kurt asks to keep himself under control so that the situation like in the last fight does not repeat itself. Layla gave her word that she would do everything to keep her sword under her control. Carl felt some relief when he realized that his opponent was not going to kill him. Layla was amused by Carl's face, which the latter did not like. She apologized a couple of times for laughing at him, but she couldn't stop. She was very pleased by the relief on Carl's face when she said that she was not going to kill him. He was in no mood for jokes, so he was going to take revenge on her for laughing at him. After this battle, he would not allow her to look down on him, and for this he had prepared his water blade. Now Carl attacks head-on with a water whip technique, turning steel into a solid liquid. The girl clearly observed the movements of her opponent, who hoped to defeat her with such insignificant skills. A blade with a purple aura flew out of its sheath, which she controls with the power of thought. The dark blade struck Carl's water blade and stopped his attack. She doesn't even try to kill him, she just plays with him, tries to spend all his strength and kill him in hellish torment. Layla understands that he is not yet worthy of her fighting with him with her hands. More precisely, he does not deserve her to take even one step towards him in order to win. He understood that her swordsmanship allowed her to control the blade with the power of thought. Her behavior is very disgusting. For the fact that she is playing with him, he will make her fight more seriously. This attack will definitely force her to at least move or even use her hand skills. With this attack, he wanted her to regret playing with him like an animal. 4 water spheres shot straight into the face of this creepy woman. John doesn't understand how he managed to develop his water sword mastery to such a level in a month. She feigned complete indifference to her opponent, as these water spits were nothing in front of her. All she has to do is wave her fingers and grin cheekily to deflect a water cannon attack. 4 water projectiles stopped with one movement of her fingers. After all, Layla's skill is on a completely different level. Carl's face was in shock 3 times over. He had never seen a man who could cut water. The water projectiles simply fell to the ground like large drops. He would only use such attacks to water his gardens. Layla became very bored with him. Even playing with him no longer made any sense. All that remains is to simply get rid of him with his shadow blade, so that he will cease his worthless existence. With a snap of her finger, the sword under her control flew towards Carl's head. He managed to dodge the attacks, but the sword always came back for him time after time. With these attacks, she wanted him to start dancing so that she could become interested in the battle. Even so, Carl couldn't entertain the girl. He managed to lie beautifully on the floor. With each passing second, she realized what a worthless person he was, because he was boring as hell. If she had come across any of her past opponents, she would at least have been interested in killing them. He began to realize that the difference in strength was so great that it could be compared to an abyss. And this abyss is clearly depicted in this picture, this hole he will never cross. Carl calmed himself down and told himself to calm down and get this fear out of his head. Lily noticed that their ally was completely overwhelmed by the will of his opponent. The Raven, on the contrary, noticed how greedily Layla was staring at the princess. She felt disgusted by this look, because she doesn't like people who pretend to be someone incredible. The boy asked if she didn't look exactly like Layla. She didn't consider herself to be the same as her at all, but Layla is very strong, so you shouldn't underestimate her. Layla wanted to appear incredibly magnificent to the princess, but Lilia already saw everything, because if she was in her demon clan, she would be among the best. Meanwhile, we are taken back to memories of Carl practicing his water blade technique. Raven came and praised his abilities, because all this training wasn't just for nothing. He's a great guy, because he was already able to learn the skill of the water sword. Carl felt like the master was overpraising him. Only Raven said that the water sword technique was only a part of the ice sword mastery that was described in that giant book. The red-haired friend knows about this technique well, but has never tried to practice it. The ice water technique is imperial and has been around since the time of their clan's creation. It was only for this reason that he was allowed to learn the abbreviated water sword technique, but Carl has no idea that he is on the verge of stepping onto the steps of learning ice water techniques. With it, he can convert energy into cold water, the temperature of which is below the freezing point of ice. Carl didn't want to listen to his next tales about the power of the new technology that he would teach them. Raven explains that this water is colder than ice and remains liquid, and that this is the power of this technique. Carl can change the temperature of any physical body in this way. In fact, this technique has many applications, and this is one of the most powerful. Carl read that this technique is incredibly powerful, but it was long lost. How could he learn it? Then the master laughed and opened his robe to take out something with a rustling sound of paper. From his suit, he took out sheets of paper, which he collected piece by piece and combined into a teaching on ice water technique. This was what Carl needed. With it, he would be able to defeat all the enemies in his path. In his hands were the actual teachings of ice water techniques that had been lost hundreds of years ago. If they were lost, Carl thought that Raven wrote them himself, and he was right. He is ready to believe this. But how does he know the basics of the ice sword of water technique? He had an incredible dream, which he remembered and transferred to paper, and that is how the ice water techniques appeared in his hands. This dream was actually very boring and long. Even while he was sleeping, Raven wanted to wake up as quickly as possible. Now we have moved away from Carl's memory and moved on to the battle. Layla no longer knows what to do with him to make him fight her seriously. Moreover, you have already missed the best moment to win, said Carl with a serious face. She didn't understand what he was going to say by this. Did he really still have hope of winning? The ice swordsman thanked her for giving him time to prepare for a technique he didn't fully master. Sending her dark blade, she commanded him to stop bluffing and start fighting fairly. Then he began to concentrate energy around himself and turn all the water into ice. The water became so monstrously cold that even the energy of the dark sword began to freeze. Frosty drops of water began to collide with the sword and slow it down. And now his sword fell before the enemy. And now the entire arena became one big freezer for Layla. The dark sword fell. The blood in the girl's body began to freeze. Another couple of minutes and she would freeze to death. She didn't understand what was happening here, because she had only seen this kind of thing in textbooks about the lost techniques of the emperors. The blood had already cooled enough to turn all the liquid in it into ice. Thank God the technology started working and Carl had a chance to win. The elite students didn't understand why their sister suddenly fell to her knees. Something inexplicable began to happen in her body. Icy energy entered inside her body. It's very cold, cold, cold. Her body has already cooled down a couple of degrees. She understands that she needs to urgently remove all the ice energy from her body in order not to die. Unfortunately for her, the ice did not leave her body. Instead, some of it remained in her and froze her blood cells. She feels that Carl has not become stronger, but his vital energy has changed significantly. Layla asked him what kind of demonic technique he used, but he didn't use anything dark. In fact, at the beginning of the battle, he felt a giant gap between them. But now he feels that he can touch her with his sword, and he has some hope. Finally, we decided to show you a sketch of Raven's dream about the ice water technique for Carl. On a certain island lived the greatest immortal all-seeing and all-knowing master with an aura of universal scale. And he had the longest stream of urine in the whole world. So he had to urinate in front of an endless ocean, since this master could not get to the toilet. Carl also thought that this delusional dream had nothing to do with the ice sword technique. That's the end. The fight between Carl and Layla continues. The ice swordsman unleashing attack after attack, getting closer to victory. Finally, he managed to get close enough to the enemy to inflict some damage. Carl's fighting spirit rose because he had come close to this girl's level, but she didn't understand why he was laughing. And he remembered that at the beginning of the battle she said that she would not have to move to win. And now she has to not only move, but even retreat. Otherwise, she might die. After all, Carl had already attacked her head-on and caused minor damage to her aesthetically beautiful face. She couldn't understand how he dared to attack her and make that unfortunate scratch. Eventually, her opinion about the battle changed, and now she wants to take revenge for the humiliation. The swordsman immediately suspected that things had gotten bad for him, and that he should expect something new from her. Suddenly, she unleashed all her dark power to show that she was going to fight seriously. And for this scratch on his face, Layla is going to kill him in hellish torment. Before, he knew she wasn't fighting at full strength. But now he sees that her aura is similar to the one that could kill him. The dark sword was still affected by the ice water technique, so it remained immobilized. And Layla also cannot extract the energy of ice water from her body. It doesn't matter that his opponent is stronger, he still has a chance of winning, albeit a small one. Lily noticed that Carl's aura had changed a lot. Raven said that it was all his aura of self-confidence that had awakened. The Water Master imbued his sword with energy and enveloped it in a thick layer of energy. To help, Carl created a clone of himself that exactly resembled his build and appearance. Behind his back, he created 2 clones at once, hoping that they would help him in the battle. This technique was called water clone summoning and was most often used for house cleaning. But even these water clones for cleaning, he turned into fighters who attack enemies. Carl called this attack his strongest and warned him that it could kill him. Layla noted that Carl was a very arrogant boy, but she expected something from him that all his friends did not show. The 3 of them surrounded the girl to attack her from all sides, thinking that she would not be able to dodge. No way, Layla wasn't going to give up so easily, and during the frontal attack, she simply disappeared from sight. Carl began to understand that he had no idea where his opponent was or what he should do. That same dark sword appeared out of nowhere and pierced the boy through and through. Standing behind him, she whispered what a good trick he had used. but still lost. The water clones began to disappear, as life energy, which was already in short supply, was flowing out of Carl along with his blood. She reminded him that he could never defeat her, because she had been training her whole life, and he had only been training for a month. The swordsman noticed that she had run away, raised her sword, and went behind him to attack. All this was done in a couple of moments. She was very fast. In his case, such speed is simply impossible. With great cruelty, Layla tore the sword from his chest to ask him something again. She wanted to know if he really thought that a little firefly could outshine the moon in the sky, meaning that she was the moon and Carl was the firefly. After these questions, she swung her sword, and Carl realized that his confidence had instantly disappeared, leaving only animal fear. The sword was very close next to his head, and he was rushing towards him with the aim of cutting off his head. A terrible blow fell on Carl's shoulders and certainly took his life once and for all. Suddenly, Layla felt that something had gone wrong and that her opponent was still alive. Then we saw the princess, who pushed Carl aside and drew attention to herself. She told him to stop talking and start doing things. How much longer can he fight? Ken and Falcon wondered why Princess Lily had intervened in the fight and saved the boy. Only John stood and admired the lady, because he wanted her to beat him too with her small, tender fists. His butt hurt a lot from the fall, and she told him to thank her for saving his life. Kurt also couldn't take his eyes off this godlike beauty who moved so elegantly. The referee said that such interference in the fight violated the rules, so they would be punished. He told the judge that she should not be punished because he asked her to intervene, so he would take the punishment upon himself. In this case, he has no choice but to ask for a technical defeat. She began to understand that something was fishy here, because their scores were equal in every parameter. Carl felt ashamed of this fight in front of his older brother because he lost to Layla. The Raven didn't care whether he lost or won. The main thing was that he remained alive, as his only and first friend. The girl respectfully greeted the princess, who paid no attention to her. She wanted to ask why Lily should serve Raven when she was there instead of him. Lily doesn't care what this warrior girl tells her and asks her to leave her alone. Layla continued to talk about Raven, belittling him for using the princess as a servant. The reminder that Lily was a servant here offended the girl even more. Finally, Layla offered our hero to fight for the place of the chief disciple in the clan. From his reaction, it was clear that he had been waiting for her to propose to him from the very beginning. Already in the ring, he promised to do her the great honor of fighting with the great student. And so they stood opposite each other. Layla noted that her opponent was very brave, as senior students should be. She also asked where his weapon or that burnt stick was, how he would fight without a weapon. He continued to be cheeky and said that he did not need a weapon in a duel against someone like her. Layla was very irritated by the insolence, despite the fact that she was very kind to Raven. The girl was able to find a reason for him to look for some kind of weapon, and he agreed. Then he called one of his disciples to ask him for a favor. He whispered in his ear to find some weapon in the treasury, but the boy did not understand anything. Then Raven shouted at him as if he was being so stupid and that he should go and get something. The student, through tears, told him and ran away that he didn't have to swear so loudly. The master pointed out to her that if she wanted him to fight, she would have to wait. At the same time, everything was great on Kyle's opponent's team. All members were alive and in relatively good condition. The only one who is dissatisfied with this battle is the elder himself, who used all his tricks to win, but did not even come close to it. And suddenly, on the mountain slopes, someone spoke to Kyle using telepathy. Kyle felt an impact on his mind, as well as an unknown voice from the mountains. This unknown person says that Kyle spent so much time and effort on this clan, and this is how it all turned out for him. Kyle asks him what he means by these words and names the unknown person. His name was the Prince of the Kingdom of Jewels, Don. This imposing man with a thick beard was a guest of the face-cleansing clan. He told the second elder that Master Raven had achieved a draw in this battle, even though Kyle had all the advantages. Kyle didn't think the fight was over at all because his student couldn't let him down. Don laughed and said that if the second elder thought so, then he did not dare contradict him. The prince laughs at Kyle, saying that even if he loses, Raven will have a big advantage, since he has already demonstrated his knowledge and strength. He also has great support from Princess Lily and the Emperor of the 9 Holy Demons Leo clan. Sooner or later, at this rate, Kyle will lose everything he has worked so hard for and strived for. Kyle was betting that he would soon win the position of chief apprentice from Raven and regain his former power. After all, Raven has very little time left to be the main disciple, just until the end of the battle with Layla. Finally, the younger apprentice returned with the weapon that his older brother Raven had been waiting for so long. Raven asked me to go to the statue near the armory and get these 2 blades from it. The master admired this weapon, but the boy did not understand how to fight with it if it could not even cut vegetables. Layla was outraged. Apparently Raven was mocking her since he was using rusty iron to fight her. He explained to her that she was a stupid fool who didn't understand anything about weapons. The swordswoman didn't even argue since it was pointless, because her opponent was super weird. Since her opponent is going to die, she's going to give him the most unworthy death. With her sword, she began to create purple lightning that cut through clouds and created copies of swords from energy. This preparation for a new powerful attack did not impress Brother Raven at all. It was written on his face. She warns that her attacks were feared across the continent and by all clans, so one should be careful or die from one blow. The younger students warned Raven to be careful. This would be Layla's most powerful attack. Even the elite students had never seen Layla use this technique. This was the only hope of their clan. This was the kind of power Kyle was able to achieve by training Layla. Kyle smiled with joy at the sight of his students' power, because she was stronger than all her peers. With such power, no amount of luck can help Raven anymore. This battle has only one outcome. She possesses absolute strength and power in this clan, a talent that all clan elders dream of. Very soon the battle will end in someone's favor. Raven does nothing at all. After this battle, Layla will take the place of the main disciple, and Raven will retire underground. And then this girl will hang the main character's head on the gallows for everyone to see. After Raven's defeat, the second-class students will lose their driving force, so they will be crippled, lose all abilities, and become slaves. And most importantly, she will be able to reunite with Princess Lily. Layla really wants to reunite with Lilia. This is one of the most important goals of this person. Only now the hero began to react to the attack, and Layla had already noticed everything because it was already too late to resist. She sees how slowly he reacts and understands that with this attack she will solve the problem with Raven. After all, he is just a step to the next level of Layla's power. Finally, Raven stopped standing in a stupor and began to move towards Layla. The young Raven did something incredible again. With one attack, he cut through all the energy swords and defeated the girl. Unfortunately, she didn't have time to understand anything. Everything happened too quickly. Raven's attack caused massive damage to Layla's body, but did not affect any vital organs. In fact, he struck not even with the sharp side of the swords, but with the blunt one, in order to spare her and not kill her. In this fiendishly exciting battle, the winner is determined. One blow from Raven was enough to plunge the hopes of an entire clan into darkness. The elite fighters realized that their older sister had lost, despite having such strength. No one in this clan could believe the defeat of this monster. Even Kyle himself realized that he couldn't get rid of Raven on his own. He needed Prince Don's help. Then this devilish smile tells us that soon this Don will create a lot of problems for Raven. Kyle realizes that he failed to win after all, and now he will have to turn to Don. Meanwhile, doctors were already running to save the girl after the brutal battle. The men wanted to know what was happening to her, but she simply cried out of fear and the loss of the chance to get closer to the princess. The paramedics noticed that the girl had no wounds and should not have been in any pain at all. But why is she acting like this? Does she really think that Elder Kyle will kill her after this defeat? In fact, they thought that this Raven boy might have done something to her in this battle. He immediately made his devilishly scary face and laughed at Layla. They realized that nothing could be expected from this fool who laughs at the loser. Sometime later, the time came to announce the results of the match. A month ago, Raven and Elder Kyle made a bet where the policy of second-class disciples and the expulsion of the main disciple were at stake. If Raven wins, all the students will become equal. But if he loses, everything will remain as before. Only the hero will leave the clan. The rest of the elders rejoiced at the outcome that the chief disciple brought them. And finally, Christopher announces to the whole square that as a result of 4 equal fights, the Raven side wins with a score of 2-1. The elite students didn't know what to say in response to this statement. Kyle held on to the fact that Raven had taken the demonic path, so he won, and Layla cried until the very end. The chief elder raised his hand and said majestically that the system of second-class disciples had been abolished. Now Fang can sleep peacefully in the hospital because he brought justice on his back to this clan. All second-class students have all the advantages along with other students. They have full access to the library and weapons storage facilities. This day will remain in the history of their clan, because from this moment on, the prosperity of their home will begin. The results of the match have been announced, and now everyone can go home. Raven is very happy with this outcome. Everything went as he wanted, and now his clan can fully prosper. Christopher released all the students and gave them the day off, but asked Raven to stay for a conversation. His gaze darkened, and he said that he needed an explanation from the boy. Raven had already begun to understand that the conversation would be about the blades he had asked to be brought to him. And now they are already at Christopher's residence, which is reached by a road paved with stone slabs and surrounded by fresh vegetation. The old man didn't expect at all that Raven would be able to defeat Layla with one attack. And also, among all the weapons in the treasury, he chose these two blades. The boy tried to hide his knowledge and said that the victory and the choice of this weapon were just luck. But Christopher understood that this weapon was unusual. On the contrary, it lay in the hands of the founder's statue. From his findings, it became clear that Raven knew about the divine mechanisms of this weapon and was able to activate it. He was amazed at how the old man had figured out all his knowledge and intentions, Emperor Leo also thought. Raven began to understand what the elder was getting at, because he knew that these blades were the favorite weapons of Emperor Charlemagne, as well as the founder of this clan. He decided not to reveal all his knowledge, so he said that he simply taught Layla a lesson from his ancestors' blades. Christopher understands that everything is not as simple as his cunning student says. He also explains that he has no other intentions or excess knowledge about divine mechanisms. The old man noticed that Raven was not going to reveal any of his secrets. The most important thing is that this boy won the bet, and not the elder. Otherwise, everything could have ended very badly. Raven thought the old man was in charge here. But in fact, there were some problems that could be put off for now. In fact, Christopher called Brother Raven not because of the Emperor's blades, but because of the problems they would still face. Christopher noted that Raven had been acting crazy for a long time, and that this was attracting a lot of attention from the Jewel Kingdom. For the last millennium, this kingdom has been ruled by the order of the heavenly god, and all this time they have been expanding their territories. And because of Raven's behavior, Prince Don has set his sights on Christopher's clan and is planning to take it over. The old man does not understand at all why the boy does not know about such a powerful force as the Kingdom of Jewels. He explained to him that he was more interested in the history of his ancestors than in modern events. Then Christopher explained to him that this kingdom had begun to act faster. At the moment, their representative, Prince Don, is often visiting them, and he needs our Raven. And Christopher became curious about whether Brother Raven would be able to cope with what awaited him in the near future. Several days passed after the conversation with the elder. Raven recalled ways to destroy external threats. In her residence, Princess Lily practiced her pure breathing techniques. The girl calmly trained her endurance and expanded her vessels through which life energy flows. She finally finished and calmly exhaled the air from her mouth outward. Suddenly, Mr. Raven bursts into her room and tells her to get ready, because they are going on a hike soon. She was outraged by his behavior, because he burst into her room without even knocking. Only he doesn't think that his maid can demand that he knock on the door when he wants to come in. Lily began to change her opinion of him, but he ruined everything again. He explained to her that Leo had sent her here to obtain knowledge from Raven about her ancient ancestors. And in this case, only her dad goes to extreme measures to achieve his goal. Then she realized that she could not tolerate such words about her father, who had taken her in and raised her. For such disrespect, she decided to slap him and already swung her heavy hand. Suddenly, her harsh swing was stopped by Raven with his stick, which always protects him. Raven is going to put the girl who works for him in her place so that her father will gain strength, knowledge, and power. The brother asked his maid if she had lost her courage to behave like that. Then he tripped her, and she began to fall right on top of him. While Lily was falling, the owner managed to grab her tightly by the waist and catch her. With this stick, he wants to teach the impudent princess a lesson and show her her place here. She was very unhappy with what this freak was going to do to her. He did it anyway and hit her tender ass with a hard stick. The girl felt an incredibly uncomfortable feeling, as if she had been dishonored and simply thrown into a gutter. After intense shame, a loud cry of pain followed, which could be heard throughout the clan's territory. Carl immediately reacted to this sound, since he cared about the princess, in case something happened to her. And here in front of him is this picture of Raven spanking Lily on her tender bottom. It's easy to imagine a Raven in such a situation, since he has no norms or rules of behavior, but Lily's image has been spoiled. Carl immediately understood what was going on, because only newlyweds could behave like that. He didn't really want to come here and stop them from doing that, after all. Everyone has a right to personal space. Lily immediately shouted at him not to take it for what he imagined. Everything was completely different. It turned out that Carl was walking towards his older brother with a purpose, to tell him something. At first, he was going to thank all the second-class students for those training sessions. Raven realized that this was not the only reason he came here and asked to speak faster. He then explained that after the abolition of the second-class system, they themselves never saw Raven again. During that month, the second-class students became very strong and no one bullied them anymore. Therefore, they would be very happy if he also continued to train them under his wing. He immediately said that he was not going to do such tedious work with them. Moreover, that training method was suitable only for a month of practice, and then it will not be so effective. He had already spoken to the big guy so that he would be less lazy and start training these blockheads more diligently. Raven also plans to take up individual training in the near future when he is no longer too lazy. The retired training, when they heard this, they asked where he was going to go. Then he replied that he had been searching and thinking for a long time about where it would be best for him to go for an internship. And the best option was the ghostly pavilion, where many spirits and monsters lived. There are many rumors about this place, and none of them were good. That's why this place looks so sinister. Fang had heard of this place before. It was built on a cemetery, so it was filled with darkness and lost souls. The elders told Lara that there was a powerful demon there that ate people. As Carl passed by, he heard a terrible female scream, which frightened him. Only pervert John really wants the ghost lady to tie him up and punish him harshly. Raven realized that Carl was a master at making up stories about this place, but he still hadn't learned how to fight. Carl stood his ground and pointed out that the place was full of evil spirits, which is why it was called the Ghost Pavilion. He made a scary face and said that this place was truly cursed. Raven asked Lilia what she thought of the place and whether it was suitable for a date. She is outraged by this attitude towards herself. Even if she is a girl, she definitely won't be afraid of some monster. The Raven did not hesitate then. If his companion was not afraid, then he needed to move forward. Carl warned them to be careful with the ghosts. Lilia replied that she would send all the monsters to hell. They were already inside, and even from the outside, the place was filled with a gloomy aura and the foul smell of old apartments. He placed the box next to him and sat down in the lotus position. Then Lilia noticed how gloomy the interior was, which is why there were such rumors about the building. There were many symbols on the wall. He thought that some kind of melody was written there. He wants to play this melody on the zither, which he asked Lilia for. Everything led him to embark on the path of mastering the zither, the name of a plucked musical instrument invented in Europe. She would never have imagined that such a vulgar person as Raven would pick up such an elegant instrument. So Lilia asked him to show her his unique style of playing this instrument. But this idiot played it like the great rock guitarists of the 80s played an electric guitar. She had never heard such crap in her life. How could one even extract such sounds from a zither? Suddenly she felt a terrible aura of death and fear deep within the walls of the pavilion. It seems that someone found this melody as disgusting as Lily did. Dark energy began to concentrate in a vortex and gather into the body of the monster. In this dark whirlwind, the red eyes of the monster they had disturbed began to become visible. A purple ghost with bull-shaped horns and several meters tall appeared. Now they believed Carl's words that there was a terrible demon here that ate people. They had no choice but to attack the monster to kill it. The Raven began to play the zither to create a protective field and attack with light energy from it. The beauty noticed that she had not dealt any damage to the monster, as if all her attacks had missed. She felt it as if she had simply walked through the air with a sword. Meanwhile, the monster with red eyes was not going to tolerate such noise in his house and wanted to kill his enemies. He realized that this was not the true form of this monster. In reality, it looked completely different. The boy began to explain to him that this place was very important for his old friend, so he did not want to destroy it. The ghost began to talk and show signs of consciousness because he was able to speak. A muffled female voice began to be heard from his mouth, apparently the ghost of a woman. The princess decided to intervene in their conversation and land a couple of blows on her. Only Brother Raven stopped his servant from daring to disrupt their contact with the ghost. After thinking for a bit, he named Anna, since in her energy he recognized an old friend from a past life. The ghost's gaze changed. Her name was really Anna, and Raven was able to recognize her. She didn't understand how he recognized her, because Anna hadn't communicated with anyone in this form for thousands of years and had changed a lot. Still, he is very glad that he met an old acquaintance, because she is the only one his age. Lily's jaw dropped in surprise as her master guessed the name of this ghost, and it was so cute. Then Anna began to transform and asked them to wait a little while until she changed form. The dark ghost turned into a beautiful girl who has not yet fully transformed. And before our eyes, Anna appeared in her true form and said that she was protecting her deceased husband's beloved. She also asks for forgiveness for greeting her guests in such a way without even offering them tea. Then Lily lost her power of speech. Then she realized that the rumors about the terrible man-eating demon and the crying beauty were true. And both of these rumors have one face in the form of Anna, who gave rise to so much gossip about this place. Then she asked the boy if he knew her husband, the great Emperor Charles. In fact, it was he who introduced Anna to Emperor Charlemagne. If it weren't for him, they would never have met. Anna, after thousands of years, remembered Lord Dark Raven, who brought her and Carl together. The girl did not understand anything from their conversation. What Lord Raven they were talking about. The Raven himself tells her not to eavesdrop because the less you know, the better you sleep. Then if she can't know who he is, then she'd better find out who this beautiful Anna is. He began to tell the story that Charlemagne was so inspired by his craft that he never even married. But he had only one lover, after which he never looked at any woman after that. An old legend says that in a village on the outskirts of the continent, many thousands of years ago, there lived a beauty. This girl's name was Anna. One day she was collecting medicinal herbs the color of her hair and came across a birdmaster. The giant raven, along with the handsome wounded youth, flew straight towards Anna. This young man turned out to be Charlemagne, who founded the facial cleansing clan. This guy immediately attracted the attention of a young and unmarried girl who was just living in the marriage season. The raven handed the young man over to her gentle arms so that she could help him recover from the battle. Her house was no different from other village houses. A thatched roof, stone walls, and no amenities other than comfort. They spent several days in such a cozy atmosphere. Anna was very kind to Carl and fed him with a spoon. Of course, this time was not wasted. Anna's care played on Carl's feelings and they fell in love. After just a few days, they couldn't live without each other, and that's how simple everything was in their reunion story. The princess had never heard such a cliched story as the one Raven told him. Carl was a strong practitioner, but the beauty did not possess similar talent. But because of his incredible love for her, he had to give up his practice and take up everyday life with his beloved. But she herself did not want to become a burden for her beloved husband. So she had to go to extreme measures, find rare herbs and mix them. This sinister mass did not inspire confidence, but she understood that she could not leave her beloved without a strong woman. Still, she drank this terrible poison to become strong and independent. She felt very ill from this potion, but her powers as an immortal warrior began to awaken. Over time, Anna embarked on the path of zither mastery, and they moved forward together. Later, Carl was nicknamed the Emperor, and Anna the musical fairy for her revealed talents. This is the story that Raven told. If it weren't for him, they would never have met. Lily then immediately understood who this Anna was. She had previously heard about the fairy Anna with the zither. The ancient scriptures speak of a great musical fairy, but she had never seen her. He said hesitantly that it was she, the very same great empress of the zither. She composed most of the song techniques in complete solitude. Even in popular lexicon, she was called the Lonely Princess of Citra. But Lily wasn't clear what she was doing in such an abandoned and eerie place. It was very difficult for Anna to talk about how her soul ended up here, because her life was very interesting. Then Raven said that Anna died a tragic death in this pavilion. Lily's eyes began to open. The world no longer seemed so simple. Little Anna died in this place many thousands of years ago, being here all alone, and it was her cries that passers-by heard. Only Raven himself asked her if Anna knew that she had been imprisoned in this building for many thousands of years. Once upon a time, this pavilion shone brighter than the sun. It was full of bright colors, and it had many uninvited guests. These uninvited guests were hunting for the legendary zither fairy Anna. Carl drove them all away, but did not kill them, as he was too merciful. Time after time, he drove them away, but they always promised to return as soon as they became stronger. Charlemagne does not understand why people think that if they have power, they can use it for evil. Anna blamed herself and her weakness for the attacks of these bandits, since she could not live up to her husband. After such phrases, he always stopped her and said that she and he were not guilty of anything. To ensure that bad people never steal Anna from him, he becomes stronger and stronger every day. That's why he is so strong and capable, as they say. A man creates walls, and a woman feels comfortable in them. She laughed, as she was always happy to listen to his little jokes and see that wink that no one would ever repeat. Carl always became stronger, trying to keep up in order to defeat stronger enemies. But she never had the talent for development, so she resorted to extreme methods. She had to artificially maintain her strength through drugs and potions until her body could no longer bear it. One day, when things were going to be tough for her, Carl practiced again to become stronger. He gained the immortal body of the Emperor and divine will, releasing a lot of energy. Once again, he excelled in his power and advanced so far that waves of energy scared away animals hundreds of kilometers away from him. He couldn't boast about his successes to anyone else, so he immediately ran to his beloved. He burned brighter than he had ever burned before. Now he possessed the most powerful force in the world. But I realized that I had made the biggest mistake when I was chasing my incredible strength and power. Anna then fell because of his powerful bursts of energy. She no longer had any strength left. Because of these artificial enhancements to her power, Anna became weakened, and Carl's breakthrough to a new level finished her off. He realized that in the race for his power, he had completely forgotten to look after his beloved. She had to lie about her power so that it wouldn't contribute to his ending his practices. Carl didn't want to accept the fact that he had trained for their safety, and now he had no meaning in life. She was very sorry that she was so weak that she made him cry, but she was incredibly happy that she died on her lover's lap. Sooner or later, this unfortunate day had to happen, so she leaves him. No matter how much Carl begged her not to leave him, no force could bring his beloved back to life. And so ended the story of the legendary zither fairy Anna, who was imprisoned in the solitude of a ghostly pavilion. The raven will never understand the meaning of self-sacrifice, as he is very cold to everyone. After the death of his beloved, he took her zither to hide inside this pavilion. Charlemagne did just that, hiding the divine weapon deep beneath the floor of their house. Anna feels very sorry for becoming a hostile ghost in order to protect their home. Only Raven said that Anna is not a ghost. She is something much higher than that. She is the released energy from the memory of the great Emperor Charles. Lily didn't understand at all what this 1.5-meter-tall madman was saying. Shorty replied that great emperors are at such a level of development that they are able to leave their power in objects for many hundreds of years. She wondered how he knew all this, and he replied that his knowledge was real power. But Raven is sure that after so many years, Anna should have disappeared, since Carl's power to hold her is great, but not limitless. In fact, a couple of years ago, a strange, eerie energy from the earth released her again. This information is really very interesting for them. What is this dark energy from underground? It is imperative to find the source of this energy. Is it really possible that that same zither is still playing its music? Some familiar light energy actually began to ooze from the ground, just like from Carl. Suddenly, we were interrupted and transported to the gates of our ancient facial cleansing clan. The student sentry was observing his perimeter when he suddenly noticed something strange in the sky. There was a large ship with red sails in the sky, which was moving on someone's energy. This ornament on the sail is hard to miss. This is the ship of the Kingdom of Jewels. The guard on duty shouted loudly and called all the elders, warning them of an enemy attack. The ship's captain turned out to be the powerful flagmaster Jack Sparrow. Jack noticed how quickly all 5 elders gathered at the entrance to the sect. They began to guess the purpose for which the ship of the Kingdom of Jewels had arrived. Kyle decided to attack the enemy immediately so that he wouldn't have time to destroy anything. The second elder flew up to get closer and ask a few questions. He thought it would be best for him to talk to him. Christopher should not touch them. The others ordered him to quickly return back and not to create any unnecessary conflicts with the clans. But it was already too late. He was hovering opposite the ship and he and Jack were looking into each other's eyes. The elder asked what Jack was looking for in their lands, whether he was their enemy and needed to be stopped. Jack Sparrow said that there was no need to resort to such extremes. He came here for enlightenment. Kyle explained to him that he would only receive enlightenment from his clan over his dead body. Jack was going to stop him because he wasn't here for a second-rate person like Kyle. He hated such insolence, so he did not hesitate and launched an attack. All the dark energy surrounding him gathered into a fist and formed a certain pattern. Jack was quite happy to warm up his muscles with someone who was actually capable. A dark sword of this size could only be created by the second elder of the face-refining clan. This technique should destroy the entire enemy ship and leave nothing behind. In a couple of seconds, there will be a collision with the enemy ship. Jack understands that the ship cannot withstand it, but he makes no decisions to protect himself. Still, he uses the flag technique, creating a gigantic number of them. They began to gather into a lump and structure something for protection. The flags formed a giant hand and stopped Kyle's dark sword. All these flags have faces, which means that they contain the souls of the dead that Jack killed. His opponent destroyed his flame so easily that he even lost his speech. Now Jack was going to kill him and add Kyle's new soul to his flag collection. And with this attack, he was easily capable of killing the clan elder. It's scary to even imagine how many people he killed, that there are so many souls under his control. With the attack, he brought Kyle back down to earth so that he wouldn't think too highly of himself. Kyle now needs urgent help, otherwise he cannot avoid death. Jack hit him hard enough to ensure he died from the attack. The big guy managed to catch him, just like in that very scene between Peter Parker and Mary Jane. Christopher ordered him to quickly take him to the healers so that he would survive with 100% probability. Now Jack turned his attention to Christopher. Since the fight had already begun, it needed to continue. He noticed that only old Christopher could give resistance in the entire ancient clan. Only then did the old man realize that Jack had come specifically for his death. Meanwhile, Raven investigates this source of unknown energy. All this time, Anna thought that she appeared because of this energy source. But she couldn't tell Raven anything about what could be underground. Since at that moment I was still unconscious, I didn't feel anything. The boy told her that it was okay that she didn't know, so Anna didn't have to worry. Now I need to get to this thing as quickly as possible and dig a small hole with my own hands. Lily saw how he transformed his fist into such a state, because a young man cannot master a technique of this level. In fact, this doesn't mean anything new for him. There are still 12 such divine techniques, and he needs to learn them all. With one powerful blow to the floor, he created an explosive force similar to that of a fragmentation grenade. The beauty had never seen such tricks in her life, and yet they came close to their goal. They actually started to get closer to this thing that was emitting the energy of Emperor Charles. The princess is surprised at the terrifying speed with which Raven's power grows. Only Anna doesn't understand how Lord Dark Raven became so weak. With both hands, he will dig even faster, so he needs to try a little harder. Charles buried his wife's zither deep enough so that no one would find it. For some time, he dug a hole like a mole to find that very zither of the great fairy Anna. Apparently, it was time to finish, and he simply exhaled a lot of air from fatigue. Here he found it. Right in front of his eyes lies a bundle with the Emperor's divine mechanism. The zither still contained much of the Emperor's energy and was thoroughly imbued with his power. The musical instrument that many had been chasing for thousands of years was given to Raven without even a fight. Here it is. With a personalized coat of arms and a devilishly dangerous power, Anna immediately recognized her favorite musical instrument. The princess insistently asked to see this treasure of modern times. Reaching out her hand, she felt with her soft skin this strong aura that covered her hands. Citra certainly has great power, but there is something else that bothers her. Lily is currently dealing with what disturbed Anna's peace during her sleep. In fact, there is some alien energy in this zither that does not belong to Anna. Raven asked her if it was by chance that this energy had released her from the instrument. She replied that she felt the same energy as when she woke up, so it was she. It was this force that drove her out of her home. Then he offered to take her back to his home and forget about all her fears. This dark energy has become more malleable after being extracted from the earth, so it can return back. And while she is at home, he will use the zither for a while, then leave her alone. Still, Anna won't be comfortable staying here while some guy is using her tool. She still agreed to this, but so that he would not create too much chaos with her in his hands. Although only with his help can she again find herself in her place, where her husband hid her. Anya will help him play the instrument to make it easier for him to adapt. Lily immediately moved away from him so as not to listen to this terrible sound, otherwise her ears might bleed. And so he was able to master it. The sound came out very beautiful, even with his minimal skills. Lily was shocked by this sound. Now something similar to music began to enter her ears. Finally, he has mastered the art of the zither. What a deceiver. A fairy helps him, and he takes credit for her achievements. Meanwhile, the battle with Jack was in full swing. The old man began to use the technique of Bruce Lee's 6th version. The younger elders were worried about Christopher, but they believed that if he was in charge, everything would be fine. Christopher's aura is very similar to Charlemagne's, which is why his energy is so bright and pure. The old man is unhappy that his adversary is using grieving souls to commit evil deeds. He noted that the more souls he has, the stronger he is, and Jack can also take away the techniques of those killed. And he was going to take Christopher's techniques for himself, but the old man was not going to give them to anyone. This is what Bruce Lee's true form of the 6th version looks like, with which he is going to defeat Jack. This test could be fatal for the enemy, so Christopher warns him that he can still escape. The 6th option forced him to use all his power to attack. All the souls of the dead would be consumed. The Emperor's technique will force everyone to fight with all their might, because if you take risks, you can die. But something incredibly huge before his eyes alerted him. Christopher summoned a giant whale with wings and arms to fight by his side. These are the kind of powerful pets that this seemingly decrepit old man can use in battle. The whale posed a gigantic threat to Jack Sparrow's ship. The whale's blow immediately stopped his intentions to kill Old Man Christopher, the only force of the face-cleansing clan. A pillow of perfume was waiting for him, so that its owner would not kiss the mountain rocks with his face. Compared to this animal, Jack looked like a bug, so he couldn't answer Christopher. He did not expect to see among them masters with the strength of noble nobility. Will Jack really run away from here in fear after seeing his power? For some reason, he was not going to retreat, although they were at completely different levels of power. From the stolen techniques, Jack learned to transform souls into crabs. With one movement of his hands, he controlled the entire flock and attacked the opponents. With such a large number of crabs, he intended to surround Christopher and leave him no room to move. The elder realized that this was one of his stolen techniques, which meant nothing to him. He asks Jack if he's really going to beat him with a bunch of lobsters. Jack believes that the shells of these crabs are impenetrable and their claws are filled with deadly poison. Did Jack really come to kill him with crustaceans so he could only laugh to death? When the whale destroyed all the crab-shaped souls in a second, Jack's jaw dropped. Jack let it slip and said that he was just stalling here and couldn't even achieve that goal. He summoned a giant soul monster just to distract Christopher from something really important. Jack now also has a giant monster on his side, which will keep him company in the fight with the whale. This big spirit looked impressive, but the whale was still much more dangerous. As expected, the spirit hit the whale and couldn't even pierce the titan's skin. The monster's fists struck at painful spots, but there wasn't enough force to cause any significant damage. And Christopher's summoned beast pierced the ghost's chest and found the body of Jack, who was hiding inside it. This blow was fatal for him. A couple more blows like this and all his organs would turn to mush. It was in vain that he began to run into the main force of this clan, knowing that he would lose to the technique of Bruce Lee's sixth variant. Christopher did not feel the influence of the enemy, so he became very bored. Our Trinity arrived first after the elders to help the old men in the battle with the enemy. Lara even saw giant beasts in the sky. Something truly grandiose had happened here. The third elder noticed that the little ones had come to watch the spectacle, but he threatened them that it was too dangerous here, and they were walking around here without a reason, like they wanted to die or something. Luckily for them, they arrived at the end of the event. The enemy was defeated and on his knees for attacking their clan. Jack said with weariness in his voice that Christopher was not at all like the reports described. He was damn strong. So Jack asked him when he managed to become so strong and master the technique of Bruce Lee's sixth version. As it turns out, Christopher lost to the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom in the past. So he promised himself that he would become even stronger to protect the place dear to his heart. And today, Jack has violated the peace agreement signed after that war. Jack understands that this is how they started a war with them. Now there is no way back. But he decided not to die at their feet just like that. He was going to use techniques to take this monster with him. The enemy, with his last strength, grabbed the old man and sealed him in spiritual flags. The flock of disciples were very afraid for the great elder, because he was the only one who could protect them from real danger. The elders needed to hurry to stop the sealing. The third elder realizes that they need to hurry, otherwise it will be too late. Still, they didn't manage to do anything. The flags disappeared along with the elder and Jack. This situation is truly dire. The war with the Jewel Kingdom is in full swing and their elder is in great danger. The situation is very dire in their clan, and the third elder understands this better than anyone else. The students didn't understand whether Jack killed Christopher by sacrificing himself, or whether they had simply been transported somewhere. But the death of Christopher is not as terrible as the fact that they will be attacked, and their leader is not at his post. There was also information that Prince Don had disappeared from the hotel, and it became clear that he and Jack had planned everything from the very beginning. The remaining elders need to quickly notify everyone about what happened and declare a state of emergency. Meanwhile, Raven practiced techniques related to the zither and its power. It's really hard for Lily to imagine him so quiet. She even began to think he was nice. What she's really interested in is how he, being immortal, came to possess the immortal body of a demon. And now he looks so fragile and mortal, as if they were meeting him for the first time. This silence was interrupted by the terrible singing of the raven. Again, the princess could not be moved by it. She was outraged by his singing, and he explained to her that vocal skill is also very important in the mastery of the zither. There was no reason to trust this cunning fox, since he was hiding everything and staging performances so that Lily would not learn anything from him. Someone knocked on the gate. It was unlikely that any stranger had decided to come to the ghostly pavilion. They were surprised by the arrival of guests, since it was unlikely that anyone would be expected here. What is Elder Kyle doing here with Layla if he was almost killed just recently? The Raven immediately suspected something strange about their appearance and asked what they were doing there. Kyle pointed out the pit in the hall and then said that they were being attacked by people from the Jewel Kingdom, and the great Elder Christopher was killed in battle, which certainly shocked the young Raven. The Raven knew about this because the old man told him, but he did not know that he would die so easily. Kyle lies and lies treacherously. Something is definitely wrong here, and Raven definitely understands it. Raven wanted to go to help, but the Elder stopped him to save him. According to him, their clan is on the verge of destruction, and they can be revived if they retain their strength. Raven began to notice the bluff in his words. This man would definitely not worry about his life more than his own. He decided not to reveal his suspicions, since Kyle could easily conspire with Prince Don, who had just disappeared from the radar. Layla, who shouldn't know anything about this place, found out that there was a secret passage and they could use it. She even knows how to open this back exit. Everything is too suspicious. For some reason, Raven continues to walk further, although he understands that this is a trap. Lily couldn't even imagine that there was a back exit in the Emperor's pavilion. The girl also began to suspect something was wrong in their words. But Raven did not reveal his doubts. Kyle began to explain to Raven that after Christopher's death, he was the only one who possessed the technique of Bruce Lee's 6 variations. And he asks him to write down his thoughts on paper about this technique so that it can be preserved. Oh, that cunning Kyle. Now Raven understood exactly why he led him into this trap. Until now, he has not given himself away. On the contrary, he asked for a piece of paper and a brush to write everything down. The Elder offered his flame. It is just right for writing and will work perfectly as paper. The young talent said that his flame is very useful even in everyday situations. Is he really going to write down the secrets of Bruce Lee's 6th form technique for this crook? The Raven tossed him a piece of paper, and Kyle said that he hadn't thought how stupid the kid was to be able to trust him after all that. But he didn't expect that the boy would be able to figure him out here too, because the piece of paper didn't contain the essence of the technique, but something incredibly offensive. Oh my God, he signed off on this amazing drawing saying Kyle could never fool him. It became clear to him that Raven was so complex that he didn't trust anyone even in the most mundane situations. This stupid attempt to deceive him made him laugh so much that he could not stop his joy. In fact, he listened to them and went after Kyle and Layla to find out their true intentions. Even together with Christopher, they realized that Kyle and Don had conspired to kill him. He got tired of sitting and waiting for an ambush, so he created an ambush for him. Kyle realized that Raven was cunning, but he forgot to prepare an ambush, so he would easily lose. Raven noticed from the very beginning that the Elder looked down on everyone so as not to appear weak and low. In this case, they alone, together with the cowardly student, will not be able to resist him and the princess. Only the main character forgot to count the main culprit of the incident, Prince Don. And here comes Don. Right here, he expected Kyle to get the tech out of the Raven, but he was tricked. But it's okay, because he's the one who's taking over, since Raven has no chance against him. Kyle warned that the boy had a lot of dirty tricks up his sleeve, so he needed to be dealt with first. Lily told them what awaited them after such a bold attempt to attack the Emperor's daughter, Leo. Don said it was foolish of them to stand still while the enemy was easily gaining strength. This time, Raven is very angry, because for the sake of personal ambitions, Kyle put the entire clan at risk. Kyle believes that he should run the clan, so he does it. Don accused the boy of being too bright, so the big guys took notice of him. Therefore, from the very beginning, the protagonist had to die in order not to put his clan at risk. That's how this chapter ended. We found out that this whole plan was in collusion with Kyle. Kyle's dark flame flew towards Raven in the form of a sphere, and due to the narrow walls, he could not dodge anywhere. As always, even in the thickest heat, Raven smiles brighter and laughs louder than anyone else, which Lily doesn't understand. Prince Don also showed no mercy, so his attack was even stronger. But our chick told her not to be afraid, because today in this battle only they would die. Light and darkness collided and surrounded Raven's defense. I wonder what he did to win. There were no bodies of Lily and Raven at the site of the explosion. Could it be that they evaporated? Kyle suspected the boy of more demonic tricks that Lev taught him. Don also doesn't understand where their target went. They couldn't have just disappeared from sight. Layla froze when she saw the light at the end of the tunnel that led into a bright garden. The path led to Emperor Charlemagne and his wife Anna, who greeted the guests. They looked just like the ones on the statues and memorials. How was that even possible? The Golden Emperor treated his guests kindly, as he did not know their purpose here. Kyle recognized the creator of the face-clearing clan, and the prince claimed that he had been dead for a long time. Carl didn't like how rudely this bearded brat treated him. He warned them that they didn't have to be afraid of anything because he wasn't real. Kyle realized that these were memories of Charlemagne. He was not real, just part of the image. Don decided not to delay, since they had nothing to fear since he was just an image. Only the technology in his hands did not work. The prince was now afraid for his life. "Why doesn't my technique work?" thought the foolish prince, asking the dead man this question. Carl laughed at him sweetly, as he only noticed that he was already lying dead in that dark corridor where they had driven Lord Raven. After this terrible truth, they began to disappear from sleep. Carl advised them to live their next life more worthily. The elder tried to appeal to the founder's compassion, but it was too late. Don was also on the verge of death. He had very little time left, and he would die in agony. For these three bastards, life is over. They have long since strayed from the correct path of mastery. The curse of the zither worked perfectly. The song of death killed all the bastards who strayed from the right path. But Raven said that they fell into his trap, and therefore lost in disgrace. Charlemagne's strength is ideal to preserve the greatness of his clan and fulfill his dying wish, given at the beginning in the very first chapter of the story. The princess saw the emperor's power and was shocked. But in fact, it was only a part of the whole power. The students began to notice something behind the mountains. Some familiar silhouette appeared there. On the top of the mountains, the great emperor, the founder of the face-cleansing clan, looked down on them all. He blessed them. Jack's trap began to unravel. Christopher was still alive after all. The flags easily unraveled, and any minute now the elder and his opponent should emerge from there. That's how it was. Christopher dealt with him, but Jack dealt with the task of delaying the old man. For him, it was just a waste of time, which was apparently exactly what the enemy wanted. The third elder was worried, thinking that the old man had died, but thank God everything was fine with him. The disciples realized that Elder Christopher had sacrificed himself for their safety. Jack, meanwhile, was able to move and called the old man a real monster. He hoped that he had delayed Christopher long enough. Prince Don would soon come, finish, and come. Jack said that he didn't manage to win this time, but next time everything would go much better. But someone from above didn't want to let him go alive and threw someone's dead body at Jack. It was his master, Prince Don, who was supposed to come to the rescue. He wanted to know who had done this to his master, who was so incredibly brave. With great speed, Raven on his whale and Lily came to tell everyone about their insidious plan. After all, distracting Christopher and sending Don to kill Raven was simply an amazing idea. In the sky, the students saw the silhouette of their older brother Raven and Princess Lily. They also saw the physical form of a whale similar to Christopher's. The main character shouted to them all that this bastard Jack Sparrow had participated in the attempt on his life. Christopher again saw the next level of his development, which he had achieved quietly behind his back. He had no intention of letting this bastard go, because he had to answer for the murder of Elder Kyle. When they heard what Raven said, their faces froze as they didn't understand why he was lying to everyone about Kyle's betrayal. The old man wanted to know what really happened to Kyle that he even died. The Raven began his story, as if he, as usual, was practicing in the ghostly pavilion in complete solitude. There he was able to achieve some success in the technique of Bruce Lee's sixth variant. Suddenly, Kyle and Layla burst into the room, shouting about Prince Don's attack. But the enemy was already on their heels. There was nowhere to run, so they would have to fight. He wanted to get the secret of their Bruce Lee's sixth form technique and then kill them. Kyle put himself in harm's way to save Raven from death. And that's how he died. Prince Don laughed loudly at them, as they had died so stupidly for the life of some schoolboy. Brother Raven was most worried about the health and life of Elder Kyle. Before his death, the elder prayed to the ancient Emperor Charlemagne to protect the boys. Kyle's prayers were answered and the Golden Carl appeared on the battlefield in all his glory. And with lasers from his eyes, like Superman, he attacked the enemies of the face-cleansing clan. This founder is simply incredible. Dona was wiped off the face of the earth by this beautiful golden ray of the Emperor's solar energy. Raven didn't know how to repay the elder and Layla for saving him and protecting the clan at the cost of his life. Only Lily didn't pretend that Kyle was a hero who died with honor. She alone understood that he was pretending. The old man was still able to believe it and was deeply saddened by it, because his younger comrade had not died on the same battlefield with him. He doesn't even know what to do with these bastards now. The only thing left to do is probably take their lives. Jack didn't want to be killed because of this nonsense, so he almost told about Kyle's betrayal. Yellow lightning struck Jack and the pain tore him apart. He had never experienced such terrible pain before. Could this really be a punishment from the great emperor? In fact, another enemy has arrived, far more powerful than these two. Then Christopher realized that the worst was yet to come, because he, the legendary king of the Kingdom of Jewels, had come. Fortunately, only a partial form of it arrived. The king himself sits in his castle far from here. He didn't come here to start a war, so they leave to resolve the kingdom's internal issues. The students of the Face Purification Academy were amazed at the appearance of one strong ego after another. He took Jack's ship with him and said that Prince Don would be executed and Jack would go to jail. The terrible king suggests forgetting about what happened, but forgets that Jack was Don's accomplice and therefore must also be executed. Christopher tells him about this problem because Don is already dead. Jack must also be executed for interfering in the affairs of their clan. The creepy face says that in exchange for Jack's life, they will give them ownership of the Ridge of Omens. Christopher's jaw dropped a little at what he heard, because the Ridge of Omens is an ancient repository of treasures and spells. The fourth elder is very happy with such a reward, because this way they will be able to find many treasures on that ridge. The students also believed that this was a very profitable deal for their clan in relation to the Jewel Kingdom. And only Raven realized that there was nothing profitable in this deal, since this was originally their historical territory. What he heard struck the terrible face. He didn't think that anyone would dare to contradict him. But he contradicted with such a face that along with the Ridge of Signs, they should give them half of their territories. Then the fourth elder shouted at Raven to be quiet, as he could cause a lot of trouble. King Arthur's ego was terribly displeased, because they were talking to him so disrespectfully. He asked, pointing his finger, if this boy knew who he really was. The young master is surprised that this mug can speak normally, and not in such a low voice as he did before. He really doesn't care who he is or what he is if he's talking such nonsense. There's only one thing for such talk: death at the hands of the king. The king's technique is strong enough to defeat Raven if he does nothing to defend himself. The old man ordered the boy to hide behind his back, but the protagonist is too confident for cowardice. He was going to play such a song that even the king of the Jewel Kingdom would dance for him. When Raven started playing his music, everything around was filled with sunlight and people listened to this composition in one breath. Along with the music came the ego of Charlemagne, who stood up for his heirs and blessed their path. Christopher never ceases to be amazed by the fact that every time he surprises him, as if it were the first time, the king's face showed his displeasure, because not a single report said that there were such powerful masters in this ancient clan. This kid is flying on Emperor Bruce Lee's whale and has summoned the ego of Charlemagne to defeat the ego of the main enemy. King Arthur had never seen anything like this before and asked this child who he was. The Raven introduced himself as his grandfather and was going to kick Arthur out of here with a kick in the ass. The creepy face finally recognized the famous Raven, who is talked about everywhere possible and impossible. Now he gives him a condition. Either he gets off his big golden ass and gets lost, or this fist will go up his ass. And before the ultimate humiliation, he will face a beating that Arthur's father never inflicted on him during an educational conversation. This statement was too bold for such a young, impudent fellow as Raven. Arthur realized that his interlocutor was taking advantage of his patience and saying whatever came into his head. Patience ran out and Raven had to get what he deserved. Now he will definitely die. But be that as it may, a fist from another dimension flew straight into the face of King Arthur's terrifying ego. Raven is very happy that he has finally reached such a level that he can crush the creepy faces of the kings. These interdimensional ancestral fists were on different sides of Arthur, so he couldn't respond to him in any way. With 4 fists, Master Raven beat King Arthur's ego for allowing himself to treat them so disrespectfully. But he suggested that he go away and not disgrace himself in front of all these people. Christopher had no idea that his chief disciple was capable of something like this. The princess began to suspect who was helping the boy, as the 4 rings on these fists were very familiar to her. "Oh gods!" cried out throughout the empire of the 9 holy demons as the battle with King Arthur raged on. The statues of the 4 great founders began to move again as Raven used his technique. Emperor Leo has been watching for a long time on his lawn as the statues of the 4 heavenly guardians move. Only one person comes to his mind who can use the power of the ancestors. It's hard to believe that he can so easily control the ancestral statues from such a great distance. Arthur told them that they had greatly offended his kingdom of jewels, and so he would never forget their sin. And finally, he reminded them all that no inhabitant of the kingdom of jewels would forget this sin. And finally, the stranger disappeared from sight. The ego of the king of jewels vanished along with their intervention. The 4th guardian is surprised that, being alone, Raven defeated the enemy in a couple of blows. If they want a bloody war, they will definitely get it in the shortest possible time. And so several days passed after that incident and the death of Elder Kyle and his student Layla. On their tombstones, they had their names written and who they were in life. Only these two, who had most opposed Kyle's actions, came to visit these two scoundrels. Raven was curious why Christopher had decided to hide from the clan members what Kyle and his followers had done in life. He realizes that Raven's lie will be more effective in killing Kyle and will benefit them more than the truth about the betrayal. True, even Christopher himself has concerns about what he might have become if he were in Kyle's place. Lead, if in that battle 10 years ago, then most likely he became as greedy as Kyle. It's scary to think that if Raven hadn't defeated Dawn, they would never have had such a clear blue sky. Raven responded by telling him to never compare himself to Kyle, as they were opposites. Back when Kyle wanted to become an elder because of his ambitions, Christopher saved his students by sacrificing himself. He advised the old man to ask anyone who was more worthy of being an elder, and the majority would vote for him. Christopher told him not to flatter him like that, but he still didn't expect to hear that from him. The Raven told him that the old man still knew little about him, and so he asked him to tell him where he knew so many secrets of their clan from. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by Carl, who suddenly arrived and wanted to tell them something. In fact, he wanted to tell them that an important guest from the 9 Holy Demon Empire had come to the main administration building. He realized that he could escape from the conversation with the old man, but Christopher gave his word that he would find out everything about him. So they arrived at the main administration building, where they met their important guest. In the middle of the hall stood a decrepit old man with a cane and a dirty bag at his feet. In fact, it was rare for their clan to see Emperor Leo sending them gifts from his clan. But for some reason, these gifts looked more like trash and did not resemble a gift in any way. This old man introduced himself and called himself the Hermit. He is a popular alchemist throughout the continent and an elder under the care of Leo. Lily wasn't very happy to see the Hermit and hoped that he wouldn't embarrass her. But Raven liked her. Christopher is greatly honored to welcome such an important guest to his territory. The Hermit came here because their leader received a letter from the princess, where she praised this clan's ability to resolve such crises. Raven was very glad that Lily never scolded him in that letter sent to her father. In exchange for protecting the princess, Emperor Leo and the Hermit prepared a whole bag of gifts for them. And the time had come to show them all how benevolent the 9 Holy Demon Empire could be. This bag contains a total of 108 vials of medicines, elixirs, and ointments of the best quality. The old man really hopes that these gifts will be useful for their facial cleansing sect. The 4th elder, who is a real bore and obsessed with medicine, was very surprised that the Hermit himself had prepared so many gifts for them. The Hermit immediately noticed that this man was the most interested in these medicines. The elder doesn't even have to test the strength of these medicines. He can already feel their powerful energy. Then he told Christopher that these pills were of the highest quality and rank, and that there were simply no analogs like them. He is very grateful to their clan for such generosity, but he knows that Leo is so kind to them not only for saving the princess. Christopher is a very wise leader, so he immediately guessed, and the Hermit told him that he had come here to create an alliance. Even Lilia herself didn't know about her father's plans to form an alliance with the face cleansing sect. The old man remembers that their student Raven refused to marry Lily and is very glad that they do not pay attention to this. So now our head wants to know what led them to this idea of creating an alliance. It was all because the Jewel Kingdom also interfered in their affairs and tried to kill their best student. So they decided not to tolerate this behavior and took matters into their own hands by forming an alliance. If our sect agrees to participate in the fight against the Jewel Kingdom, then the demons will join. After all, their peace treaty with the Kingdom of Jewels is still in effect, so there is no point in provoking the enemy. Even back then, when the Ravens struck King Arthur's ego, their peace treaty was no longer valid. Here it is clear that the Raven is to blame for everything. If it weren't for him, there would have been no aggression on the part of King Arthur. He had no choice but to beat up that freak, as they were behaving disgustingly. It was high time to give them a slap in the face, be it Prince Don or Pirate Jack, or even King Arthur. They acted dishonestly on their lands as they wanted. He alone understands that it is not worth making a decision about an alliance so quickly. Among all the kids, he's the only one allowed to speak with the elders. They can't form an alliance so early because his clan is in decline and needs time to recover. Then he asked the master if he was speaking correctly or if he might disagree with something. Christopher said nothing, except that he realized that Raven was so smart that he could think about difficult topics so easily. The Hermit does not understand why they want to wait while King Arthur acts, growing stronger every day. The Raven said that this was not what he meant. He wanted to tell him about something else. It will only take them 3 or 5 years to gain strength and begin the total destruction of the Jewel Kingdom. And again, he asked Christopher if he is speaking correctly, but he remained silent. The hermit said that the boy was telling the truth, and he suggested reporting everything to Leo in exactly the same way. Still, he said a few words about Raven being in too much of a hurry. They need to meet in a special place and spend time discussing all the conditions. Excellent, said the alchemist, and waited for good news about the alliance from them. Christopher sent Carl to guide the hermit, and Raven sent Lily along with her grandfather. Once again, she is dissatisfied with his behavior, as he again treats her disrespectfully. Carl gathered everyone with him, and Princess Lily also went with the old man, although she didn't want to. Raven was left alone with the elders to talk. Christopher wanted to praise him for his correct thoughts, but apparently he did something wrong. He doesn't agree with the idea of becoming stronger than the Jewel Kingdom in just 5 years. The Raven probably doesn't understand at all what time he lives in and what is happening in the world. Then he asked whose fault it was that their clan was in such a deep decline, from which it had not been able to recover for many years. Christopher understood that he should know, but for some reason he did not give an answer. So be it. He tells the story of how 1,000 years ago a powerful force in the form of the Kingdom of Jewels. Then all members of the clan suffered. Part of the territory ended up in the hands of the king, the rest turned to ashes. The ancient texts were burned, and only rubbish remained, which already says a lot about their progress. Then the Kingdom of Jewels began to unite with the heavenly sects, and they already suppressed its development. Prince Dawn was an impudent bug who stayed in their clan and spied on everything. Finally, they managed to get rid of him. But even so, the big fool and resources did not disappear anywhere. And then he replied that nothing had been lost with the ancient texts, that there is still a chance to regain their former wealth, which they lost after many lost wars. The big man and the fourth elder didn't really trust the boy's words, since these texts had disappeared thousands of years ago. And suddenly he takes out from his inside pocket the texts that he himself wrote down for them. When Kyle died and summoned the soul of Charlemagne, he began to help him and wrote down a couple of ancient techniques. Carl began to appear to him in his dreams, and Raven wrote them down from memory. These people couldn't believe that such a thing was even possible, because such texts would actually return them to their former greatness. And here are these 3 books, which he managed to write down in a couple of nights, in which the great founder appeared to him. They didn't believe him. They even thought that it was a joke played on them by Raven. The boy still hoped that these old men would be able to recognize the authenticity of these books. Christopher believed in the authenticity of these texts and was horrified, because what could have happened to them if the Raven had not come to them? And since he is with them, their clan will be able to return to its former greatness on the world stage. The next day, together with Raven, the fourth elder, Hermit, Carl, and Lily, they went to the laboratory. The elder couldn't even imagine that the legendary alchemist would be interested in his modest laboratory. No need for such politeness. The cauldron is amazing. It is more than enough to create top-quality pills. In fact, Raven called him here so that he could teach our alchemist a couple of skills. Everything was as the Raven said, and the hermit said that he could prepare whatever he asked for. He would very much like the hermit to prepare the legendary body ointment for him. Great, there's a fourth elder here who will lend him a cauldron. It is a great honor for our alchemist to see Master Hermit working on his cauldron. The old man brought with him a tray with the necessary ingredients of good quality. The hermit expected no less from this old man. After all, he understands alchemy. But the hermit has better ingredients than these, so he uses them. The man did a favor for the protagonist and provided several precious ingredients. From the air appeared a multitude of blue cubes, glowing with a bright light. In my opinion, it is in these cubes that the rare ingredients prepared by the hermit are stored. Rare ingredients are always stored in such cubes, so they receive ideal conditions for existence. The elder saw these ingredients and was horrified, because each of them had enormous value. Raven noticed that he was using expensive ingredients, but had nothing to give him in return. Emperor Leo has high hopes for Raven, and therefore he must thank him for giving him such resources. But the old man himself is not yet confident in the boy's powers, so he has not yet earned the legendary ointment. He needs to pass a test created by the hermit especially for him. In response, he only grinned, as he had encountered obstacles on his path more than once. It is no problem for him to pass some kind of test in order to gain trust. The hermit is very happy with this answer, probably realizing that the boy is someone. He did not hesitate and mixed all the ingredients into one mixture with his life energy. He grabbed this hot clot with his cane in order to send it with all its heat into the cauldron. At gigantic speed, the ingredients flew into the hot fire of the cauldron. Under special equipment, the boiler flame changed color to blue. The furnace began to burn strongly. The temperature inside rose to the level of the Earth's core. With a great release of energy, the Emperor's finished ointment flew out of the cauldron. The purity of the mixture was phenomenal. Never before had the Elder seen such a result. The quality of the ointment is superior to all the medicines and pills that our alchemist prepared. This wonderful ointment flew into the jar while still quite hot. The Imperial ointment is completely ready. All that remains is to spread it. Is Raven ready? He is ready as always, but no one told us what for and what test awaits Raven next. The old hermit smeared a dark ointment in the form of various symbols on the human body. He covered his entire body with a thin layer of ointment in the form of symbols, circles, and various geometric figures. Carl asked how he was feeling, to which he replied that they had just finished preparing for the real test. Grandpa noted that the boy had extensive knowledge of alchemy, so he knew what test awaited him now. He pointed to the cauldron, hinting that he supposedly needed to go there, but in fact, that's where he needed to go to activate the ointment. Carl thought he was misheard. A man couldn't sit in a burning cauldron. He liked the idea, because with the demon's body, he would be able to unlock the ointment's full potential. Dark smoke from the boiler was billowing from the gas pipeline, so dark that it brought night to the clan. Raven has been sitting in the oven for an hour now, and Carl is worried that something might happen to him. He didn't care at all about the surrounding heat. The demon's immortal body covered his skin with a fireproof aura. From the furnace, the protagonist praises the hermit's outstanding skills, for which he is very grateful. The old man is also surprised at the talent he has met, since he can sit in the cauldron at such a young age with almost no help. And only now did Princess Lily remind him that Brother Raven originally had a mortal body and had no talent. The alchemist opened his mouth wide and went crazy, because he didn't know that the boy had a mortal body. They should have told him from the start that he didn't have the talent for craftsmanship. All mortals, even the strongest and most resilient, will die in this hot flame of the cauldron, and this is the most terrible thing. He realized that he had to finish the test as soon as possible, otherwise death was already near. Suddenly, the voice of the young genius stopped him from extinguishing the fire. The hermit does not understand the purpose of such sacrifices, because he will certainly die in this hot flame. Even though he was sure of the boy's death, he let go of his hand. His faith in him had not yet faded. But he said that the excess energy of his body would be transformed into fire beasts. These animals will attack him sooner or later. Raven will die from the horns of the bull from his own energy. The smile on his face showed how much he wanted to win this test. No death would stop him. Meanwhile, the bull was already flying towards his deadly body as if it were a red rag. The main character didn't even try to avoid the blow. He stood still and took the attack face on. This crazy behavior led to the monster piercing his chest. The fourth elder asked if such situations often occurred in this practice. The hermit replied that this situation was very rare and not under their control. With his deadly body, surviving against the bulls with their hellish energy is not possible. All he will have to do is take endless blows to his face and lose a lot of health. Even sooner or later, these attacks did not stop. He received more and more damage. The fire bulls didn't give him a chance to survive. Under their pressure, he would soon melt. The last blow was so strong that it left a large dent where it touched. Everyone was worried about their older brother Raven. Only our alchemist was afraid for his cauldron. The time had come. He had no intention of killing this boy. He was still too young, and the Emperor would not forgive him for such a mistake. Carl stopped the old man and told him to give the young man a little more time. He asked if he had heard what he had told him a minute earlier. Yes, he heard everything clearly, but he still trusts his older brother more. And he believes that it is impossible to create an insurmountable obstacle in front of the Raven. Of course, the hermit did not believe this nonsense. There is no man on earth who can handle anything. Even Lily can't imagine a case where this idiot could give up or die. He, as always, will find the most difficult solution to the problem and achieve his goal at any cost. It was at this moment that he was on the verge of life and death. The color in his eyes disappeared. As suddenly the pupils appeared again, he again managed to cheat his death. The severed limbs began to return to their normal state. As a result, the lost hand began to acquire its former shape when it was with him. The main character had not yet lost consciousness and was ready to continue because regeneration works. He could take the blows of these bulls for hours and easily maintain the level of his endurance. From this battle, he wanted even more action and extreme sports to really toughen up his body. And so many hours passed. The dark night came, and the stove continued to burn. Honestly, this is the first time in my life I've seen someone go through this test for so long. The elder was horrified by the state of his cauldron. Carl thinks that his older brother will make up for all the losses. Even for such an old man, it's amazing to be able to hold on for so long in the ashes of hell. No one could endure the pain that Raven is experiencing for so long. When one young genius asked him for help to toughen up, as Raven is doing now, but he couldn't stand the heat and his career as a great master ended. Now he knows how Raven passed the Forest of Chaos test at their academy on his first try. Lily is also surprised by how strong her master's spirit is, since even she herself has never been in the Hermit's flame. In fact, Raven wrote the techniques himself, especially for Carl, and he immediately flipped through them to find the training methods. These methods made it possible to achieve results incredibly quickly without loss of quality. The princess didn't believe that such methods existed, so there had to be some kind of catch. Just imagine the pain he felt when using this technique. He would get goosebumps. He didn't realize then that when he started this training, he would experience so much pain. After the start, he felt a sharp pain throughout his body, as if he was being plunged into a box that was being pierced with swords. Carl immediately imagined the bloody face of Brother Raven, who had received the immortal body of a demon. Red realized that he had only experienced 10% of the pain that Raven had experienced during his training. Lily asked if he wasn't giving him the most effective training. It was all completely different. Raven probably understood that Carl simply wouldn't be able to stand the full version. And all this despite the fact that Raven is 5 years younger than Carl and can endure pain 10 times more than him. Therefore, he has faith that he can pass any test and have an immortal demon body while being mortal. As Raven grew stronger, his second psycho personality awakened. He didn't care about his condition or his life, but he was going to acquire the strength of this bull for himself. Then he himself plunged the bull's horn into his chest, since he considers this power to be his own. Finally, the oven lid began to open. Apparently, the Hermit's test would soon end. Something interesting happened in the 6 hours when Raven finally finished hardening. A raven, covered in a red demonic aura, flew straight out of the oven. "Oh gods," said the Hermit. Apparently in his new form, Raven had proven why Lion trusted him so much. Only Carl was genuinely happy to see his brother, while the elder was worried about his stove. The demon's new form impresses with its terrifying appearance. Now he looks truly scary. This form meant that he had achieved the complete development form of the immortal demon body, thanks to this old man. Lily was the only one who noticed that Raven's underwear had burned in the oven, so he crawled out of there completely naked. She felt very ashamed, and Carl promised that he would bring him clothes so that he would not embarrass himself further. When he got dressed, he immediately asked for food, a lot of food. Carl simply doesn't have that much food. All this time, Lily watched how strong her master Raven had become. In such a short time, he managed to gain such strength that he could defeat many masters of this world. But she cannot allow him to become stronger and smarter than her, because he is as talented as she is. The Hermit offered him medicine to heal his wounds after training. During the week, Raven should not strain himself. The tablets will help him restore all his strength. He is grateful with all his heart for such gifts from the doctor, which means he will go to a new place in 7 days. They immediately became interested in what place Master Raven had decided to visit this time. This place was once the former territory of their clan, but now it has turned into a wasteland. This place used to be very popular, and here Charles achieved the status of immortal emperor. The big guy can't believe that these great lands now look like this. These are the consequences of the war. The residential city was once famous for its strong craftsmen and beautiful views, but now it looks like this. The princess wondered if the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom had really arranged this. In fact, even if the enemy had an army 3 times larger, they would have had no chance. But one catastrophe ruined everything. Carl became curious about what kind of disaster had befallen their clan, that they had lost the bloody war. Long ago, for unknown reasons, the energy veins of the earth collapsed and collapsed upon them with their power. There was supposed to be a seal underground that was covering something, but it is unknown what happened to it or whether it existed at all. Raven decided that there was no point in them thinking about such things. They needed to get down to business. It was he who decided to be the first to go on reconnaissance, leading everyone else behind him. In such matters, he never hesitates and does everything first. First of all, they will scout out the surrounding area and then go to their target. He, as always, takes the first step in the journey and always achieves his goal. Carl warned his brother about possible dangers, and Lilia suggested simply following him. Now this is what these dreadful lands are like, which have been empty for thousands of years. In fact, they are close to where the Raven is leading them, so they still have a little time left. She wonders if the place he's looking for could be buried deep in the sand. He believes that such a place would be difficult to sweep away with ordinary sand. And here is our place. The stone slab that Raven was looking for with such impatience. The slab was engraved with words indicating that the border city of Quan was located here. Carl was surprised to find that this was the entrance to the city of Quan, which he had only seen in pictures in a history textbook. The walls around were destroyed, as if a desert wind had blown away all the stone bricks. And only Raven noticed how this slab stood in such perfect condition that it had been there many thousands of years ago. Then he told Carl to hit that slab with all his great power, which the guy didn't want. Lily did not hesitate to hit the stove because she is not such a coward as Carl. Only Carl was outraged, and the big man didn't care at all, as usual in principle. After the impact, the boundary plate was covered with a thick layer of the Emperor's energy. Carl did not immediately appreciate this option and thought that this statue would not withstand any blow. The princess expected this to happen to the stove from the very beginning. The big guy was surprised because it was very mysterious to see something in its original form in this desert. In fact, this stove has withstood so many tests and stood the test of time. A simple blow certainly won't damage it if it has endured storms and sand erosion for thousands of years. The Raven explained to everyone that the secret was that this slab still contained the energy of Emperor Charlemagne. During the Emperor's lifetime, his entire land was under the control of his life energy. And also under his control, this proves the former greatness of Charlemagne. Although after so many years only this slab remains here, it still stores the founder's energy like a power bank. And also the energy in this plate proves one very important piece of information. They became curious about what information the energy inside this stone slab was proving. This slab proves to everyone that the catastrophe came to them in the past, not from another reality, but from here, from the earth. Suddenly, the wind picked up and the earth began to shake, making shaking sounds. Lily noticed that something unidentified was approaching from below and moving in their direction. The sand underground began to collapse, forming a deadly crater. A shock wave formed near them and someone in the center began to climb out. This creature is not visible behind the curtain of sand. Big Guy says to be careful and ready for battle. Something with an ugly face said that these pathetic little people dared to sneak into her lands. Could this really be the same creature responsible for the destruction of these lands? A terrifying giant snail, as tall as a 3-story house, emerged from the ground. For some reason, they felt ashamed that this snail looked so unlucky. This snail was a master of language, and asked them how they dared to make such a loud noise on her territory. Carl has never seen big snails, let alone talking ones, so he is very scared. The snail noticed the frightened boy and was surprised by his observation. She was polite enough to praise Carl for his observation, because he noticed her snail shape, but for some reason called her a dragon shape. Their contempt knew no bounds. Raven said outright that this ugly snail thinks she is a dragon. She got angry because they looked at her with such disdain and attacked them head-on. The protagonist suggested first solving the problem through conversation, and, in extreme cases, using force. She didn't care anymore. They had been taking advantage of her patience for too long. First they woke her up, then they were mocking her. Since that was the case, he didn't care whether she wanted to fight or not. The main thing was that he could test the new technique after hardening. He decided to use his full-fledged immortal demon form to attack. Apparently, the blow would be strong enough to pierce the snail's thick skin. The impact was like a shot from a modern tank. There was no way the snail would have suffered no damage. Spectators noticed how the boy's strength and speed increased after being hardened in the oven. But even with such force, he was unlikely to be able to break through the snail's strong defense. It was too superior. She didn't even feel pain. For her, such blows were like tickling. Even the hero noticed that this snail is not as simple as it seems. Lilia decided to get involved. She believes that brute force alone won't work against such creatures. Here you need to use martial arts, of which she has a lot in her bosom. The snail is no slouch either. She immediately realized that she was being attacked with techniques and prepared her own. Multiple ice slashes managed to repel the snail's fire attack, but again did not cause any damage. "Damn it," said the princess. She had never seen snails spew dragon fire from their mouths. These skills made her laugh. After all, she considers herself a completely indestructible snail. The big guy also began to think about how he should act in this situation and what technique would be best to use. It's time for the teacher to get serious and defeat the harmful snail. His hands began to make signs, some of which were forbidden in their clan. Pieces of earth in the perimeter began to gather around it and construct something. A sand wall began to appear opposite the snail, with which the big guy was going to attack it. The elder asked to pay attention because he was using a technique prohibited in their lands. This mud giant is the result of the same forbidden technique that Big Guy uses. The snail said that this mud monster was quite big and could cause her problems. This technique is forbidden for a reason, and the gestures associated with it are too, because with it you can destroy everything around you. By making a hand gesture, Big Man controls the giant and attacks at the appointed time. Carl is very happy, but the princess will not believe that such a durable monster will die from a frontal attack. There was nothing left of the mudman's hand, but the princess was right after all. The snail lay on its back and closed its shell, creating a rotation like a circular saw. The slime laughed at them and said that no sand could penetrate its strong shell. The big guy realizes that this technique is useless against this slimy creature. Then the enemy crashed into the sandy body of the monster at high speed and pierced it completely. The snail, with its mass and strength, made a deadly hole for the mud giant. The idol was knocked down after one successful attack by the snail and split into two parts. Lily and Carl defended themselves with water shields. Since their techniques are similar, they combined into one shield. The red-haired brother didn't expect that some snail would destroy the elder's most powerful technique with one blow. Before they laughed at her for her appearance, and now she laughs at them for being damn weaklings. Lastly, she kept her eye on Carl, whom she noticed before everyone else, but he never attacked her. The boy really didn't want to fight with her, as he was scared to death of her. Raven joined in their conversation and said that he was quite good for a snail race. He rated it at the 5th, no, even the 6th level of development, which is different from all the others. How the hell does he know the secrets of his snail race? She asked. In fact, he knows everything about them and can help her become much stronger, which is what she really wants. He will tell, but there is one very inconvenient condition. This snail must take them on different journeys. The snail was stupefied, wondering how she, so strong and powerful, could carry young adventurers. This deal is incredibly profitable. Knowledge of the secret essence of the snail is desired by his entire race. She realized that she knew too much and was probably not lying when she talked about her knowledge. But she has her own plans for Raven. She decided to use technology and get into his mind. The others could not stop the snail in any way because they were too weak compared to it. And Raven suffers from terrible pain because all the energy of the snail was pouring straight into his brain. This cunning creature was going to easily get into the brain of the young talent and get out all the most useful things from there. He still managed to move his body into the boy's consciousness and see what was there. Everything here is very unlike Raven's temperament. It is so peaceful and calm that it is not like him at all. In the distance, the snail saw an open field where someone was working with sheep. Was this boy really just an ordinary shepherd from the start? So how did he gain such strength? Apparently, only now did the boy from his memories notice the giant snail behind his back. She fell down as soon as she caught his eye and screamed. Oh my God, such a big snail fell from the sky to the earth and scared all the sheep. The snail actually saw the raven, but for some reason he didn't have any abilities. And his age has not changed at all. How could he become immortal in such a short period of time, being mortal? If I were the boy, my heart would jump out of my chest when I saw such an abomination. A terrifying dark gaze and the cry of a crow appeared from the mouth of the little boy. Something inexplicable was happening in Raven's mind. Suddenly, a raven's wing began to emerge from the boy. Dark Master Raven flew out of the boy's mouth and scared the snail to death. What the hell is going on here? The giant snail wondered, seeing such horror. A birdman and also a raven, is this even possible? Who is this guy? A lot of questions in the snail's head. Lord Raven tried to protect the protagonist's mind by any means necessary. Even his weakest attack is easily enough to send a snail flying far away, and then slam it into a mountain range that wasn't that far away. The master, in the form of Black Raven, rushed towards the snail to deprive it of the ability to crawl into his mind. The raven's leg was aimed at him, a technique that Master Raven had used to take the lives of even the most powerful enemies thousands of years ago. If there were a snail in reality, this skill would easily send it to the next world. How is it even possible that the enemy subconscious could defeat him? It looks like this whole place is turning into chaos. He won't be able to find anything useful for himself anymore. From beneath the clouds, the heads of the 4 main ancestors of the continent began to appear. The 4 founders of all the continents stood next to this bastard. He no longer understood anything at all about what was going on here, what kind of statues they were and whose they belonged to. These faces, even he doesn't know them, are the founder of the Face-Clearing clan, who possessed incomparable strength. The Devil Incarnate, the most dangerous enemy who came close to Satan. Another hero who was raised by Lord Raven in his past life. Now, an unidentified hand appeared under the snail's feet and grabbed it. The raven was very angry that the snail had allowed itself to have so much fun in his head. Well, the snail has only itself to blame for not going through with the deal and instead deciding on a trick. He wouldn't let her crawl around in his head for so long again and swung his hand as hard as he could. The creeping abomination lost consciousness from the terrible speed with which it was about to fly out of Brother Raven's head. Now he had driven him away once and for all, casting him out of his mind. Meanwhile, in reality, the snail lay unconscious, showing signs of life through energy. The big guy sees that things are very bad with their friend, and it is possible that he could die. No one could have imagined that the monster could so easily penetrate the boy's mind. Now there is a good chance that their friend will never wake up again. The guys couldn't believe that this weirdo could somehow lose. After all, he promised to return them to their former greatness, their strength and power, which had been taken from them. After the screams, Raven woke up and said that Carl was making too much noise. The red-haired brother immediately calmed down because his brother got up, but he actually just fell asleep. Lily asked if it was true that he had just fallen asleep, and if they could be sure that he was okay. How can he talk so easily about his condition when his intelligence can be confirmed? Well then, how can it be verified? She suggested that he tell her everything he knew about the techniques and write them down on a piece of paper. The three immediately understood what was going on, and what the impudent princess meant under the guise of testing the integrity of his mind. The hero immediately realized that she was trying to extract knowledge and information from him for her father. While they were unaware, the monster managed to wake up and made a characteristic sound. The super vile scum rose up, and its aura became terribly scary and deadly. Carl had already managed to forget that there was a deadly monster in front of them. The young talent told them that they don't have to worry about it. Everything is under control. He suffered much more from his technique of penetrating the human mind. Princess Lily didn't expect that the enemy would suffer more from this technique than Raven. When he got it out of his head, he took the opportunity to crawl into the snail's mind. The snail felt indignation and did not understand how he had done this, that she was worse off because of her own technique. Where did he come from that he can defeat an indestructible snail with eternal protection? Then he offered to surrender to the animal and become its riding beast, as he had suggested earlier. She believed that nothing like this would happen, because he could do nothing to her and she could do nothing to him. Suddenly, Raven began to read out things that are the snail's weak points, such as sea vinegar and so on. The friends thought that their comrade was casting some kind of spell to finish her off. The monster's condition became even worse, apparently. Raven really named its biggest weaknesses. He even finds it funny that the indestructible snail is afraid of sea vinegar. She couldn't stand the pressure on herself and finally gave in. Her head bowed before her masters, and from that moment on, the snail belonged entirely to Raven. She swears allegiance to her master and promises to be the best riding beast. This devil is very happy with such an acquisition for his team because he can go wherever he wants. Carl did not expect that during their journey into the desert they would come across a divine being who would become their riding beast. The indestructible snails originally belonged to their clan, as the snail itself confirmed while riding. When Raven entered their academy, he hoped that they would have their own riding snail, but it was not so. Meanwhile, Carl managed to ask the snail's name, but someone nicknamed it Cow Pie, so the boy found it funny. Something unknown in the sky attracted the attention of the main character. The blue glow against the yellow sky was visible like a northern star in a black firmament. A small message arrived from Bishop Christopher, probably something important. Something happened in the clan while he was traveling for a riding snail. They tried to find out what Elder Christopher could have written to the expedition leader. He didn't explain anything. He just told them to get the cow dung to the main building of their clan faster. Meanwhile, Head Christopher has uninvited guests, whose number has increased significantly since the Raven's appearance. He certainly didn't expect to see her, the former head of the face-clearing clan. This girl turned out to be the very head. It is because of her that the elders rule this clan and not an individual leader. The conversation didn't seem warm or sincere right away. It was immediately clear that Christopher would be skeptical about the woman who abandoned them. But she, on the contrary, is very glad to see her dear elders, because she has not seen them all for a long time. Yes, he is certainly glad to meet her, because 20 years have passed since the last time. And where did Her Majesty disappear to? This stately girl's name was Chloe, and she was unhappy that she did not see any joy in the elders at her arrival. The fourth elder told the fifth that they should probably stand up and greet the leader. He decided to refrain from this idea and just sit and watch the spectacle. And again, she repeats that she does not see joy in their eyes. They should be very happy that their leader has returned. In fact, Christopher decided to tell her straight out how it was in her beautiful eyes. When the former head chose her as the new head in her youth, she left without even leaving a message. So what brought Chloe here now? What goals pursue her to this day? The leader understands that she did wrong to all of them and to the clan as well. But her main goal is the Ridge of Omens, which is now in their complete possession, which means they can return the clan to its former greatness. She also brought with her 8 elite students whom she trained herself, and with them she will represent their clan. The elders immediately realized that she was talking complete nonsense and was saying this at such a difficult time. Regarding the Ridge of Signs, Christopher told her not to worry, because it was already under their control. Their chief disciple, Dark Raven, repelled the enemy's intervention and repelled the invasion of the Jewel Kingdom. Thanks to him, the Great Ridge of Omens, which had been under the rule of King Arthur, returned to their possessions. Chloe couldn't believe these words. She had walked here with the students for so long, only to find out that everyone had done it before her. In fact, this boy is very arrogant, but he has saved their clan more than once, and with the help of dreams he returned the legendary texts and clan, guiding them on the path of truth. Chloe understands that they mean that some young genius is more worthy of becoming the clan head than she is. This is exactly what Christopher wanted to tell her, so she can easily disappear in her direction. Then the head replied that she was very interested to see this young talent. I have never heard or seen any main student, and now they are simply replacing her with this promising young man. At that very moment, those same 8 elite students that Chloe had brought with her were standing at the gate. They had long since realized that the negotiations would be long, as there were many problems in their relationship. This student immediately told Chloe that there was no point in humiliating herself in front of this clan, because they weren't worth it. This guy thinks that the elders of this clan simply have no idea how good they all are. Something started to approach. The girl who started the conversation noticed it. And here are our main guests, hurrying through the forest on a large riding snail. He's damn fast for an old riding snail. Even Raven couldn't imagine this. For such quality of transportation, Voron simply has to give 5 stars in the app. The head disciple told the snail to stop here, because they were already very close to the entrance. Sam understood the master's order and said that he would take the form of a man to go further with them. Carl didn't know that Uncle Snail could turn into a human to make it easier to move around. Attention, he's turning into a human. All passengers will have to get up immediately. When transforming, Sam releases a lot of life energy so that it is not stored in the human body. In a couple of minutes, Raven moved from the ancient desert of the city of Quana to the clan administration. At the entrance, he saw 8 elite disciples in red cloaks looking at him. The hero immediately realized that these people were the students brought by head Chloe. The guy introduced himself as Tom and said he was Chloe's elite student and wanted to know who they were. Raven immediately introduced himself as the main and most promising, talented, and strong student of the ancient clan. The big guy said that he was one of the elders of the face-clearing clan, and he introduced Princess Raven as a servant of their clan, for which she was very angry with him. He simply called Carl his close friend and an ordinary disciple of the clan. But he couldn't name this creature in any way, except that its name was Sam, and before that, it was a healthy snail. Even they themselves did not expect to see such a freak next to them. Sam didn't expect that no one would recognize him in his new appearance, but in fact, he looks disgusting. Tom thought he would meet normal students of the clan, but here it was just a gathering of clowns. A couple of minutes later, Chloe was already sitting in the chair of the head of the face cleansing clan. Raven entered with an arrogant face, as if it was not the head of state but a cleaning lady who stood before him. There was complete silence in the hall. No one even tried to make a sound. Christopher said to show respect to the guest, because now she is the new head and her name is Chloe. Chloe never thought that the post of a promising student would be occupied by such a snotty boy. He also didn't know that the post of head of the clan was occupied by such a luxurious beauty as Chloe. She had already been told that this boy looked down on everyone, even though he was an ordinary youth. He also managed to gain the favor of all levels of the clan, from the princess and the clan's disciples. Even the elders have taken up the path of the Raven and follow him, and she wonders what he has done. Perhaps it is for these reasons that he will become the new head of their ancient face-cleansing clan. Wait a minute. Raven never claimed the position of clan head. He's just fighting for its prosperity. Quite the opposite. Chloe is the best option to become the head. Then he began to tell her about his dreams, where the founder Charlemagne himself appeared to him. Chloe couldn't listen to this nonsense from him anymore. She wanted to hear more of the essence. Raven believes that she is the best suited for the role of head, as Emperor Charlemagne told him so in a dream. It was then that Raven shouted that this girl was a direct descendant of Charlemagne and was ideal for the role of head. This statement shocked the entire hall because it couldn't be. The emperor had no descendants since he was not married. The fourth elder is outraged by such statements. He believes the boy, but not such nonsense. Chloe also doesn't believe his words. How is he going to prove his words? Even in his dream, Charlemagne told him that if the elders did not believe him, he would ask them to bring his painting. She has absolutely no time to listen to such a delusional dialogue with a boy who has schizophrenia. And suddenly he named one of Alexandra's generals, whom she immediately recognized and fell silent. Alexandra, the great female commander who was obsessed with Charlemagne, but even then his heart belonged to Anna. At the direction of one Raven Lord, Alexandra took advantage of Karl while he was in a trance. Chloe wasn't going to listen to this and tried to stop their conversation at that point. Didn't she want to know the whole story? Raven asks her, to which she doesn't answer. Christopher realized that there was only one way to prove her bloodline to the Emperor, and he asked Karl to bring the founder's painting. This is what the significant statue of the great emperor and founder of their clan looks like. The student brought a package with a painting and asked if head Chloe was ready. He heard confirmation and opened the package containing the painting of the great founder. There's only one thing left to do, and Chloe will be able to find out who her ancestor really is. With some inexplicable warmth, she looked into his eyes, assuming that he was her great-grandfather. For the experiment, she needed her blood. Even from her finger would do. For this, she bit it. With a wave of her hand, Chloe sent a drop of her blood, infused with her energy, directly onto the painting. A drop of blood with energy landed directly on the forehead of the great founder Karl. His holy silhouette rose from the canvas and moved straight towards Chloe. Here, clearly, no one expected to see such a striking effect of the ancestor's manifestation. The Emperor's hand reached out to the current head, and she stood in a stupor waiting for the climax. Charlemagne touched her forehead and whispered some incomprehensible instructions. Still, the experiment proved that she is a direct descendant of the great founder. The soul of the ancestor's memory disappeared. His light energy allowed him to prove that he was her ancestor. Now, after proving her affiliation with the blood of the ancient founder, the choice for the head of the clan is obvious. All the elders unanimously asked for forgiveness for the rudeness with which they greeted the new head. She also felt guilty for many things she had done throughout her life. Chloe knew before that she was a direct descendant of the clan, but she did not dare to use this. She thought that she would easily become arrogant and would enjoy support from all sides. Christopher understood why Chloe had left 20 years ago, but in reality, there were other reasons. Their clan was also in constant decline, and there was a lack of new talent entering the academy. So all this time she was training herself and looking for talented students to join the team. Here are 8 of them. The elders even felt ashamed that all this time the head had been trying for them, and they despised her. Raven also received recognition from the great emperor, meaning all his intentions are for the good of their clan. Therefore, when climbing the treasure ridge, they must work together. Then he interrupted her instructional speech and told her to wait a little. The treasure ridge is definitely not something she should worry about, because it's a small thing. He already has his own team and a plan for conquering the ridge. Then she fully understood what Christopher wanted to tell her when he said that the boy was too arrogant and could get on her nerves. In the same assembly hall, Chief Chloe and the elders discussed whose team would go to the Ridge of Omens. The girl explained that she had done nothing for the clan in recent years, so she was to blame for a lot. But he thanks the elders for the leadership, although they now know that Chloe tried for the sake of the clan. Christopher is calm because he knows that their leader did not simply run away like a coward, but was training to return. And she asked the main character where his team was, with whom he was going on a journey to the Ridge of Omens. This team is fully assembled, everyone is here. Karl, Sam the Snail, Fang, Lara, Lily, and Raven at the head. He understands that he needs 2 more strong masters, since there will be many powerful representatives from other kingdoms on the ridge. First, he chooses the second elder, the big man, since he often goes on trips with them and is time-tested. And the first elder, Christopher, goes with them, as he is very strong and has mastered the imperial technique. Headmistress Chloe accepted his answer, but in many ways she was not satisfied with it because of the weak students. She asked her beloved students if they agreed with the outcome, that these 8 masters would go on the journey. Of course, they did not agree, as they believed that everyone except the elders were just weaklings. This stuck-up student of Chloe's thinks it's wrong to replace them with these 3 lazybones. The Raven immediately answered them that they should not look down on them, because they do not know what they are capable of. Tom came closer and pointed out to him that they didn't know a damn thing about their power either. The boy thought that this elder was damn right, but how would they prove their strength? Chloe's senior student challenged them to a duel. The loser would stay home, and the winners would go to the Ridge of Omens. The protagonist found out if they wanted to participate in a duel, Lara immediately agreed, since she was offended when they were called lazy. These three were definitely not going to back down, as they had previously been humiliated by many among the elite students. But they fought back. Tom saw this as a great opportunity to show the elders their great power. He decided to invite this talented girl, Sophia, who was also strong, with him. At the same time, he called that arrogant beauty Clara, who called Raven's students lazy. The three of them are Chloe's strongest students, whom she taught her techniques to herself. And now the time for the battle had come. Tom announced to everyone with a shout that the battle had begun. Fang is damn cool in this form. He, like Sigma, defeated Tom with one blow without using a spear. Lara also simply won the battle. This battle was even easier than with Nikolai. Carl washed and dried his opponent so much that he begged for forgiveness on his knees for the insults. In the end, all three of them apologized to both Raven's students and Chloe for letting her down. Even the head herself thought that it turned out a little ugly, so she felt ashamed of them. But she didn't consider their loss something shameful, because mistakes are part of the path of a true warrior and master. They can't come to terms with the fact that they lost to the face-clearing clan disciples. She didn't like how her disciples were separating themselves from the face-clearing clan disciples. Aren't they the same as them now? Can they really call themselves someone's students when they joined this academy? It wasn't in vain that she had fought this battle. Chloe realized that with such an attitude, they would not have gotten anything from the Ridge of Omens. Thomas felt incredibly ashamed of his and his comrades' behavior and asked for forgiveness. Chloe told them to forget who they were and start with who they became. All 8 elite disciples said in unison that they understood their master. Finally, the head noticed how this raven was able to strengthen their clan in just a few days. It looks like she has an interesting student. That same evening, riding on the snail Sam, they set off on a journey to the Ridge of Omens. Uncle Sam asked if they were going in the right direction or if they could turn around. Little Raven has always guided him on the right path, so he can be sure of it. Already on the horizon, one can see this Ridge of Omens, steeped in darkness, which opens once every 300 years. One amazing master told children stories about this Ridge of Omens teeming with evil. He explains that this place opens once every 300 years and provides access to rare crystals, plants, and treasures. There are also many rare demonic animals with incredible strength living there. On this day, the ridge opens, so this amazing master turtle will go there, and these stones will remain and they must behave well. Then one curious stone asked Master Turtle what power he was telling them about. As soon as he decided to tell about this power, the pebble was distracted by a carriage flying in the sky. This carriage was drawn by 2 mythical horses with dragon heads and bat wings. Most likely, this carriage was the treasure of the great prince of the Jewel Kingdom. The pebbles already knew about this ancient kingdom, which had long been gaining its military power. Master Turtle also noticed this carriage. The pebbles were right when they recognized the carriage of the Prince of the Kingdom of Jewels. Another pebble called out to others because it saw another unidentified object in the sky. In fact, he saw a golden horn in the sky, controlled by even more powerful masters. The turtle in the sky recognized the golden horn of the Prince of the Heavenly God Kingdom. A beautiful girl, the Princess of the Jade Valley, sat with the prince. Apparently, the rumors about their marriage were true. This cute boy was telling her that he would have to get a star from the sky to win her heart. If Sonia needs something, she definitely won't turn to him for help. Alan felt so uncomfortable from the coldness on her part that even his strange spot on his forehead began to tremble. He asked her to calm down her ardor since their marriage contract would soon be fulfilled and Sonia would not be able to go anywhere then. Princess Sonia suggested that he find a new wife if Alan did not like her behavior. In response, he grabbed the girl's head tightly and pulled it towards him, showing her her place. Alan wouldn't mind calling off the engagement, but Sonia's father would cry on his knees to prevent it from happening. She did not lower her tone, pushing away the prince's hand, showing her unapproachable character. The beauty believes that their marriage is just a convention, so he should let her go as quickly as possible. The elder from the princess's clan is the most frightened by this situation. She just didn't have the patience to behave decently in front of that bastard Alan. She still jumped from the golden shell to the ground while Elder Payne tried to stop her. Shadow Elder Cole offered to follow them, but Alan told him to stay here. Then he smiled creepily and said that Sonia had nowhere to run, because these lands belonged entirely to them. And now she was standing on the ground, getting ready to go to the Ridge of Omens alone. The princess was so angry that she swore to Cole that sooner or later she would kill that scoundrel Alan, although he tried to dissuade her from doing so. Sonia didn't see anything wrong with the fact that Alan and his family had a lot of rare artifacts. She would still kill him. Suddenly, her face changed as she felt someone else's aura in this forest. Cole also discovered that someone powerful was approaching. The princess thought it was someone from the heavenly god family. But it was the expedition of Raven and his partners, who on Sam had only just approached the ridge. The expedition leader, Dark Raven, also noticed the princess and the elder. He also noticed a cute girl next to the elder, and he was inviting her to dinner with him. Sonya was damn unhappy with the way she was treated, because Raven called her too vulgarly. Old Cole was in a bad mood because of Alan's behavior, and now this stranger was hitting on his princess. He went on the attack against Raven to bring him down from the snail to his knees and force him to beg her for forgiveness. Uncle Sam the snail waved his tentacle to protect himself and take the full brunt of the blow. Sam couldn't allow his master to be hit by anyone, so he serves as his master's mount. He completely parried the blow, which left Sonya simply shocked, as she had never seen such strong animals. The two couldn't understand how he managed to repel the elder's attack without taking any significant damage. From the forest came a representative of the kingdom of the heavenly god, who asked our clan if they dared to come to the ridge. The boys did not recognize this elder, who was indignant about their arrival in their lands. Cole and Sonya recognized their ally in the loud man, apparently Alan's subordinate. So they showed him to us. His name is the Cowardly Bald Wolf, and he is very unhappy with the appearance of Lord Raven. Meanwhile, the Pebble decided to tell Grandpa Turtle about the latest news. Pebble told Grandpa that in the forest where the noise was heard, another old master, Turtle, appeared. Grandfather became very curious about the master in the forest, whether he was his relative. Among the large crowd of guards and the wolf, he saw the giant snail Sam and realized that there was no sign of his relatives here. Grandfather told the stone that this was a big snail, but he simply got confused. But there was something even more interesting for him, because he saw here those who should not appear here. He noticed old Christopher, the former leader of the Face Cleansing clan, and there definitely shouldn't be anyone else with him here. It seems the Cowardly Wolf is not happy about the appearance of Christopher and his scoundrels on his land. The Raven laughed at the man, as he immediately realized that the Kingdom of Jewels did not like their appearance. Lara noticed that the wolf's clothes were very similar to Jack Sparrow's clothes. Could he really have the same strength? Fang thought about it and realized that based on this information, Lord Christopher should be able to defeat him easily. Meanwhile, Lord Wolf says that until this day he considered Christopher to be more reasonable. The old man explained to him that he was a real psychopath since he didn't know that they were invited from the Heavenly God clan. The man stood his ground, not moving since he had not received an order to allow them in, so he drove them away. The atmosphere deteriorated sharply as neither side was willing to back down from the situation. Cole suggested leaving, but the girl was too interested in what they were capable of to leave. The wolf couldn't think of a better solution than to simply kill them all at once if they didn't leave. The old man began to use all his strength against the enemy. Bruce Lee's sixth form, in the form of a large whale, appeared immediately after Christopher activated the technique. Using the Emperor's holy technique, Christopher decided to crush the wolf like the last bug. The Cowardly Wolf never thought that the Emperor's holy technique would be within the power of this old man. The element of surprise worked as it should, and the Cowardly Wolf was really hit like a fly. Pebble didn't expect that the face-clearing clan representative would kill Wolf in one blow. Master Turtle didn't think so at all. He believed not his eyes, but his sixth sense. Then Christopher realized that one attack was not enough for him to win, as his 2,000-yard gaze indicated. The most interesting thing is that this wolf managed, with the help of some weapon, not only to stop the old man's blow, but also to absorb all of his energy. Although Christopher will have several imperial techniques at his disposal, the Cowardly Wolf has the precious weapon. The turtle noticed that this mythical sword could completely absorb and transfer to its owner all the life force of an enemy. Even visually, one can see how the sword eats the spiritual form of a large whale alive. The wolf suggests that Christopher should not even dream of victory, even if he possesses Bruce Lee's sixth variation. Carl realized that their enemy was strong enough, and Raven realized that Wolf was weak. He just had a strong weapon. He feels a complete advantage over the enemy because of his cool blade. It's a shame that such a powerful weapon belongs to such an idiot. He ordered his little ones to deal with the rest, and he would take charge of the old man. The Cowardly Wolf's gang quickly went into battle. It won't be easy for Raven if each of them has weapons of such quality. It's scary to imagine such a legendary weapon falling into the hands of a truly talented master. Uncle Sam isn't afraid of these little ones at all because he's so big and indestructible. The Raven ordered the snail to deal with the small fish, and Sam didn't even mind. To increase their effectiveness, The wolf students attacked the snail en masse from all sides. Lily was not going to allow such a massive attack, so she decided to cover the rear. Suddenly, a voice familiar only to her called from above and told her not to meddle in something that wasn't her business. The carriage of the chief disciple of the 9 holy demon clan flew past above. Lilia's older brother ordered her to come up to him and not create problems for their clan. She didn't need his help, so she told him to fly to the Ridge of Omens. Alex couldn't leave her here alone, as she might encounter many dangerous enemies with the face-clearing clan. Meanwhile, the snail was almost defeated by the hands of the young guards. There is only one finishing blow left, which they will deliver any minute now. As a result of one missed attack, Sam almost lost his mind and fell to the ground. The guards realized that this was their perfect opportunity to kill the animal. The snail was only pretending to be defeated, but in reality, it was waiting for them to come closer so it could suck them in. Alex was damn surprised by such a fighting technique, not knowing that there were such animals in our clan. He ate all the guards and didn't even choke, a truly scary and amazing creature. Mr. Raven was worried that Sam was okay, but he was in just a little pain. Sonia was surprised at how much of an amazing animal was under the control of these little people. The head disciple peeked out of the chambers, asking if Alex knew what kind of person was controlling the snail. The master found it very interesting that one snail dealt with several guards in an instant. Bald Wolf became even more angry because they killed all his students. With just one blow of his sword, he cut through the earth and air like butter with a hot knife. Christopher rained blow after blow upon him, proving that it was the wolf who had sent them to certain death. These blows of justice did not cause any damage to the wolf as long as he could absorb the energy into himself. It's scary to imagine how much more energy this bastard can absorb. The cowardly wolf believes that he is the smartest because he eats Christopher's energy. The old man allows him to eat as much energy as he can, but that is not what he should be concerned about. After all, this time it was the raven who was attacking, and Christopher was distracting from the real attack. Shit, I'm not catching the energy with my sword at all, Wolf thinks. A powerful beam of raven energy shot out from the eerie whale face. It turns out this poor guy was too easy to fool. As expected, all his power depends entirely on this sword, and he himself is nothing. In fact, Raven's attack wasn't the end of him. Big Guy was going to continue fighting. There are enough warriors on this battlefield who are capable of killing the wolf like a mosquito. In a whirlwind of his aura, he said that he had enough strength to fight them to the death. The Big Guy ordered everyone to be careful, as their enemy might attack them. Suddenly, the wolf mounted his blade like a broom and flew away. After all, it's not for nothing that they call him the Cowardly Wolf. What kind of idiot would fight to the death? He just wanted to scare them off and become a hero. The Cowardly Wolf fully lived up to his nickname in front of the entire face-clearing clan. The Pebbles were speechless when they saw such a wonderful end to the battle. Master Turtle was wrong because he relied on the courage and strength of the wolf, and he looked at the cowardly general and realized that he was wrong about the Heavenly God clan. Princess Sonia was outraged by the fact that young Raven possessed Bruce Lee's Emperor technique. Alex has had this grimace on his face for the last couple of minutes due to the surprise caused by this battle. The boy noticed that Sonia noticed how talented he was. After the battle, he went like a true ladies' man, boasting about how strong and smart he was. He also has such a beautiful riding whale calf, she can even ride it with him. Then she got angry because all the men were the same, as if they had come from the same factory. In fact, Raven always thought that handsome guys like him were a real rarity. The boys were rooting for Raven to win the heart of this beauty with his masterful flirting. Lily asked without jealousy if he really liked girls like that. She didn't like the way this impudent princess from the 9 holy demon clan called her. He was attracted by this girl's beauty and the unusual structure of her body, so he wants to ask her a couple of questions. As for Sonia herself, her character is a bit nasty, like all princesses. But her face is very cute and she herself is pretty. If Raven starts staring at her again, she'll gouge his eyes out and shove them up his ass. They were distracted from their next conflict by a loud noise and an earthquake. All the masters at once realized that the events of the opening of the Dark Ridge of Omens had begun, and it was time to hurry. A high-pitched hum rose throughout the forest, and the tip of the ridge began to become covered in purple slime. The ridge began to open up just as it was written in ancient writings 300 years ago. The purple portal to the Ridge of Omens is open. Exactly 300 years have passed since the last discovery of these ancient lands. Alan and the Elder watched the incident and waited for the right moment to enter. All the great masters said in unison that it was time to go. Even the Pebbles started running somewhere. Master Turtle told them to wait for him. because the main thing in his life was never to rush. The alluring dark light from the portal attracted all attention. The heavenly jewel masters set off on a carriage drawn by dragon horses. Princess Sophia and Cole hurried to get through the portal first. Alan's familiar voice was approaching her, and she realized that she no longer had anywhere to rush. He figured that if she wanted to go into the portal first, he would give her a ride on his crescent moon. The prince didn't want his princess to run away somewhere all the time, so he didn't intend to let her go. Elder Cole couldn't protect her and stop this bastard, and what could he do to her? Pebble didn't understand why everyone was in a hurry, while they were still standing in one place. But why should he hurry? He was a turtle. In fact, many masters are climbing into the portal to be the first, so it is not safe to enter now. Warriors from all factions, families and clans strive for the treasures of this place. We will meet many different creatures and craftsmen with their traditional clothing. And each of these families is going to overtake all the others and win the arms race. Our guys also noticed how quickly everyone else was moving towards the portal. Carl was the most worried that they wouldn't make it in time, but in fact, everything was under Master Raven's control. Uncle Sam was the quickest to get to his destination because he was the coolest. Snail Sam told everyone to shut up and get ready to arrive at Omen Ridge. At great speed, Snail Sam and all his friends flew into the portal. And now they are already inside, observing a path with 4 forks leading to different treasures of these lands. Among the 4 trails, we can choose the Living Road, where the rarest herbs and flowers grow, or the Road of Jewels, where many magical stones and the strongest metals are located. But the third path won't appeal to many people, or rather, the Devil's Road might only appeal to one psycho, and that psycho is Raven. During his modest life, Carl never visited this place and never saw any books about it. Only then did he realize the obvious. The portal to the Ridge of Omens led to the Ridge of Omens. The Raven explained to him clearly that the portal, which opens once every 300 years, leads to such a vast place. Their clan previously owned this place, but the loss of their heritage means they know nothing about it. The big guy doesn't even know where to go, even though he is the 3rd most important person in the face-clearing clan. The beautiful Lara immediately realized that they would have to go blind, because they did not know the secret fruit-bearing places of the ridge. At that moment, Princess Lily realized that this was her chance to show her intelligence and wit. She said with her head held high that they shouldn't forget, because they have a wonderful princess of the 9 Holy Demon Empire and they just need to ask her. She will tell them everything. Then she pointed her finger at the sky and told everyone to look that way. She asked everyone to pay attention to the remnants of energy of the masters from other clans who went in that direction. The boy noticed them immediately and didn't even think to pay attention to them. But why do all the masters go there? She has her own thoughts and knowledge on this matter since she has not been here, but knows everything only from rumors. As a child, the Demon Emperor Lion showed her an atlas with records of these lands. In the north, there is a cool place with ancient treasures for every taste and color. To the east, there is an ancient cave of rare jewels. If you want to create a legendary weapon, you need to go there for the materials. The humid lands of the east also hold treasures in the form of legendary plants. But she has nothing to say about the southern side of the Ridge of Omens. It's simply not worth going there. All the forests are dry, there are no treasures there, and the animals are low level. That's all there is to know about the topography of these places. Lara immediately thought that they should split into 3 groups. Then Raven stood up and told everyone that no one should split up. Or rather, it made no sense at all. Like a true topographic idiot, he decided to go south to the Devil's Forest. Everyone immediately thought that the hero had gone mad, since they did not think that Lilia was deceiving them. Christopher also asked what was driving Raven towards the southern lands if there was nothing to look for there. In fact, Princess Lily said everything correctly, so what doesn't she like? There is something so important hidden in the southern lands that no master knows about it. Lily was angry because apparently Raven again knew more than anyone else, but at least he didn't tell anyone. And again, he refers to dreams with the ancient emperor, who, after so many mentions, turned over in his grave. The big guy asked the elder what he thought about Raven's words. He had nothing to say, unless he ordered everyone to follow to the southern lands, as the Raven told them. Meanwhile, the chief disciple of the 9 Holy Demon Empire is exploring the area and searching for rare treasures. Together with Alan, they discussed the beautiful views and precious materials found here. Their youngest student told how he found 3 rune soul ingots, and now he is very rich. Victor is sure that in the evil-soaked Ridge of Omens, such ingots are commonplace. Alan believed the opposite, that in their lands it was a rare material and their student was very lucky. Suddenly, An informer arrived with the news that the face-clearing clan had also begun to move. And that, under the leadership of Master Raven, they went to the southern wastes. Only Alan was surprised by this turn of events. Victor listened and began to analyze. The older brother Alan started laughing out loud until he saw Victor's serious face. He felt incredibly ashamed of his behavior and apologized for it. But he was still curious about what interested brother Victor so much about the face-clearing clan. This question made the best student think, because he was especially interested in their new student Raven. Surely many have received information about him. He is not so simple for an ordinary boy. Alan was aware of this show-off's abilities, Emperor Leo told him. But the fact that Raven chose the southern path of demons confirms that he is not so knowledgeable about these lands. Although all these lands have their treasures, only the south is an exception. Perhaps everything is not so simple. Meanwhile, our heroes were already there and were surrounded by many spirit animals. They were spirit wolves, so numerous that Sam the snail wouldn't have enough pseudopods to count them. These wastelands are not distinguished by anything useful. The only thing that lives here is ghost wolves, and there are plenty of them. Lily told him that she knew about these wolves, for which Raven praised her. She knows that wolves are very weak individually, but on such a scale they will be difficult to deal with. Old Man Christopher decided to go out first and kill all the wolves with one blow using his brush. Raven stopped old Christopher, as they don't need to spend so much energy on ordinary wolves. He has with him the solution to all the problems in the Southlands, so they have nothing to worry about. After all, he took the blades of Emperor Charlemagne with him, but what is he going to do with them? These blades began to exude the holy energy of the Golden Emperor. This light greatly frightened the damned mongrels that had so boldly attacked him earlier. Apparently, the aura of the great founder triggers ancient fear instincts in animals. The feeling that Charlemagne is approaching them makes them flee far into the depths of the forests. The immortal emperor once again shared with him how to use this weapon correctly. Even low-level demons run away from him, just as they ran away from Charlemagne many years ago. The big guy noticed that even low-level demons were running away from the light. The old man knows that the lands of the south belong to his clan, and the animals still remember the aura of the ancient founder. This power is simply amazing, thinks Carl, sitting calmly on Uncle Sam. With the Emperor's help, they can move forward without stopping. Forward and only forward, not a step back, shouts the Raven, holding the Emperor's blade in his hands. Even in the depths of the forest, animals trembled with fear and were afraid to take a step out of it. With this life hack, Raven's team will have no trouble getting through the entire wasteland without taking damage. But something did not suit him in the behavior of his comrades, who decided that with him they no longer had anything to fear. He was not in a good mood because everyone had become too relaxed and thought that they had nothing to fear. Carl doesn't feel any danger at all when they are led by an expert like Raven. Only emergency braking will remove the happy grimace from his face. What obstacle was finally found through which the Emperor's light could not break through? The most naive Carl fell in the face with dirt because he was not wearing a seatbelt and violated traffic rules. He became curious about the reason for Uncle Sam's sudden stop, which caused him to fall. The snail squinted into the distance and saw something bad, so it stopped. What could stop such a large and impenetrable snail, Carl wonders? What monsters in the forest stopped Sam from continuing on his way? And then a dark cloud of small insects began to rise from the ground. His face completely conveyed his emotions at that moment, because the insects in this cloud looked creepy and disgusting. Damn it, only Uncle Sam could swallow these nasty creatures. This dark cloud consisted of fire demon ants that were the size of a man's leg. Here they will tell us who these fire ant demons are and what is dangerous about them. In fact, it looks like a regular large ant and does not seem to pose a danger. But be that as it may, these animals are simply monsters in sheep's clothing. It is not for nothing that they were called that. Their jaws can easily gnaw through steel. Even the skin of an immortal giant snail cannot withstand it. And their bodies are covered with the strongest armor. Even their powerful jaws cannot bite through it. When they are alone, no one is afraid of them. But if they have such a big family, then they need to run without looking back. But for some reason, the golden light has no effect on these ants, because they were also with the Emperor. Carl was also upset that the ants did not obey the will of the Imperial force. Raven understood that other monsters had the brain to fear blades, but ants never had it. Lara didn't know what to do with him, but Raven always knows what to do in such cases, and that's attack. The girl and Sam coordinated and prepared their best techniques for the attack. Master Dark Raven led them all into battle and told them to be prepared for a tough fight. At that moment, Carl was attacked by demonic ants, while all his friends forgot about him. The big guy and Christopher also had no intention of staying on the sidelines. They took on the defense themselves. Lara prepared her fiery dragon whip to burn the vile creatures to ashes. Lara and Sam's fire attacks are perfect for burning small targets on a large scale. Lara and Sam's hellfire technique should kill most of the ants and scare the rest. The entire ant group burned like Moscow in 1812. The Water Knight Carl saw that fire helped them deal with most of the insects. The effect of the hellfire technique is amazing. Even the demon ants are burned in it. It's quite funny to watch the monsters run away from them in fear when their relatives are burned alive. Luckily, they're safe, Carl said, letting out a breath of relief. It is quite ironic to watch how ants, which are called fire ants, are burned with fire. Christopher explained to the boy that when bitten by a fire ant, the victim feels pain comparable to a burn. Lara told them to stop arguing and get going because the ants were gone. But Sam the snail didn't think they were gone. On the contrary, he thought they were rejoicing too soon. The ants' thirst for death has grown even stronger, and now there are many more of them than they have killed. Now the ants were gathering in the sky into one large pile, the height of a 2-story house. This pile was not alone at all. Clouds of insects gathered in 4 tall columns. They caused too many problems, and yet they form something integral that cannot be burned by fire. Hundreds of thousands of small bodies gathered into an impenetrable armor for one large ant. No one would have thought that demonic ants with such abilities could live in this forest. Now there are hundreds of thousands of times fewer of them, but they themselves have become hundreds of thousands of times larger than their size. 3 of the 4 attacked immediately, and the 4th remained in place. But why? Lara suggested that Sam also use the hellfire technique and burn them. Sam's fire wave and Lara's flame whip should hit the monster's torso. In fact, fire is no longer a danger to them. The ants have adapted to this as well. They use the outer layer of ants as a protective layer that flames cannot penetrate. The student realized that fire would not be able to help them this time. Now they could be beaten with brute force. Mountain Spearman Fang decided to take control of the situation like a real man. As expected, brute force was good at breaking up the ant piles, but hardly killing them. In this case, the whole hand simply crumbled into thousands of ants and they fell on him. The fire ant's powerful stings, capable of biting through steel, pierced the young master's flesh. He experienced terrible pain, comparable to a kick in the balls, only 100 times more painful. A terrible pain knocked the mountain brother off his feet. Now he looks like a fallen wardrobe. Lily volunteered to help the young talent and, using ice techniques, was going to envelop Fang's limbs in ice. She initially attacked the monster to move it away from Sam the snail. The ice blade technique worked perfectly and managed to distract the giant. Carl and Christopher also began to help the boys to stop the ant invasion. When Bruce Lee's 6th whale form punched the giant ant, Carl realized he wouldn't need his help. The big guy also joined the battle and was about to summon an earthen idol. The golem made a large hole in the giant ant's body, but all his wounds were quickly healed by other ants, who returned to the ranks. The wounds from Lily's attack were also instantly healed by other ants. The 3rd ant's body was assembled from scratch, although Christopher left nothing of it. The golem stood in a fighting stance and waited for its master's command for a precise attack. Only the big man's mood was not positive, as he was upset that there was no end to the ants. Fang's wounds were terrible, but the ice helps, although the problem hasn't gone away since there's no point in beating giants, since they regenerate quickly. Then Raven pointed his finger into the depths of the forest to tell about his thoughts. It is very strange that among the 4 ants, only 3 are attacking, and the last one is standing in the forest. The princess did not hear anything strange and thought that he was blocking their way. Then the girl said that ants don't have the brain to take such intelligent steps. Now her face speaks. She understood what Mr. Raven wanted to convey to her with his words. Lara guessed that these idols were being controlled from outside. Young Raven admitted that this intellectual girl was a good analyst. These ants have some sort of command center that controls the ants, and this 4th Titan protects the commanders. And just for this moment, Raven was born to find the leader of the ants and kill him. A new mission has begun: defeat the main boss of the fire ants. He was going to deal with the ant alone while the others fought the other 3. Our hero was going to find the boss and beat him to death as he blocked their way. With such zeal, Raven believes that the enemies will be defeated in a couple of minutes. Don't even think that you can save yourself, vile boss behind your pawns. The best option was to hit the beast in the head, where the ant leader was most likely hiding. The crushing blow pierced the giant's head, so much so that the rest of the forest could be seen through it. But the main enemy was not in the head. Raven was perplexed by what he saw. He didn't think that ants could disperse on their own so as not to suffer great losses. Now he knows that their leader is smart and cunning enough, as he does not sacrifice his warriors in vain. Shit, the bites from these things are so painful. It's like someone hitting you on the head with a sledgehammer. They were also everywhere, on his arms, legs, torso, and were almost getting into Raven's eyes. He felt the pain of fire ant bites on his own skin. It is not for nothing that they are called demon ants. The pain from their bites is truly hellish. With the old hermit, he managed to achieve complete control over the demonic body. From that moment on, demon ant bites were similar to regular mosquito bites. As for the pain, he can easily withstand it. The main character has had to endure even worse. Suddenly, he felt the telepathic power of the ant leader. At that moment, he sensed the leader's aura underground and went to excavate. Only beforehand, he shouted to all the ants so that they would not block the way. This pain causes him to become a terrible psychopath who has an incredible thirst for blood. One smooth cut the giant into two large halves. The ants immediately scattered under Raven's attacks and fell along with the boy. Next on his posthumous list will be an ant leader. It's scary to even imagine what he looks like. But he is confident that the enemy will definitely die at his hands today and will not prevent him from reaching the treasures of the ridge. In a short period of time, the hero dug a large hole in search of the ant leader's base. They have managed to build many burrows and dwellings for ants over the last 300 years. Here, Raven stands in front of the ant leader, who turns out to be their main fat queen. The mother ant was very scared, but she defended her children to the last. The head disciple didn't care about her hissing. He knew she was scared. He doesn't want to kill her and gives her a condition. If she stops attacking, she will remain alive. It's a pity that the mother ant doesn't understand human language, so there's no point in communicating with her. A fist imbued with demonic energy rushed at gigantic speed straight towards the womb's face. A powerful explosion occurred deep in the forest, which meant that the ants were now finished. The whole team heard a loud explosion and hoped that the older brother had finished off the enemy. The giant dispersed, but the big man's golem did not relax, since anything can be expected from ants. But even so, the second elder realized that the ants were finished and would not be bothered by them anymore. The ant boss has disappeared. There is no control, so everyone has run away to their houses. Finally, Big Brother Raven came back with good news. And again, he came completely barefoot and all his feet were covered in disgusting slime. It would take too long to tell where it was, but it looks disgusting and needs an urgent wash. Carl immediately understood what was required of him and began to perform full-fledged cleaning. Luckily, he had brought another pair of clothes with him so that if he suddenly ruined the old ones, he could put on new ones. Princess Lily thought that with this attitude, he would soon be short of loose clothing. By the way, it's time to tell why they went through thorns into this wasteland. The whole secret is hidden in this forest. Just a little bit more and he will show them why they are here. Okay, let's go inside the forest, Lily said with an irritated voice. The hero told Sam to take on a humanoid form to make it easier to move around the forest. The team of 8 people entered the wasteland forest in full force without losses. The beauty told him that in this worthless wasteland there was no one and nothing of value. There is a popular saying that a fool can't see the forest for the trees. And in her case, she simply doesn't see a living tree behind the forest in this wasteland. Then he got tired of explaining everything to them and ran to the right tree. He found it and pointed at it with his finger, telling everyone to take a close look at it. There was a leaf on this tree which speaks of its life, meaning there is still a chance to restore everything here. Princess Lily still doesn't understand what's so special about this leaf, or if it's really a rarity in this place. He then told everyone to be quiet so he could concentrate. Touching the tree, it began to radiate some kind of life energy into the air. Nobody understands what Big Brother Raven is doing, but some kind of energy is being released. Most likely, he is using some strange ritual for which they came here. Suddenly, he started dancing like a moron who had gone crazy like a psychopath. Lily was terribly angry with him, because Raven again began to pretend so that she would not find out anything about his secrets. Uncle Sam was speechless when he saw the result of this technique. The branches of long-dead trees were covered with green crowns and leaves. From his power, the tree blossomed again, as if some miracle had happened. Rare flowers and aromatic herbs began to sprout in the fertile soil. The dead forest of demons became bright green, fresh greenery, and what an aroma. They began to wonder how Raven managed to make such a beautiful garden out of dead trees. Now he proudly asks them to say in chorus what a great guy he is and that he is right. Snail Sam began to feel a sudden sense of relief. Such bliss, to be honest. Christopher alone realized that they had come here not simply to revive the plants. The Raven understands perfectly well what the old man wants to tell him, so he wants to introduce them. and he introduces them to a meeting with the ancient god of the Ridge of Omens, who knows all the secrets of Charlemagne. The guys didn't immediately understand his words, what god he was talking about, and why he lived in a dead wasteland. They became curious about what kind of forest god he was going to show them. Lily asked who told him about this forest god again. God forbid it was the emperor. Suddenly there was a strong pressure, as if someone incredibly strong was approaching them. The pressure created an unfamiliar, painful feeling in Carl, comparable to being in space without a spacesuit. The girls also found it difficult to tolerate the aura of the strong master, who was felt getting closer and closer. The big guy decided to make a golden barrier that would contain the surrounding aura. Christopher realized that the so-called god would soon arrive, and that he was somehow not in a friendly mood. In reality, an entity in the form of a gnome began to appear against the background of shining light. Ice swordsman Carl couldn't wait to see the first god in his life. This forest god looks rather ambiguous. At first glance, you wouldn't even say that he is a god. Carl thinks exactly the same. This strange little animal certainly doesn't look like a god. The raven went to greet his dear friend in an ancient, forgotten language. In fact, he simply greeted the tree god in his language. There is no need to be afraid, because they are friendly. And after speaking of his friendliness, the divine spirit struck him with his pseudopod. The main character didn't understand why the hell this stool dared to hit him, or even why. The spirit was very dissatisfied with something, which was evident from the state of his mood. They continued to speak in their own language, and the other guys didn't understand anything, so they asked them to speak in human language. In fact, the spirit is not happy that they killed the queen of the fire ants, which the god raised himself. The raven had to apologize for his own behavior, but he asked what these ants were doing for God. The spirit sent the devil back to his tea house, as he did not need his apologies. He raised these ants for 300 years, so that they would protect the forest from an ancient demon that had awakened again. Then he realized what he had done, and where the roots led, he had completely forgotten about the ancient demon of these lands. Lily asked with extraordinary interest what had happened and why the spirit needed these ants. The chief disciple looked away and replied that nothing special had happened. He had simply killed the god's pets. The raven hugged him and said that he would kill the demon again if necessary, and everything would be fine with his forest. The spirit answered him that if this demon were not here, the ants would have protected the forest, but now it was in danger. Moreover, any master, even of a less than top-level level, can beat Raven now. The teenager didn't care what physical shape he was currently in. The main thing is that God helps them become stronger now, and then they themselves will help him with the demon. Still, the spirit took him at his word, since he had no one else to rely on. The spirit began to speak to them, but even the elders did not understand a single word he said. Only Carl asked him something in response, not expecting to be able to understand anything from his words at all. To his surprise, the spirit understood him and began to conjure something with its pseudopods. Suddenly, 3 portals appeared to different treasuries of the Ridge of Omens containing the most valuable resources. Carl immediately realized that these were the 3 places that Princess Lily had spoken about at the beginning of the journey. The raven answered him that this is exactly why they came here, and these portals are called teleportation channels. Even this portal led to the most valuable area, where in every cave, spiritual mastery ingots grow like weeds. So the hero says that each portal leads to a special place in these lands with rare treasures. God was also very kind to them and gave each master a green pill. They felt very cool and smooth to the touch, and their scent was very pleasant, like Dior Sauvage. Even Uncle Sam wanted to eat them because of the pleasant smell, but Raven told them all not to waste these pills. Lara was drooling, eager to finally try one of them. He explained to them that as long as this pill was with them, they would always be safe and could return to this place. The big guy noted that this was excellent technology. Now they could easily separate. Carl asked where their older brother Raven would go this time. He replied that they shouldn't worry about him, because he had one place in mind. Meanwhile, in this clearing, Sonia and Alan are sorting things out about their marriage contract. He holds her with an unknown technique and asks why she keeps running away from him. The red-faced bastard told her to just look at how cute she was. She used to be very brave, but now she can't even say a word to him, whether he should hold back now. She's so sweet and there's no one else here, so why shouldn't he take the opportunity to dishonor her right here? This bastard knew no bounds as he licked her face like a slimy snake. It is only after this day that they will be able to fully consider themselves husband and wife. He was already impatient to see the legendary immortal body of the princess without clothes. Alan almost took off her outerwear, thinking that no one would come here. But as luck would have it, Our friend Dark Raven arrived at the most inconvenient time for them. The humiliating feeling made his face turn red. And here he is at the right time, as if fate itself brought him here. Alan recognized the famous student and asked how he ended up there. But Raven didn't care, because he was looking for someone. Only he didn't immediately see Princess Sonia, whom Alan was holding hostage. Sonia was in captivity and could not say even a word to the boy to warn him. The Raven saw this situation and asked if she needed to be saved from this pervert. Prince Alan replied that he was her fiancé, so there was no point in accusing him of indecency. The Raven said that this was how one treated prey, not daughters-in-law, so he could save her, and in return she would become his servant. Alan realized that Raven was talking too much, so he decided to teach him a lesson with his technique. No one but Sonia should know about this situation, so he will kill Raven. He imbued the Emperor's blades with energy, preparing them for a bloody battle. With one swing of his blades, he sliced Alan into pieces, as if he were preparing preparations in a Michelin restaurant. Alan, apparently, did not expect to see such strength from the little Raven. Then he came up and asked again if Sonia was willing to become his servant as Princess Lily, the daughter of the Demon Emperor. It was incredibly difficult for her to say even a word, so he told her not to overexert herself. Then with a sore throat and tears in her eyes, she told him to run away immediately, otherwise he would die. He didn't understand at all what Sonia wanted to convey to him, because he killed her fiancé in front of her eyes. A terrible gaze hung on his back. The god of life and death peered into his soul. It was Prince Alan's great ego that he summoned using a special technique. The hero was very surprised at how he survived, but he began to look truly ugly. The severed limbs began to stick together. Unexpectedly, Raven possessed such a unique sword technique. It is true. It is a great pity for him that death is in the hands of his ego and his life, and the life of the Raven are in his hands. Looks pretty good for a common pervert who gropes other people's princesses. Apparently, Alan can take a beating well. He should make a great punching bag. Alan suggested that he fight with all his strength so that he would not accidentally die. Raven accepted the challenge with dignity and used the demon's immortal body technique. The boy covered himself in the aura of an immortal demon, which would strengthen him several times. The battle is in full swing. Raven on the whale ego and Alan with the flags of life and death attack each other. This battle will decide who is a pervert and who is a loser with no abilities. Raven in demonic form became so mad that he could not stop fighting. His deadly aura destroyed the flags of life and death, so Alan could not respond to him in any way. The pervert came up with the idea of using the life creation technique. Wooden blades began to transform from small drops of living energy. Their sharpness was greater than that of a surgical scalpel, so Raven's protection might not save him. A tsunami of wooden blades flew straight at the enemy. They achieved their goal, but it is unlikely that Raven will allow himself to be killed so easily in demonic form. Alan already thought that he had already won, so he started laughing out loud. But he didn't even think that Raven would be able to cut off his head from such a great distance. As expected, the demonic shield easily withstood Alan's attacks with wooden blades. Raven finds it funny that his opponent uses wooden sticks to attack the Emperor's technique. Alan was going to show him the real power of his ego's life. The wooden blades turned into seeds inside the barrier. Is this Alan's ability? The Raven clearly did not expect such a turn of events, so he froze in place in fear. The roots began to grow inside, so he thought that the Imperial technique was not so invincible. With each passing second, the roots grew larger and grew in a chaotic direction. In this way, they easily broke through the Emperor's barrier of demonic energy. Some roots won't be a problem for Raven and the Imperial blades. But his confidence disappeared somewhere when Alan used a new technique. The living roots turned into formless dust that could not be cut by a sword. This was another life and death mastery technique. With it, he turned the roots into deadly gas. Now the prince must definitely strangle him under the deadly smoke. The gas cloud completely engulfed the boy and he was lost inside it. The little demon failed, and now victory is slipping away like sand through his fingers. Alan intended not only to weaken his opponent, but also to pin him to the ground. He easily controlled the gas cloud and sent it and Raven to the ground. A dark explosion thundered throughout the forest. It was unlikely that Raven would be able to answer Alan after that. The smoke cleared, and we saw the body of the main character, who showed no signs of life. From this moment on, it is clear who the winner is and why Sonia warned the boy about the danger. The princess lost hope of salvation. The pain from the shackles was too strong to resist. Luckily, Raven was still alive and retained his cheeky humor. Alan doesn't intend to kill him right away, but on the contrary, he's already thinking about what kind of torture he'll try on him. However, if the hero tells him all his secrets, he will come up with some kind of merciful indulgence for him. It is he who will offer him to choose the easiest and quickest death in exchange for secrets and mysteries. So Raven told him all the secrets. Alan is too confident in himself. The prince did not understand his words about his heart being broken by the thought that he wanted to die like that. In fact, he had no intention of dying at the hands of such a weakling and pervert. It breaks his heart to think that he is wasting a legendary formation on such a bastard. Fear washed over him, that 2,000-yard stare telling him everything he was going through. The large circle beneath their feet represented the legendary formation. He couldn't understand how he had managed to build such a gigantic formation in the couple of minutes of their battle. Initially, this formation was here, and Raven was looking for it, but he had to use it to kill the pervert. Alan's parents were not yet in their mother's womb when the immortal founder Charlemagne created this structure. Damn it, he would hardly be able to resist this force. Now he would feel real death on his own skin. The idea came to mind to use the technique of creating nirvana from the flags of life and death. The pervert really hoped that a couple of pieces of cloth could protect him from the formation that killed the strongest demons. In fact, Raven finds Alan's behavior very naive. It's scary to imagine what Sonya is experiencing at this moment, seeing such power. She had never seen power of this level, as if it was from another dimension. There had never been a master in her lifetime who was capable of defeating Prince Alan in an equal duel. And here the prince finds himself in such a desperate situation, as if the gods of life and death themselves had abandoned him. For Raven, it was just a training session for his new abilities. Even Alan himself no longer believes that he can survive. Only a miracle will save his life. He had no intention of showing mercy against such an unworthy enemy. The last bloody beam flew towards the fixed head. A couple more seconds and he would be killed. Suddenly, the bead on his forehead lit up like a star in the sky. This very bead really meant something to him. It was no wonder Sonya had noticed it before entering the ridge. Raven didn't expect that Alan had a secret artifact. He didn't take this fact into account at all. The Imperial bead did save the prince's life, but was wasted. The bead's light shone through the red beam, and Raven realized that he had wasted the Imperial formation. All he could do was come to terms with the fact that the victim had escaped death. Sonya was rescued and explained that the legendary artifact in his forehead saved him from death. But still, one should not underestimate the power of treasures from the kingdom of the heavenly god, where Alan is the prince. The Raven told her not to pay attention to it. Next time he would definitely finish him off. She realized that there was no point in arguing with him, because she should thank him for saving her, although that wasn't enough for him. He really wants to take her into his team because of the tyrant's immortal body, the potential of which she will only reveal with him. Sonya thought that he was the same pervert as Alan and that he only needed her strength and beauty. But even such a life with Raven is more fun than being married to the prince of the enemy kingdom. She hasn't been free for a long time because of the marriage contract that was created in the hope that her clan wouldn't destroy the heavenly god kingdom. For many hundreds of years, the heavenly god clan has been implementing its military doctrine, which clearly defines the distribution of its territories. Her small and weak clan borders the heavenly god kingdom, so her father signed that damn treaty. The prince has his eye on her, so he allows himself whatever he wants. Today was one example. Previously, she seemed so arrogant to him, so he did not expect such selflessness from her. Of course, she doesn't want to be Alan's wife, but for the safety of her people, she is ready to make sacrifices, which is why Raven called them stupid pigs. She was shocked by this answer. How dare he call her a pig? What does he mean? And he wants to say that she and her entire clan are just weak pigs who sacrifice a woman for their own safety. If they are constantly attacked by the strong side, they will remain slaves forever. Sonya is very angry with him because he so blindly judges them by the cover, although he has no idea what a terrible situation they are in. After this moment, she doesn't look so arrogant and impudent. She has no choice but to go looking for Alan, otherwise her family will be finished. Only our hero does not despair in such situations, as he knows that it is possible to destroy the kingdom of the heavenly god. And if he does this, will she become his ally in the team after that? This mental state has a great impact on her character, and it is clear that she is unhappy in this marriage. Sonya asks him to stop joking like that because he was just lucky enough to beat Alan once. This victory does not mean that Raven became invincible. He was simply lucky to find someone's formation and win. He too no longer wanted to argue with her and told her to collect the treasures. Then they would go back. Meanwhile, the team of Lara, Fang, and Carl were hunting rare animals. They managed to find an adorable pink ghost fox who was fighting for her life with all her might. They must not let her go, for it would be a shame to come to the elders and the raven empty-handed. Lara tied a knot in her whip and threw it like a lasso around the pink fox's neck. She didn't get it on her neck, but she was able to grab it. In that position, she definitely won't run away. It's amazing how easily she caught it. The guys didn't even think that Lara was so capable. Their words flattered her very much, and she began to praise herself for how strong she was. Carl continued to be amazed that they were able to catch the ghost fox with 9 lives so easily. But the cunning fox herself didn't think that they had caught her, because it was her trap. The pink fox released a cloud of pheromones with a pleasant aroma and visual hearts. Pink smoke spread across the ground and clouded the minds of naive travelers who thought that the local animals were so weak. They should have expected that the fox would lead them into its trap, because many say that animals like to play tricks on hunters. The pheromone worked so amazingly on their minds that the fox appeared to them in human form. In this form, Carl was not even afraid of death at the hands of his fox sister. Just as he succumbed to her charms and was ready to die from her gentle hands, Lara's whip grabbed him from behind and pulled him back. Luckily, Sister Lara managed to pull him out of danger at the last moment. This loser succumbed to the charms as easily as if he had never seen a beautiful woman. The pheromones also worked in such a way that he imagined all living creatures as incredibly beautiful and feminine. And so Lara appeared before him in such a cute dress that Carl really liked. The girl asked him to wake up since the fox was already attacking them. Shit, she probably won't have time to dodge the fox's attack, then who will save her? Brother Fang blocked the fox's path to his beloved comrades with his mountain spear. No cunning beast will sneak behind his comrades while he is next to them. Lara warned him not to breathe the gas, but Fang's mountainous nature resisted her influence. And again, Carl saw something beautiful. A warning to listeners. Pheromones even influence the perception of men. I warned you, the pheromones embellished Fang so much that he became a very beautiful girl. Brother Carl fell in love again, because even his sister Fang is quite beautiful and tolerable. He suggested that she simply surrender to her without a fight, since he didn't care about her charms. Not once in his life will his righteous heart, seeking justice, bend under the charms of a woman. Sister Fox noticed that Fang was not such an easy opponent for her. Fang kept trying to persuade her to stop resisting. In any case, all her tricks are simply useless against him because he is a real Sigma. Oh, even I didn't expect that. This form can definitely charm even the most stoned Sigma. Fang noticed what a beautiful fox was standing in front of him, and his righteous heart began to weaken. After all, he lost to the fox's charms. In such a form, even a real man would not be able to restrain himself. Blood flowed from Sigma's nose like a fountain. Our fighter couldn't withstand the blow. He fought proudly, showing no weakness in front of his fox sister, but her charms were too strong. "Sorry," said the hero. He just couldn't withstand such a crushing blow. Sister Lara realized that this was a real problem that would be difficult to solve. The comrades fell but did not receive a single blow. What the hell is going on? This cunning beast. None of the elders will believe her if she says that Fang and Carl died under the spell of Sister Fox. If they die, they will die happy, even with the hardened heart of a Sigma. There's nothing to say about Carl. He lost like a complete loser. She was left completely alone, and it was unlikely that anyone would save her from her fox sister. She's already attacking. Thank God at least the spell doesn't work on her like it does on the guys. Lara didn't think that the fox had been aiming at Brother Fang from the very beginning in order to finish him off. She couldn't allow her comrades to die, especially Fang, who had saved her. In place of the fox, there was only a pink cloud, which turned out to be a trap for her. The Shitron animal attacked her from behind while Lara was not expecting it. Even in this state, Lara took the blow on her hands and some of the damage went into the air. The attack was strong enough to send her flying into a large oak tree. She's in a very desperate state. Sooner or later, the fox will attack again and it will be the end for her. And here she is, the cunning fox, whom the 3 of them could not overcome. After all, they are also called the best students of Raven, although they lost to a pink fox. Death is inevitable after all, she thought as sharp claws rushed towards her fragile body. But suddenly, by some miracle, Carl was able to wake up and restrain the fox in water shackles. While Carl held her by the paws, Fang, aiming his spear, flew at full speed to pierce the body through and through. No amount of beauty could ease the fear for their comrade's health, so they were able to wake up from the spell. The fox with 9 lives was defeated, Fang's spear piercing her torso. The cooling body fell to the ground. The hunt of the 3 comrades was successful. The animal is defeated. Now at least they will not come to their comrades empty-handed. The guys ran to Lara to find out if she was okay and if she had any fatal injuries. In fact, she is grateful to them, because nothing happened to her. Although she had already come to terms with death, she didn't think they could resist the fox's spell, but their faces didn't show any sign that the spell was no longer working. This was confirmed by the fact that they hugged the tree and called her sister. Sister Lara saw them hugging a tree and realized she wanted to join the other team. An interesting fact is that the Ridge of Omens has been living its own life for 300 years, while access to it is closed. Raven and the other elders have been waiting at the meeting place for a long time for the last team with a large amount of treasure. And here they are, it seems, 3 green portals appeared after eating 3 teleport pills. They returned and proudly said that they had brought with them a ghost fox with 9 lives. Great job. It's just one fox while everyone else has captured mountains of resources. As expected from the elders and Big Brother Raven, it's even a little embarrassing. Princess Lily also suddenly appeared, but for some reason she didn't bring anything with her. The Raven immediately shamed her for coming here with empty growls. She agreed with him that it was wrong, but she had very valuable information with her.